William Morrow and Harper Audio present Strike Force by Dale Brown. Performed by Corey M. Snow. Acronyms and terms. 2S-6M Tunguska, Combination Missile and Cannon Mobile Russian Air Defense System. AGM-170D, Supersonic Scramjet-Powered Attack Missile. Almaz S-300, Russian surface-to-air missile system, also capable against ballistic missiles. ARB, Air Reserve Base. Armstrong Space Station, first American military space station. BDU, Battle Dress Uniform, the standard utility uniform worn by soldiers in combat. BDU-58 Meteor, releases payloads over a target area after atmospheric re-entry. BERP, Ballistic Electro-Reactive Process, the material worn by Tin Man commandos. BOOM, Borohydrogen Tetroxide Rocket Fuel Oxidizer. CAP, Civil Air Patrol, U.S. Air Force Auxiliary. CID, Cybernetic Infantry Device, Manned Combat Robots. CO, Commanding Officer. COMSEC, Communications Security. Condor, bomber-launched commando insertion and retrieval aircraft, also large unmanned new technology airship. Crew Exploration Vehicle, Next-Generation Orbital and Lunar Manned Space Vehicle. DARPA, Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency. Doshan Tapa Air Base, Tehran headquarters of the Iranian Revolutionary Guards Corps. EVA, Extravehicular Activity, a spacewalk. Exfil, exfiltration. G-forces, acceleration forces imposed on the human body expressed in multiples of Earth gravity. Hypoplastic thumb, congenital birth defect where the thumb is reduced in size, missing, or fused with another finger. IRGC, Iranian Revolutionary Corps. ISAR, Inverse Synthetic Aperture Radar. JP-7, jet fuel refined with a higher flashpoint than more common JP-4. KC-77, aerial refueling tanker and cargo aircraft. Komete, Iranian moral and religious enforcers. LADAR, laser radar. Lake spotter, private individuals who camp outside secret U.S. military installations to spot classified aircraft test flights. LPDRS, Laser Pulse Detonation Rocket System. Magnetohydrodynamic generator, using the movement of liquid metal moving through a magnetic field to generate electricity. Majli, Iranian Parliament. MHD, magnetohydrodynamic. Mill power, full aircraft engine thrust without using afterburners. Muay Thai, kickboxing. NCOIC, non-commissioned officer in charge. NSA, National Security Agency. OPSEC, operational security. Orion, next generation manned aircraft. Pax River, Patuxent River Naval Air Station. Pilatus PC-6, Swiss-made single-engine turboprop trainer. Pollockization, surgical creation of a thumb from a finger. PSID, pounds per square inch differential, a measure of cabin pressurization. RFID, radio frequency identification device. RPG, rocket-propelled grenade. RTB, return to base. SA-10, SA-12, SA-19, SA-21, Russian surface-to-air anti-aircraft missiles. SAM, surface-to-air missile. SDB, small diameter bomb. Shahab-2, Shahab-3, Shahab-5, Iranian ballistic missiles. Skybolt, space-based anti-ballistic missile laser. SPAW, supersonic precision attack weapon. SPO, senior project officer. Sun synchronous orbit, orbit that places a satellite over the same spot on Earth at the same time of day. Supreme Defense Council, Iranian Military Advisory Group to the President. TEL, Transporter Erector Launcher. Tin Men, commandos who wear advanced protective suits and carry sophisticated weapons. VFR, Visual Flight Rules. XR-A9, Experimental Reconnaissance Article 9, Black Stallion Spaceplane. Zulfikar, Iranian-made main battle tank. Cast of characters. Americans: Kevin Martindale, President of the United States. Maureen Herschel, Vice President. Army General Jonas Harmon Sparks, National Security Advisor. Joseph Gardner, Secretary of Defense. Army General William Glenbrook, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Dr. Mary Carson, Secretary of State. Ken T. Phoenix, Attorney General. Carl Minden, Chief of Staff. U.S. Marine Corps Major General Anthony Luers, White House Press Secretary. Gerald Vista, Director of Central Intelligence. Lieutenant General Patrick McLanahan, Special Advisor to the President. Brigadier General David Lugar, Assistant Special Advisor to the President. Brigadier General Rebecca Furness, Commander, 1st Air Battle Force, Air Operations, Battle Mountain Air Reserve Base, ARB, Nevada. Brigadier General Darren Mace, Air Battle Force Operations Officer and EB-1C Mission Commander. U.S. Air Force Colonel Nancy Cheshire, AL-52 Dragon Aircraft Commander. U.S. Air Force Reserve Major Wyatt Cross, EB-52 Megafortress Aircraft Commander. U.S. Air Force Reserve Captain Mark Hours, EB-52 Mission Commander. Air Force Reserve Captain Margaret Muggs Lewis, EB-1C Vampire Aircraft Commander. Brigadier General Hal Briggs, Deputy Commander for Operations, Ground Operations, 1st Air Battle Force, Battle Mountain Air Reserve Base, Nevada. Marine Corps Sergeant Major Chris Wall, NCOIC, 1st Air Battle Force. U.S. Army 1st Lieutenant Charlie Brakeman, Tin Man Commando. Army National Guard Captain Charlie Turlock, CID Engineer and Pilot. U.S. Army Specialist Maria Ricardo, Tin Man Commando. Colonel Martin Tehama, Commander, High Technology Aerospace Weapons Center, Hawk, Elliott Air Force Base, Nevada. Captain Hunter Boomer Noble, XR-A9 Black Stallion Aircraft Commander, Elliott Air Force Base, Groom Lake. 1st Lieutenant Dorothea Nano Benetton, Ph.D., Black Stallion Mission Commander. U.S. Air Force Captain Will Lefferts, XR-A9 Mission Commander. U.S. Navy Lieutenant Commander Jack Ulray, XR-A9 Pilot. U.S. Navy Lieutenant Lizette Frenchie Moulin, XR-A9 Mission Commander. Stacey Ann Barbeau, Senior U.S. Senator from Louisiana, Ranking Member of Senate Armed Services Committee, Colleen Morna, her aide. General Charlie Zoltrain, Commander, 8th Air Force. General Colleen Edgewater, Commander, Air Force Materiel Command. Ann Page, Ph.D., former U.S. Senator, astronaut, and space weapon engineer. Colonel Kai Raiden, Space Shuttle Aircraft Commander. Civil Air Patrol Cadet Master Sergeant Doug Lenz, Cadet Lieutenant Caitlin Van Wees, NCOIC. Iranians: Major General Hesarek Al-Khan Bushazi, former Chief of Staff of the Iranian military. Civil Air Patrol Cadet Lieutenant Caitlin Van Wee, a.k.a. Shadokht Azar Asaye Kogev, Heir Presumptive of the Peacock Throne of Iran. Imam Sayed Mustafa Sherazemi, Religious Leader of Iran. Masoud Ahmadad, President of Iran. Brigadier General Mansour Satari, Bushazi's aide. Brigadier General Kamal Joram, Commander of the 2nd Rocket Brigade of the Pasdaran-i Engelab, or Revolutionary Guards Corps. General Hossein Yassini, Commander-in-Chief, Iranian Armed Forces. Flight Captain Ali Reza Kazemi, Transport Pilot. Lieutenant General Muhammad Badi, Commander of the Pasdaran, Iranian Revolutionary Guards Corps. Colonel General Ali Zulqadar, Replacement Pasdaran Commander, Major Kazem Jahromi, his aide. Ayatollah Hassan Motaz, Director of the Supreme National Security Deputate and Military Advisor to the Faqih. Major Parviz Najjar, Lieutenant Mara Saidi, Caitlin's bodyguards. Colonel Jamal Fatah, Chief Political Officer, Iranian Embassy, Ashgabat, Turkmenistan. Russians. Leonid Zhevatin, President of the Russian Federation. General Kuzma Ferzhenko, Russian Chief of Staff. Real-world news excerpts. Pentagon Planning for Space Bomber by Robert Windrum, MSNBC News, August 14, 2001. An experimental NASA spacecraft could well be the harbinger for a small armada of billion-dollar space bombers, space operations vehicles, that could be launched from a U.S. base and fire weapons at almost any target on Earth, all within 90 minutes of a presidential order. The next generation of America's bomber fleet will be a far cry, not only from World War II's B-17, but from the stealthy B-2 bomber as well. Speed to target is likely to be just as high a priority as a bomber's payload in the 21st century. In June, Rumsfeld directed the Pentagon to investigate suborbital space vehicles that would be valuable for conducting rapid global strikes, according to a Pentagon planning document issued under his name. And as recently as last month, Boeing said it was talking to the Air Force about investing millions of dollars more in Boeing's X-37. Then, in congressional testimony this month, General Michael Ryan, the Air Force Chief of Staff, acknowledged that a futuristic space bomber is being contemplated by the Pentagon's long-range planners. Strategic Forecasting, Inc., www.stratfor.com, 9 November 2004. An Iranian official said November 9th that Iran has acquired the capability to produce medium-range ballistic missiles in mass quantity. Defense Minister Rear Admiral Ali Shamkhani told journalists in Tehran that the Islamic Republic is able to manufacture in bulk the Shahab-3 missile, whose range was recently upgraded to 1,250 miles. Iranians refuse to terminate nuclear plans. By Elaine Sciolino, New York Times, 26 November 2004, Vienna. Iran refused Thursday to abandon plans to operate uranium enrichment equipment that could be used either for energy purposes or in a nuclear bomb-making project, European and Iranian officials said. The refusal threatened to scuttle a nuclear agreement Iran reached 10 days ago with France, Britain, and Germany to freeze all of Iran's uranium enrichment activities, the European officials added. It also gave new ammunition to the Bush administration, which asserts that Iran has a secret nuclear weapons program and cannot be trusted. U.S. Force Eyes Rapid Satellite Capability. Jane's Defense Weekly, 7 January 2005. The U.S. Air Force, along with the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, DARPA, plans to conduct a flight experiment mid-year to see if it can rapidly place a light satellite payload into orbit aboard a small space launch vehicle. If successful, the demonstration could herald a new technology for space access, said officials involved with the launch. Russians helping Iran create Europe missile threat. British paper, AFP, October 16, 2005. Former members of the Russian military have been secretly helping Iran obtain the technology needed to make missiles capable of hitting European capitals, a British newspaper claimed on Sunday. Citing anonymous Western intelligence officials, the Sunday Telegraph said the Russians were go-betweens as part of a multi-million-pound deal they negotiated between Iran and North Korea in 2003. It has enabled Tehran to receive regular clandestine shipments of top-secret missile technology believed to be channeled through Russia, the newspaper reported in a front-page article. The allegations came after U.S. Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice feuded openly with her Russian counterpart Sergei Lavrov over Iran's nuclear program while on a brief trip to Moscow on Saturday. According to the Telegraph, Iran would be able to use its new technology to build a missile with a range of 3,500 kilometers, 2,200 miles. It is designed to carry a 1.2-ton payload, sufficient for a basic nuclear device, the newspaper said. It quoted a senior U.S. official as saying Iran's program as sophisticated and getting larger and more accurate. They have had very much in mind the payload needed to carry a nuclear weapon. Russia warns against military force. Copyright Stratfor, Inc., August 17, 2005. Military force against Iran would be counterproductive and dangerous, the Russian Ministry of Foreign Affairs said August 17th. The ministry called for a diplomatic solution to the tensions surrounding Tehran's nuclear program, warning of grave and unpredictable outcomes if force were employed. Arms sale to Tehran fuels tensions with Israel. Jane's Defense Weekly, 14 December 2005. Copyright Jane's Information Group. Tel Aviv. Russia confirmed earlier reports on 5 December of the deal with Iran, which includes the upgrading of Iranian Su-24 attack aircraft and MiG-29 multi-role fighter aircraft, along with the acquisition of an unspecified number of patrol boats, 32 anti-Tor M1 SA-15 Gauntlet low to medium-altitude surface-to-air missile systems, 16 tracked, 16 wheeled, and the upgrade of an unspecified number of T-72 main battle tanks. Russian news agency Interfax reported that the missiles would be deployed to protect Iran's soon-to-be-completed nuclear reactor in Bushehr. The Tor M1 can simultaneously detect and track up to 48 airborne targets out to a range of 40 kilometers, and can engage targets at a maximum range of 12 kilometers and at altitudes from 10 meters to 6,000 meters. During a test in Russia, the Tor M1 achieved a high kill probability against cruise missiles, unmanned aerial vehicles, and jet fighters. Low-cost access to orbit. Marines to the rescue. By Taylor Dinerman, www.thespacereview.com, 6 January 2006. In July 2002, the Marine Corps released a Universal Needs Statement that defined the Small Unit Space Transport and Insertion (SUSTAIN) concept that, if successful, will give the U.S. a heretofore unimaginable assault support speed, range, altitude, and strategic surprise capability. SUSTAIN is an RLV that will carry a squad, 13 men, into space and land it anywhere on Earth within 2 hours with, among other requirements, flexible launch on demand to any orbital inclination. A fully operational SUSTAIN-type vehicle would also be the preferred low-cost way to get cargo and personnel to and from LEO, low Earth orbit. Two-stage-to-orbit Black Star system shelved at Groom Lake. Copyright Aviation Week and Space Technology, 5 March 2006. U.S. intelligence agencies may have quietly mothballed a highly classified two-stage-to-orbit spaceplane system designed in the 1980s for reconnaissance, satellite insertion, and possibly weapons delivery. A large mothership, closely resembling the U.S. Air Force's historic XB-70 supersonic bomber, carries the orbital component conformally under its fuselage, accelerating to supersonic speeds at high altitude before dropping the spaceplane. The orbiter's engines fire and boost the vehicle into space. If mission requirements dictate, the spaceplane can either reach low Earth orbit or remain suborbital. Exactly what missions the Black Star system may have been designed for and built to accomplish are as yet unconfirmed, but U.S. Air Force Space Command, AFSPC, officers and contractors have been toying with similar spaceplane concepts for years. Besides reconnaissance, they call for inserting small satellites into orbit and either retrieving or servicing other spacecraft. Conceivably, such a vehicle could serve as an anti-satellite or space-to-ground weapons delivery platform. www.iranian.ws, a U.S.-based Iranian website. Polls, 13 March 2006. 49% of respondents believe the current Iranian regime will go away because it is in its nature to be deposed by violent means. As to the question if or when the time comes to choose between Iran or Islam, 92% chose Iran. As to the question, which is the right model of governance for Iran, 45% chose a republic, 34% chose a monarchy, and only 8% chose a theocracy. As to the question, do you support a separation of religion from state in Iran, 81% chose yes, of course, and 16% chose no way. 82% of respondents rate Iran's future under the current regime as not good. The poll website page, http://www.iranian.ws/poll, has a warning on it which reads, "According to some, you may turn to solid rock or may burn in hell for eternity by participating in our polls." Pratt & Whitney Rocketdyne completes Mach 5 testing of world's first closed-loop hydrocarbon-fueled hypersonic propulsion system. PR Newswire First Call, 27 July 2006. Canoga Park, California. Pratt & Whitney Rocketdyne, PWR, a business unit of United Technologies Corp., has completed testing of its Hypersonic Ground Demonstrator Engine No. 2, GDE-2, at NASA's Langley Research Center in Virginia. The PWR GDE-2 produced significant hypersonic data results during several test runs conducted at Mach 5 conditions in the 8-foot high-temperature tunnel at the Langley Research Center. The engine used standard JP7 fuel in a closed-loop configuration to both cool engine hardware and fuel the engine's combustor. Iran, Russia, a nuclear marriage of convenience. Strategic Forecasting, Inc., 27 September 2006. Russia and Iran have signed a contract for the delivery of 80 tons of nuclear fuel to Iran's Bushehr nuclear power facility, which is scheduled to be completed in September 2007. Russia appears to be in the process of finishing updating its military doctrine. Closer economic ties with Iran will allow Russia to maintain a foothold in the Middle East while keeping pressure on the United States, which lacks the bandwidth to respond to Russia's provocative moves. Prologue. Urumia Airport, Islamic Republic of Iran. March 2008. Group, attention! The group of 500 uniformed young men and women snapped to attention, and the reviewing party marched from their waiting position in a large white tent on the edge of the tarmac. The group leader saluted the reviewing party, who returned his salute. The reviewing party turned about-face as the flags of the Islamic Republic of Iran, the Armed Forces of the Islamic Republic, the Ministry of the Interior, and the Internal Defense Corps were marched out. The presiding officer of the reviewing party saluted, as did the entire assembly, followed by the playing of Iran, a popular, inspirational, and patriotic song often preferred by the military over the pro-revolutionary official national anthem, Sarud-e Milliye Jumhuriye Islami Iran. After the song concluded, the presiding officer stepped up to a podium, and the crowd of about 2,000 guests and base employees were asked to be seated. Citizens, friends, families, and fellow warriors, I bid you welcome on this glorious and important morning here in Urumia, Major General Hassarak Alkan Boujazi began. I am proud to preside over this important occasion for the Islamic Republic of Iran. On behalf of His Holiness Imam Sayyid Mustafa Shirazemi, may God bless his name, President Masoud Ahmadad, Senior Advisor to the Supreme Defense Council, His Holiness Hassan Motaz, may God preserve him, the Chief of Staff General Hossein Yassini, and the Commander of the Revolutionary Guards Corps, Lieutenant General Muhammad Badi, I hereby activate the 1st Combined Border Defense Battalion. There was a short ceremony, during which Boujazi unfurled the battalion flag and tied the combat-ready ribbon atop it, then handed the flag to its new commander and saluted him. Tall and slender, with gray hair worn slightly on the longish side, and with a closely cropped gray beard and mustache, Boujazi looked much younger than his 61 years. He wore a dark, winter-weight fatigue jacket with no insignia on it except his general's stars on his shoulders, but they were also black and hard to see from a distance. Thick black fatigue pants, tanker boots, and a black visor cap with the ear flaps folded up. He clasped the commander on the shoulders, kissed him on each cheek, returned his salute, and returned to the podium to finish his speech. I hope you all realize the significance of this ceremony today, Boujazi went on. His voice was deep, sharp, and clipped, and he spoke without notes. As you know, the Supreme Leader, may God protect him, has ordained that 1 out of every 10 citizens of Iran over the age of majority serve in the active or reserve military forces, so in case the forces of evil attack us, we can be ready. As we are a peaceful nation, maintaining a force this large is difficult and expensive, so persons not serving in the active duty military forces are assigned to local militias. The Basij-e Mostafazin, what used to be called the Army of the Oppressed. I don't know about you, my friends, but I would not have liked being assigned to an army with the term oppressed in its title. When I resigned my post as Chief of Staff of the Armed Forces of the Islamic Republic and accepted the post of Commander of the Basij, I found a force of willing and energetic men and women of all ages who desired nothing more than to serve their country, both as hard-working citizens and as defenders. What they lacked was proper training, motivation, and purpose. My goal was to transform the best of the Basij into a true fighting force, capable of not just assisting the active duty forces, but complementing them. Ladies and gentlemen, and especially my fellow warriors, may I present to you the 1st Combined Border Defense Battalion, the Lions of the newly designated Islamic Republic of Iran Internal Defense Force. Amidst a round of enthusiastic applause, a procession of vehicles moved onto the tarmac from the north hangar area, surrounded by security guards in armored vehicles. The first vehicle was a ground support vehicle, towing a single-engine, 2-man aircraft. The second was a road-mobile surface-to-air missile vehicle, and the third was a mobile anti-aircraft artillery vehicle. My friends, let me introduce you to the 3 main weapon systems now being deployed with the first, Bouchazi went on. The aircraft is a Swiss-made Pilatus PC-6 turboprop aircraft. Normally, these aircraft are just trainers. Switzerland does not build any of its aircraft to be used for combat, but we have modified them to act as close air support, photo intelligence, and counterinsurgency attack aircraft. They even carry heat-seeking missiles to combat enemy aircraft. The second is an Almaz S-300 mobile surface-to-air missile launcher. It is designed to engage and destroy aircraft at very low altitude, even stealth aircraft, helicopters, and cruise missiles. It can even detect and destroy helicopters hovering close to the ground or behind trees. It also has an excellent high-altitude engagement capability and is effective out to 50 kilometers. It is designed to deploy to isolated field locations so as to make it more difficult for enemy aircraft to target it. It is an older air defense system, but our best military engineers have upgraded and refurbished it, so it is far better than new. The third vehicle is a 2S-6M Tunguska anti-aircraft artillery system, with 2 30mm radar or infrared-guided cannons, capable of a combined firing rate of 5,000 rounds per minute, plus 8 9M311M anti-aircraft missiles, capable of destroying low to medium-altitude targets out to a range of 10 kilometers. Bouchazi applauded along with the audience as the 3 weapon systems were towed right behind the unit members. It truly made a very impressive sight. Behind them, security and maintenance vehicles cruised slowly along the taxiway. These weapons represent the first time a reserve force has been given such advanced weapon systems, Bouchazi went on. I am proud to award this unit the Combat Ready Ribbon, which represents this unit's high marks in field exercises, testing, and inspections. I am pleased to present to you the officers and senior non-commissioned officers of each regiment. They are the most important element of this new, vital defense force that will ensure the security of our great nation. They have undergone a rigorous and intensive training program, trained not just to use these weapon systems, but in how to best deploy them in case of national emergency, to counter whatever threat exists to our great land and defeat them. They are some of the best I have ever had the pleasure of commanding, and I am proud of each and every one of them. As Bouchazi read the names and watched as the men came forward, he sensed a slight disturbance somewhere distant from the audience. He turned to look over his left shoulder, but saw nothing out of the ordinary. Plenty of security on hand to keep any curious onlookers from straying too close to the hardware. He read off a few more names, but still that feeling persisted, and so this time he turned fully around and studied the area. A security vehicle with blue flashing lights on the roof was escorting what appeared to be a technical maintenance vehicle, basically a medium-sized 8-ton truck with a small crane on the front to load and unload missiles and ammunition. Both were common sights. Why was he feeling so uneasy? Everything looked completely... And at that instant, the two vehicles quickly accelerated and headed straight for the ceremony area. And now Bouchazi could see a line of security cars and armored vehicles racing out of the hangar toward them, lights and sirens on, pursuing the two vehicles. "Get out!" Bouchazi shouted into the microphone. "Get out of here, now!" The crowd stood still, heads excitedly turning back and forth, but no one was moving. "I said run! Everyone run!" He turned to a couple of guards who were standing about 30 meters away, AK-47 rifles slung on their shoulders. "You, guards, stop those vehicles!" But it was too late. Bouchazi had enough time to run away from the podium toward the base operations building, wildly motioning for the crowd to follow him, when the truck plowed into the S-300 surface-to-air missile launcher. There was a small explosion, perhaps from a bit of gasoline ignited by a spark, and then seconds later, the 1,000 kilos of high explosives packed into the rear of the truck detonated. Bouchazi felt himself picked off his feet by a red-hot wave of energy, along with pieces of concrete, burning fuel and metal, and body parts, and flung through the air. Elliott Air Force Base, Nevada. That same time. "You're where?" U.S. Air Force Lieutenant General Patrick McClanahan smiled at the Vice President's astounded and somewhat angry tone. "I'm still at the lake, Maureen," he said. Even on a secure radio connection, he or anyone he knew never mentioned the name Groom Lake or even Elliott Air Force Base to anyone. The top-secret weapons and aerospace development and testing facility in the Nevada desert north of Las Vegas, named after its first controversial firebrand commander, Lieutenant General Brad Elliott, was always called the Lake. "Did you forget, Patrick? We have a meeting in Washington in 3 hours." "I didn't forget," Patrick said. "I'll be there." The other man in the back of the Air Force Blue Suburban with him, U.S. Air Force aerospace engineer and test pilot Captain Hunter Boomer Noble, smiled. Everyone at the High Technology Aerospace Weapons Center, or HAWC, nicknamed Dreamland, was wired with subcutaneous satellite transceivers that allowed worldwide two-way communications and the ability for the government to track and listen in on that person worldwide for life, and so he was accustomed to listening to persons talking into thin air. "Say hi to the Vice President for me, General," Noble said. Patrick nodded, and Boomer went on checking maintenance logs and reports on his tablet PC. "Who was that, Patrick?" Vice President Maureen Herschel asked from her office at the old executive office building in Washington, D.C. "Boomer said hi," Patrick said. "He's going to fly me to the meeting." "Fly you to the meeting? Why is he—" And then Maureen stopped. She had been briefed on this mission several days ago. She just didn't know that Patrick would be the one flying it. "You do know what you're doing, don't you?" she asked. "Don't worry. I'm looking forward to it." "Patrick—" "I'll be there," he asserted. "Gotta fly." "That's an understatement," Maureen said. "Call if you'll be late." "See you whenever." And the connection was broken, leaving his reply, "I love you," unheard except by Boomer Noble. Patrick stepped out of the Suburban with his flight helmet bag and took a deep breath, barely able to contain his excitement. The early morning air was crisp and cold, with barely a hint of a breeze. The sky was completely cloudless, as it was for much of the year in south-central Nevada. He and Boomer reviewed aircraft documents on the hood of the Suburban, signing off the various pages and transmitting the forms to Hawk's maintenance and records computers. "The bird's code 1 and ready to go, General," Boomer announced. "Let's get you to that meeting." He looked at the 3-star general standing beside him. Patrick was staring at something intently. "Something wrong, sir?" No, not a thing, Captain," Patrick responded. A huge grin spread across his face, and he looked at Noble with an unabashedly childlike expression. "Not a damned thing." Boomer looked at the object of Patrick's amazement, nodded knowingly, and took a deep breath himself. "Yes, sir, I know what you mean," he said. "I know exactly what you mean." Years ago, it was known as Aurora, the unclassified code name for America's first hypersonic reconnaissance plane, able to fly over 5 times the speed of sound. At the High Technology Aerospace Weapons Center that now owned all 5 of the prototypes, it was simply the XR-A9, Experimental Reconnaissance, Article 9. About the size of the SR-71 Blackbird recon plane it was meant to replace, it greatly resembled the Blackbird, with its thin wings and fuselage and jet-black skin. Its official, unclassified nickname was the Black Stallion, but everyone around Dreamland simply called it the Stud. As they walked toward the huge craft, more and more changes were evident. There were a number of odd-shaped nozzles around the nose and fuselage. This plane had no conventional aerodynamic flight controls like flaps, elevators, and ailerons. Instead, the XRA-9 used mission-adaptive technology that used microhydraulic actuators to change almost the entire surface of the wings and fuselage, making every part of the airplane a lift or drag device. Unlike the SR-71, this aircraft had 4 engines mounted underneath the fuselage, with a movable vane in the center of each elongated rectangular engine inlet and wide exhaust nozzles. After their walk-around, McClanahan and Noble climbed up the boarding ladder along the side of the plane. "Last chance, sir," Boomer said at the top of the boarding ladder and held out a small, round plastic container. The flight surgeon and other flyers had recommended that all flight crew members take anti-motion sickness medication. Promethazine hydrochloride was the most common. Before each flight, whether or not you had a history of motion sickness, but Patrick had steadfastly refused. "You'll thank me." "No thanks, Boomer," Patrick said. "I've been airsick before, and it's not fun, but I don't like taking any kind of medication." "Where we're going, it's different, sir," Boomer said. "If you don't need it, you won't feel any differently, but you don't want to be hurting through your whole trip. It'll ruin it for everyone, believe me." Patrick finally relented and took the pills. "Thanks, sir." He held out a gloved fist, and Patrick punched it. "Have a good flight, sir." "Have fun. I'll see you on the ground afterward." The XR-A9's interior was arranged in a tandem arrangement in 2 separately pressurized compartments, with the aircraft commander, or AC, in front and the mission commander, or MC, in back, like the SR-71 Blackbird spy plane or the F-15E Strike Eagle. The cockpit was cramped for such a large plane, and some contortions and quasi-gymnastics were necessary to get into the cockpit seats. Patrick silently cursed the extra 5 pounds he had put on recently and vowed once again to get rid of his now noticeable executive spread ASAP. There was a bit of hesitation and confused expressions when Patrick got ready to step into the forward aircraft commander's seat. Sir? "I'm flying this baby today, Boomer," Patrick said as he began to build his nest, arrange his personal and life support equipment in the cockpit just so. "I realize you're technically qualified, sir," Noble gently argued, "and you obviously know what you're doing. But I always—" "Not today, Captain," Patrick said, emphasizing the word captain. "I've played backseater long enough. I'm going to fly the hot jet." "But, sir, the flight plan says—" "Boomer, I'm flying the damned plane," Patrick insisted, almost in order. "You can fly along and back me up, or I'll find someone else to fly in the back." Patrick had to smile at the young officer's worried expression. That was exactly like my dad's expression when he handed over the keys of his car. "Why? Did you bend the car too, sir?" Patrick gave him a half-amused, half-irritated expression, which terminated the conversation. Once seated, both officers found the seats quite comfortable, hugging the body like a luxury sports car. There were no ejection seats on the XRA-9. Instead, it used the capsule ejection system found in the original B-1A bomber, in which the entire cockpit section separated from the rest of the aircraft and floated to Earth on 6 huge parachutes. Like the B-1 Lancer supersonic bomber and many fighter aircraft, Patrick found that a crew member wore the XR-A9 rather than sat in it. Which was a piece of cake for a young guy like Hunter Boomer Noble, just 23 years old, but problematical for a guy pushing 50 like Patrick McClanahan. But he was experienced, determined, and still in pretty damned good shape, thank you very much, and it took him only a few moments longer to get situated and strapped in than it did Boomer. The ground technicians had already performed the pre-flight, before power on, and before engine start checklists, but both crew members checked them again before allowing the computers to proceed with engine start. Like all of Dreamland's aircraft, checklists and most everything else were accomplished by computers and checked and monitored by humans. They merely prepared themselves to take over in case of a major malfunction, which was rare. Much of what the engineers did at Dreamland these days was design unmanned aircraft and convert formerly manned aircraft to unmanned ones. In fact, unmanned aircraft far outnumbered manned ones at Dreamland. 10 minutes after strapping in, the canopies motored shut and the aircraft was ready to taxi. There was no control tower at Elliott Air Force Base. Ground control and tower functions were handled by cameras and sensors that detected the position of any object larger than a rabbit for miles in any direction. Like most everything else, taxiing for takeoff was done by computers. The sensors and satellite-based navigation systems on board the aircraft were much more precise than a human's senses, and the bomber never left the yellow taxi lines as it lined up for takeoff. It was another opportunity for Patrick to think about all the oddities of not just this mission, but the entire XR-A9 program. Although Lieutenant General Patrick McLanahan was fully qualified to fly any aircraft based at Elliott Air Force Base, including the XR-A9, he always flew with a fully qualified pilot, but he was unaccustomed to flying with someone less than half his age. Hunter Boomer Noble was one of the new breed of men entering the 21st century aerospace industry, highly intelligent, highly motivated by technical challenges, if not geopolitics and military affairs, and completely unresponsive to the notion that there was just one way to do anything, or that anyone over the age of 30 knew anything about anything worthwhile. But in the cockpit, this young playboy test pilot was all business. "Ready to go, General?" Boomer asked. "Yep," Patrick replied, and he put his hands on the side stick controller and throttle. "I've got the airplane." Sir? I thought the rules said no manual takeoffs on operational test flights," Noble pointed out. "We've been working together for about a year, isn't that right, Boomer?" "Yes, sir." "Then you should know by now that if a 3-star general wants to fly the plane, even manually, you say, 'Yes, sir,' in a smart military manner, and then doing everything in your power to make sure he doesn't crash the plane." Boomer smiled and put on his oxygen visor. "Yes, sir. It's your ass, I guess." "That's more like it. I've got the airplane." "You got it, General." Boomer switched all of the navigation and flight control screens over to Patrick's super cockpit display and placed the engine and system monitor screens on his panel. "Aircraft configured for manual takeoff. Mission adaptive system set to auto navigation display set. Everything's in the green. You're ready for takeoff." "Roger. Brakes on," Patrick said. He applied the brakes, then slowly advanced the throttles. When he was at full military power, he let the brakes go, then eased the throttles into full afterburner. It did not take long for the Black Stallion to reveal its legacy as the fastest air-breathing aircraft in the world, as the speed built up quickly. It leapt off the runway in less than 3,000 feet and climbed at a dazzling 10,000 feet per minute to 40,000 feet. They proceeded to the air refueling track, which led westbound out over central California to the Pacific Ocean, then descended to 24,000 feet, rendezvoused with a Dreamland KC-77 tanker, a modified Boeing 777 airliner a few minutes later, made contact with the tanker's refueling boom, and started to take on fuel. The tanker made 2 contacts, the first to fill up the Black Stallion's jet fuel tanks in the wings and aft fuselage, and the second to transfer another substance into a separate, larger storage tank in the center fuselage section of the aircraft. The second transfer took much longer because the substance was much thicker than jet fuel, but after almost an hour the refueling was complete. The aircraft was now over 3 times heavier than it was at takeoff. The aircraft carried twice its own weight in fuel. If it had this same fuel load on the ground, it would never have been able to take off. After the tanker departed the area, Hunter reconfigured the bomber's computers for the next phase of flight, then began checking all of the engine and flight systems carefully. Patrick steered the Black Stallion north, then began a slow climb and gradually began applying full throttle. At full afterburner power at 40,000 feet about a minute later, they were at Mach 1.8, or about 1,400 miles an hour. "Airflow is stabilized and is in the green. Lasers ready. We're ready to spike the Leopards, General," Boomer reported. "Let's see what this thing has under the hood," Patrick said. He hit a small control stud on the side stick control and spoke. "Spike engines." "Engines spiking." "Stop spike," the female computer-synthesized voice responded, adding the command to stop as a reminder. The airspeed slowed to Mach 1.6, enough to tug at their shoulder harnesses. On the front of each engine, heat-tolerant vanes extended across the engine inlets, diverting airflow around the fan blades and compressor section of the engines. As the air was turned, it was also mixed with tiny amounts of jet fuel and compressed. As the air-fuel mixture was squeezed, several diode laser emitters in each engine ignited it, and the jet exhaust was forced out of the back. The airspeed almost immediately jumped back up to Mach 1.8 and quickly rose, exceeding Mach 2, 3, 4, and even began approaching Mach 5. The vertical velocity readout was equally as impressive. As the airspeed increased, the pitch angle became steeper, and the Black Stallion climbed faster. The LPDRS, or Laser Pulse Detonation Rocket System, nicknamed Leopards, was Boomer's engine design that would change the face of high-speed travel. The LPDRS engines were a new generation of advanced rocket engines that used instantaneous pulsed detonation of jet fuel using blasts of laser energy, producing 50% more thrust than the conventional chemical rocket engines. Patrick was squished back into his seat as the Leopard's engines began their high-frequency, hammer-like pulsing, and the spaceplane rapidly picked up speed. Finally, the engines began to throttle back, and the pitch angle decreased until they were straight and level again. The curvature of the Earth began to become apparent, although a few thunderheads on the horizon seemed to reach their altitude. All engines stabilized and running perfectly at Mach 4.51, Boomer reported a few minutes later. We're level at flight level 800. 80,000 feet. Incredible, Patrick breathed. Simply incredible. Almost 5 times the speed of sound. He glanced at the engine readouts. And I don't even detect any fuel burn at this speed. The lasers are hot enough to ignite the compressed air, but we use a few hundred pounds of fuel an hour to help the process along, Boomer said. He checked some position readouts, then said, We can turn eastward now, and I can have you in Washington in about 40 minutes, sir. You could. But that's not why I came on this ride, Boomer, Patrick said. Besides, we have a job to do, too. This isn't just a taxi ride. Let's do it. Yes, sir, Noble said excitedly. He checked some more readouts, then, Ready for suborbital burn, sir. Roger that, Patrick said. He took one last sip of water from a canteen, then flipped his oxygen visor back in place, tightened up all of his straps, and situated himself in his seat. Here we go, he said. Computer, commence suborbital insertion burn. Commence suborbital insertion burn. Cancel suborbital insertion burn, the computer responded. When the countermanding order was not received, the computer said, LPDRS engines activated. Ignition in 3, 2, 1, 0. At that moment, they heard 4 distinctive and rather unnerving bark sounds reverberating through the fuselage, and the XRA-9 suddenly accelerated so fast that a puff of air was forced out of Patrick's lips. Patrick's vision blurred and tunnel-visioned as his eyeballs were squished against his skull. But the last thing he saw clearly was the airspeed jumping past Mach 5, less than a minute after main engine start. As the airspeed increased, the flight control computer nosed the XRA-9 higher and higher, until their climb rate now exceeded 100,000 feet per minute. At that point, the readout switched to thousands of feet per second, 2, 5, then 10,000 feet per second. The Mach numbers, or times above the speed of sound, were approaching double digits. Once above 300,000 feet at the edge of space, the spikes in the inlets of the 4 LPDRS engines closed even more. Instead of using the atmosphere to burn jet fuel, the Leopard's engines used borohydrogen tetroxide, or BOHM, nicknamed BOOM as the oxidizer. The thick, soupy substance was 100 times more efficient as liquid oxygen and increased the specific thrust of each engine by several thousand%. As the numbers climbed, so did the G-forces. The number of times the forces of gravity was being exceeded on the human body. Patrick had pulled as much as 12 Gs before, but only for a few seconds at a time. The G-forces now were not excessive, only about 2.75 Gs, times the force of gravity, but it had been going on for a relatively long time, something that Patrick was definitely not accustomed to. Patrick practiced moving his arms to activate switches on the instrument panel in case voice commands didn't work, which was a real possibility since his chest felt like someone was sitting on it, and it took effort and control to breathe, let alone speak. Patrick began to feel as if he had been tackled by the entire Penn State linebacker squad. His vision blurred, then tunneled, and the air was forced out of his lungs. Fortunately, the life support system immediately sensed this and started shooting pure oxygen into his lungs under pressure to keep him from asphyxiating. Although he was quite uncomfortable, the pressure was not painful, just disconcerting. Could a crew member stand this kind of pressure, flight after flight? He wondered. How long could someone serve with the Black Stallion before something bad happened? After what seemed like an eternity, but he knew from flying the simulator that it was less than 8 minutes, the engines shut down. Suddenly the cockpit was deathly quiet and the G-forces, which had built up to about 4 times the normal force of gravity, stopped suddenly as well. The sudden quiet and relief from the pressure on his chest made Patrick pause in fear. What caused that sudden stoppage? Was everything okay? Was this the end? General? Patrick found he had his eyes closed and his breathing had all but stopped. General, sir! Still no response. Then louder, Yo, Muck! Patrick took a deep breath, like a freediver coming up from 3 minutes underwater, then blurted out, What? Welcome to space, General, Boomer said. Patrick opened his eyes, and he saw the Earth from space for the first time. The view was simply unbelievable. He had to look on his super cockpit display to see what he was looking at. It was Northern California and Nevada, all the way from Lake Tahoe to the Pacific Ocean, at least 500 miles in all directions. The edge of the Earth was rimmed in bluish-white. The sky was absolutely stark black. He still had a sense of altitude and velocity. He could discern differences in altitude of peaks of the Sierra Nevada mountain range, and he could see enough ground details to get a feeling of how fast they were traveling over the ground. As he watched in absolute awe, the Bitterroot Mountains hove into view, and on the horizon he could start to see the snow-capped Rocky Mountains. The speed was amazing. We made it, Patrick breathed, quickly regaining his composure. Station check. In the green up here, General, Boomer said. You okay up there, sir? I'm in the green. He moved his arms and shoulders experimentally, then took a couple deep breaths. Everything seems okay. How did the stud do? Another typical suborbital insertion, Boomer said casually. Altitude 74.21 miles, velocity Mach 12.128. Fuel flows looked a little high on number 4. I'll give that a check when we get back. Good job, General. You just earned your astronaut wings. Any flight above 60 miles is considered a space shot. Thanks, Boomer. He tore his eyes away from the beauty and grandeur around him and checked all of his instruments, flipping quickly through all of the different display pages on the super cockpit screen. On course, on speed, he reported. Fuel levels in the green. Always the navigator, eh, General? Boomer chided him. Sit back and enjoy the ride, sir. You're in space. Only a handful of humans have ever done this. The air inside the cockpit was filled with tiny bits of floating dust and dirt, and the occasional tiny washer, which Patrick collected and put into a plastic bag. He then took a pencil from a storage compartment near his right elbow and let it go in front of his face to watch it hover in midair. He had done that a few times in terrestrial aircraft, putting it in a gentle dive so the object fell at the same speed as the aircraft, making it seem weightless. But that had lasted only seconds, and the windscreen had been filled with clouds, or the ground coming up to meet him. This would last for a lot longer period of time, and his windscreen was still filled with clouds on Earth, but at this rate, he wouldn't hit it for quite some time. Feeling okay up there, General? Boomer asked. No problems so far, Patrick said. That wasn't quite true, but he wasn't going to admit anything else. He had been fortunate in his Air Force career and had only been airsick a couple times, during really violent maneuvers or disorienting, smoky, tense situations as in combat, but he never suffered from plain motion sickness. Right now there were no violent maneuvers going on. There was stress, certainly. They were over 70 miles in space, cruising at almost 7,000 miles an hour, but in microgravity, With no real sense of up or down, he could feel that creeping queasiness building in the pit of his stomach. The shoulder and lap belts helped to maintain his sense of weight and orientation, and he had to turn his attention to his assigned tasks instead of stare out the windscreen and think about how high up he was, or even try to determine which way was up. Despite Boomer's rakish tone and the immense beauty outside, it was not hard for Patrick to turn his mind to the task at hand. This was not simply a joyride. They had work to do. Patrick made several radio calls and entered commands into his computer terminal. "We're ready for payload release," he announced a few minutes later. "Range reports clear. Bomb doors coming open. Meteor away. Doors closed." The BDU-58 Meteor was a simple orbital delivery system designed specifically for the XRA-9. It was nothing more than a large, heat-shielded container fitted with a liquid fuel rocket booster, guidance system, data link communications system, and payload release mechanisms. Once the BDU-58 was released, the first-stage rocket motor pushed the weapon down and away from the Black Stallion, then up on a tongue of fire into its own Earth orbit. Once in orbit, the Meteor's rocket engine could push the aircraft out of orbit, change course, or propel it to a higher or differently shaped orbit, depending on the payload. After releasing its payload, the Meteor could be deorbited and allowed to burn up in the atmosphere, or it could be retrieved by another spacecraft, brought back to Earth, and reused. On this mission, the Meteor carried 3 inert test articles, each weighing about 1,200 pounds. The Meteor would be deorbited at a particular point in its orbit, penetrating all the way through the atmosphere in order to protect the test articles inside. Then each test article would be released at different altitudes above the target area. Each test article had a triple-mode guidance system that would locate targets using millimeter-wave radar, infrared, and satellite steering signals, but then each test article would tell the other which target it was tracking and the quality of its target identification and lock, so the other test articles could locate and attack other targets. The test articles had tiny winglets that allowed it to home in precisely to its target or glide long distances if necessary to locate targets. When released from extremely high altitudes, the test articles could glide for as far as 200 miles or loiter over an area for several minutes searching for targets. "Payload released successfully, bay doors closed," Patrick reported. "It'll make 2 orbits, then attack its targets inside the White Sands missile test range." "I'd hate to be under those bad boys when they come in," Boomer remarked. "Okay, sir, we'll alter course slightly southeast, then in exactly 11 minutes and 9 seconds, we'll start our descent for Washington. Let me brief you on the descent procedures." "I've got a better idea, Boomer," Patrick interrupted. "How about we take her up?" "Up? You want to go to a higher altitude?" "No. Let's take it up. Into orbit." "Are you sure, sir? That wasn't on the flight plan." "I'm sure. But during takeoff, I'm okay, Boomer. Really. Maybe I blacked out a bit, but I feel fine now." "I'm thinking about re-entry, that's all," Boomer said. "The G-forces are heavier and more sustained." "I'll be fine, Captain," Patrick said, adding the formal title Captain again to signify his desire to terminate the discussion. "Yes, sir." There was only a slight hesitation as Boomer considered whether or not to use his prerogative and not to do this, but he decided that the required phase of this flight had been accomplished. If the general became incapacitated, it wouldn't affect mission completion. Besides, what aviator wouldn't want to fly into orbit if he had the chance? "Ready when you are, General," Noble responded. "Let me make a few changes to the flight plan and get them entered into the computer." It took only a few minutes, with Patrick carefully monitoring Boomer's inputs and the computer's responses. Done. "Isn't there anyone you need to call first? Don't we need to get permission from someone?" "Nope. Let's do it." "Got it, sir. I've got computer control and engine monitoring. I've got the aircraft. You got the Leopards. Ready anytime you are. Here we go." Patrick pressed the voice command button. "Computer, orbital burn." "Ready for orbital burn." "Stop orbital burn," the computer responded. "LPDRS engines reporting ready. Engines firing in 3, 2, 1. Now." Patrick had steeled himself for the push, but he never expected the punch he received as the high-tech rocket engines fired off. Because there was less atmosphere to let airspeed build up more gradually as before, the shove was 10 times worse than takeoff. Patrick used every ounce of strength he possessed to keep his legs and stomach taut, forcing every milliliter of blood to stay in the upper part of his body. Soon he found doing the H maneuver wasn't that necessary, because soon he had to pressure breathe against the regulators forcing oxygen into his helmet. In a reversal of the normal breathing mechanism, he had to carefully sip the high-pressure oxygen into his lungs, then forcibly push carbon dioxide out. If he tried to breathe normally, the high-pressure oxygen would pop his lungs like overfilled balloons.
"General McClanahan, I'm okay, Boomer," Patrick grunted.
He strained to look out the side of the canopy toward Earth, but he couldn't see anything, and the G-forces pressed painfully on his neck and vertebra.
"Keep your head and back still, sir. The boost isn't a good time for sightseeing. I figured that out real quick, Boomer. 90 seconds left. How are you doing?" "Okay."
Even saying one letter was difficult, like talking while facing into a hurricane.
"No
And then Patrick felt his chest shudder and his vision tunneled and spun. He grunted out the bad air even harder, then had to fight to keep the pain down as he slowly, carefully let the high-pressure oxygen refill his lungs.
"General, can you hear me?"
I'm going to cut off.
No, keep going."
Patrick wasn't sure if he meant it, but he did hear the words come out of his gritted teeth, and the pressure and the pain remained, so Noble must have heard him. It seemed to take an hour, but in fact it was over in less than 60 seconds. Patrick barked out of breath, forgot to reverse breathe, and was surprised when he took a deep breath and the pain didn't come back.
Station check," he snapped.
"MC's in the green, sir," Boomer replied.
"AC's in the green,"
Patrick said before checking his oxygen, cockpit pressurization, and mission displays.
"That was a hairy one, sir," Boomer said. "I hope it was worth it."
"Take a look." He looked, and he gasped in surprise, despite himself. The horizon was no longer flat in any direction. It was all curvature now. Out the right side he could see all of the New England states and beyond almost to Nova Scotia, and out the left he thought he could see all of the Great Lakes to the very western tip of Lake Superior. The ground was sliding under them at an amazing speed.
"Are we?"
17,100 miles an hour. Mach 26.021. Altitude crept up a little to 87.89 miles, Boomer said. "Welcome to low Earth orbit. You've really earned your astronaut's wings now."
"How did I do?"
"A little worse than last time, although you kept on pressure breathing. Instead of screaming, you were grunting like Atlas lifting the weight of the world onto his shoulders," Boomer said. Patrick silently thanked the aerospace medical and life support technicians for repeatedly drilling the pressure breathing routine into him while preparing for this mission. He doubted he was lucid enough to consciously do the drill. The G-forces hit hardest going from Mach 15 to Mach 26. "Sit back and relax for a few minutes, sir, and then I'll brief the re-entry procedures." The coast of Canada slid underneath them, and minutes later Greenland came into view. The scenery changed with amazing speed. It seemed every time Patrick did a computer check or read a procedure, then looked up again, he was in a completely new corner of the globe. He could see the southern coast of Ireland, with the British Islands and the coast of Europe already in view on the horizon. He could see London, Brussels, Paris, and all the way to Hamburg to the north. Soon they were over Eastern Europe, with Moscow on the very horizon to the east and the Black Sea stretching out before them. "I'll bet the Ruskies don't appreciate us flying over their territory like this," Boomer said.
"Ask me if I care," Patrick said.
He motioned toward the horizon. "Ever get shot at, Boomer?"
"Shot at?"
he asked. As if on cue, a warning tone blared, and the computer reported, "Search radar active." The computer did not identify the radar signal or even attempt to classify it except as a search radar. "The Russians have a pretty good anti-ballistic missile base on the Kola Peninsula that has the capability of reaching us," Patrick said. "The SA-21 BOA missile is Russia's version of our ground-based interceptor, the Star Wars Missile Defense Anti-Missile System. It's supposed to be in initial deployment testing right there." He pointed at a spot on the ground. "It has a max altitude range of 120 miles. "You're kidding me! You guys in Dreamland need to get more intelligence briefings before you take these things for a ride," Patrick said. He pointed at the threat display on their computer screens. "Your software needs to be updated too, because I'll bet that's their ABM tracking radar we're picking up. They're tracking us and probably the meteor as well. I've flown this track at least 3 times, and no one's ever said anything to me. That's because no one officially knows what you're doing, Patrick said. NORAD can see and track you, of course, and they may even suspect you're a Dreamland bird, but they'll never start an inquiry except at the very highest levels, and it'll stop right away once they confirm who you are. It's up to you to get the intel you need. Yes, sir, Boomer said. You get to feel pretty safe up here. You can't afford to. Not in this day and age, Patrick said. I'll start sending you a daily file on global threats, and I'll get the techs at Air Intelligence Agency to get you the software to update your threat receiver. You may have to replan your missions accordingly, depending on the geopolitical situation. We don't need to get permission to fly in space over Russia, do we? Legally, space is open to all nations, Patrick said. Russia usually doesn't squawk when a new spacecraft flies overhead. They would certainly like nothing more than to bring down an XRA-9 or at least study it, but since we can go in and out of orbit so easily, they may complain. If they complain loud enough, we'll stop. Maybe. Both crew members were on high alert for any sign of danger until they were well past the area. Things were quiet for several minutes. Soon, Patrick heard through his subcutaneous transceiver, "Luger to McClanahan. Go ahead, Dave. You received a go." "Roger that." On intercom, McClanahan said, "Give me payload command, Boomer." Noble hit a key. "Transferring payload command now. I've got flight command." "Thank you." McClanahan's multifunction displays now showed the status of the BDU-58 Meteor device. He hit a few keys, then casually announced, "I'm having a problem with the Meteor. It's not responding to commands. Everything looks normal. Relay network, data link, orbital control computers, but it's not responding." "Want me to look at it, General?" Boomer asked. "I'll give my command override one more try, then turn it over to you." But a few moments later, "Still no good. I'll take flight control, Boomer, and you take payload control. I've got the spacecraft." "You've got the spacecraft." Noble checked the payload control displays. Sure enough, the Meteor was just completing its deorbit push burn and was quickly losing altitude. He tried to command the device to stop its burn, translate around and boost itself back to its correct orbit, but nothing happened. "No response," he said dejectedly. "It almost looks like your command override is locking out any other attempts to change trajectory." "I know, but I never entered my override code," Patrick said. "It already locked me out, and my code can't override it. I can try to recycle the payload control computers." "Go for it," Patrick said. Noble switched off both payload control computers, then turned them back on again and let them boot up. As soon as they were back and running, Noble tried again. "The computers look like they're fine, but your override command is still not letting any other commands to be entered. Should I try to have Elliot send an override command?" "I already tried that, but let's try it again now that we've recycled the computers," Patrick said. But nothing happened. The master command code radioed from Mission Command at Elliott Air Force Base did no good. "Looks like the master override command was received, but the payload command system is still locked up," Noble said. He tried several more times but was still unsuccessful. "That's a bummer, sir," he said. "It's coming down and there's nothing we can do about it. Sorry about that." He checked some more displays. "Looks like it's going to hit in central Iran. That's pretty uninhabited territory. I don't think it'll hurt anyone. The Iranians will probably find it, though." "If they do, all they'll find are hunks of metal," Patrick said woodenly. "You take flight control again and get us ready for deorbit and landing. I'll report this incident to the Pentagon." "You got it, General," Noble said, and he got to work on entering and checking the computer routine for deorbiting the spacecraft. South-central Iran, near Zarand, Kerman province. That same time. 90 seconds to launch, sir," the launch control officer announced. "Launch pads are clear, all weapons reporting fully functional." "Very well," Brigadier General Kamal Joram, commander of the 2nd Rocket Brigade of the Pasdaran-e Galab, or Iranian Revolutionary Guards Corps, responded. He smiled and nodded resolutely as he monitored the pre-launch procedures from the command vehicle. Ever since taking command of this operational test unit, he had been driven to succeed, and his vision was finally taking shape. The Shahab series of ballistic missiles represented the cutting edge of Iranian military technology, even more than its fighter aircraft, air defense systems, and submarines. After years of pleading, arguing, and cajoling his superiors for additional funding, the fruits of his labor were ready to be demonstrated this morning. This missile was the most advanced of the Shahab series now in operation. The Shahab 5, codenamed Takht, or Throne. The model being tested today was a 3-stage rocket with 2 liquid-fueled boosters stacked upon one another, plus a small, solid-motor 3rd stage. Although Iran never officially discussed details about its military arsenal, when launch tests were scheduled, the Shahab 5 was described as a space launch vehicle, and it certainly had the capability of placing a satellite into orbit. But more importantly, it was also capable of carrying 1,000 kilograms to any target in Israel, the Persian Gulf, half of Africa, most of Europe, and even western China. It was extremely accurate and reliable, thanks to improvements made over the original North Korean Taepodong-2 missile technology. Although this was an above-ground pad launch, the other 3 mission-ready Shahab 5 missiles operated by the Iranian Revolutionary Guards arsenal were housed in below-ground, hardened silos, which gave them added security and protection from attack. Which was necessary, because the 3 ballistic missiles carried nuclear warheads. Iran had purchased Chinese 350-kiloton nuclear warheads from North Korea years ago, along with a variety of test rockets and anti-ship missiles, in exchange for generous oil and natural gas shipments, and had worked for over 5 years to fit the warheads on the North Korean-derived missiles. With today's successful test, this missile carried 2 independently targeted dummy re-entry vehicles. Iran's intermediate-range nuclear ballistic missile could be declared fully operational, making it the first Islamic country with a nuclear strike capability. Joram glanced up at the last security zone report. It was 10 minutes old. A good commando squad could move 2 kilometers in 10 minutes. It was unacceptable. I want all security zone officers to update their security status immediately. Right away, sir. Update guidance system alignment at 0, minus 60 seconds. The clock ticked by. It seemed to get slower and slower every second. Finally, inertial measuring units updated, alignment is well within Class 1 tolerances. Joram went over to the guidance control officer's console and hit the button that told the difference between the inertial navigation system's position, heading, and velocity values versus those of the last fix. They were indeed well within tolerances. He checked the master target coordinates and verified them against the flight plan. Good. All was in order. His targets were sets of geographical coordinates in the northern Indian Ocean, about 2,000 kilometers downrange. The target area was surrounded by Iranian patrol vessels and warships that would document the test package's accuracy, as well as to keep out any spy ships. But the general secretly hoped that an Israeli or American submarine or spy satellite would be on hand to witness the results of this important test flight, because he knew it was going to be a successful one. And then the world would know that Iran had a powerful, fast-response weapon that could threaten any enemy. Very well, Joram said. Prepare to release batteries on my order. There was a brief flurry of activity on another console as the master launch crew ran their checklists, then waited for ready indications from the individual controllers. Normally, a Shahab 5 launched via commands issued from the master control vehicle, transmitted by radio with a hardwire fiber optic cable backup, but each launcher was able to launch independently as well, and they had to be prepared to do so in an instant if communications were cut or jammed. Joram watched carefully, making sure all proper procedures were being followed. Standing by, sir. Send to all units, stand by for launch. Joram picked up the phone data-linked directly via satellite to Pasdaran headquarters at Dashan Tapa Air Base in Tehran. He listened for the encrypted satellite link to connect, then spoke. Faraz, this is Haydar, Soroush. I say again, Soroush. Reza, the reply came. Reza, acknowledge. Haydar copies Reza, Joram responded. Out. He turned to his command post controller. Send to all units. At that instant there was a loud bang, like a car accident, but 10 times as loud, reverberating the walls of the command vehicle. Sir, lost connectivity with unit. There was another loud crunch of metal, followed by a tremendous explosion that shook the command vehicle and its tires. Stay at your posts, Joram shouted. Secure all systems and prepare to move immediately. The general dashed out of the command vehicle, knowing that it was a violation of procedures to open the pressurized cab, but he had to see for himself what was going on. He stepped into the airlock, sealed the door behind him, donned a chemical weapon protective mask and gloves, undogged the outer door, and stepped out. into the midst of a raging inferno. The Shahab-5 missile launch pad to the northwest was ablaze, with thousands of liters of burning rocket fuel spreading quickly across the ground in all directions. He picked up the phone inside the airlock. "Move the command vehicle 1 kilometer to the northeast and do it now, or you will all roast to death within 60 seconds. Go!" He sealed the outer door to the command cab and jumped clear of the vehicle just as the hydraulic legs began to retract. How in hell could this happen? Joram shouted to himself. They were at least 20 kilometers from the nearest bit of civilization, and they had 300 security personnel deployed all around this area. It was impossible for any commando to... And out of a corner of an eye he saw it, a flash of dawn sunlight in the sky directly overhead. He stood, transfixed, as his eyes scanned, then saw another glint of light even closer this time, headed right for him. The command vehicle had moved no more than 50 meters away when the object from the sky slammed into it, directly in the center. The metal top of the vehicle splintered and collapsed like balsa wood, then blasted straight up into the sky as the power transformers, backup batteries, and high-pressure air conditioning units inside ruptured and exploded. In seconds, huge, belching streams of fire were gushing from the top and bottom of his command vehicle. As he watched, he saw several more objects hit the vehicles again, but of course by that time, they were consumed by the immense fireballs that were once his rocket and command post. They were under attack. Joram screamed at himself as he watched his launcher and command vehicles ablaze. Someone had launched some sort of precision-guided weapon at them from above that destroyed them almost instantly. Realizing immediately that there was nothing he could do to rescue any of his comrades from the twin infernos, his thoughts turned to the investigation that he knew would commence within hours. No one was going to believe him when he reported that it was an attack. His superiors would argue that it was some sort of malfunction or error in pre-launch procedures. He knew better, but he had to do his best to convince his commanders of it. If he survived the inquisition and punishment phase that he knew was going to begin very soon, he vowed he would find out who carried out this attack from the sky and do everything he could humanly do to avenge himself on him. God willing, he was going to make them pay. Chapter 1. If you're looking for a sure way to make enemies, change something. President Woodrow Wilson. The White House, Washington, D.C., a short time later. "Is this how you usually get into the White House, sir?" Captain Hunter Noble asked as they turned into a guarded underground parking structure a couple blocks from 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. "Only when I'm in a flight suit," Lieutenant General Patrick McClanahan responded. Both he and Noble still wore the plain black Dreamland-style flight suits they were wearing on their suborbital flight in the XR-A9 spaceplane less than 2 hours ago. "The boss thought we might attract too much attention going in the main entrance. Doesn't want to be seen with the line grunts, eh? Doesn't want to have to explain you, me, and the stud to the world. Yet," Patrick corrected him. "Believe me, the president is on our side. Once the stud goes public, I'm sure he'll want to be the first sitting president to fly in space." In the very back part of the parking garage, they came upon a nondescript, locked steel door with a sign on it that read, "Danger High Voltage." Patrick opened a hidden panel a few steps away, punched in a code into a keypad, returned to the steel door, and waited. Moments later, Boomer heard a buzzing noise, and Patrick pulled the door open. They stepped inside a very small, dark room, and Patrick secured the steel door behind them. A few moments later, they heard another buzzing sound, and Patrick pulled another door open. They entered a long, dark, concrete-floored hallway illuminated with bare light bulbs wired up with surface conduit. Steel and PVC pipes snaked overhead, some leaking. The air was dank, and it felt most definitely claustrophobic. "Ooh, secret hallway," Noble murmured. "Very cloak and dagger. I suppose there are lots of these hidden hallways around the Capitol. I suppose. I only know about 2 of them, and the one between the Pentagon and the White House isn't that secret. I didn't know about that one." It was a very long walk, during which they passed several cameras in the ceiling. At the end of the seemingly endless hallway, there was yet another steel security door. Patrick picked up a telephone on the wall and spoke briefly to someone inside. The door buzzed, and Patrick pulled it open. They entered another small room with a uniformed Secret Service guard sitting behind a thick bulletproof glass. Patrick and Boomer exchanged ID cards for ID necklaces, signed in, and were buzzed inside. The hallway they entered was just barely nicer than the long tunnel they just crossed. It was carpeted and better lit, but it still had that musty, wet smell and feel to it. "Your usual entrance, sir?" Boomer asked. "That was one of the Secret Service alternate entryways and emergency exits," Patrick explained. "They let me use it when I need to. It's closer to my office." They weaved around boxes of files stacked up in the hallway and old copy machines scattered here and there, then went down another flight of stairs to an even dirtier, mustier level. There were even fewer signs of life down here. Boomer had a peek into an open lavatory door, which looked like a 50s-era Army barracks latrine with a concrete floor, complete with large drain in the middle, trough urinal, open showers, polished metal mirrors, metal shelves for towels and cleaning supplies, and very dated toilets and sinks, although it was clean enough. The door they entered was a few down from the latrine, and unlike most of the other ones on this floor, it was thick, new-looking, and well-maintained. Inside, the feel was actually pretty comfortable. Thick, light-colored carpeting, plastered sheetrock walls with a few photographs and award plaques on them, a coffee pot and small refrigerator, computers, copy machines, a couple upholstered chairs, a convertible sofa, nice bookshelves, and a small but nice desk. "Nice office, General," Boomer commented. "After seeing your latrine, I was expecting the modern version of the dungeons in the Tower of London." "That's exactly what it was before I started working on it," Patrick said. "I'm not much of a handyman, but I think I did okay. They don't encourage self-help projects in the White House, but I think they took pity on me down here. Make yourself comfortable." He picked up the phone and punched a button. "Hi, Miss Parks? General McClanahan here." "Yes, just got in." "Yes, he's here too." "Utilities okay, do you think?" "That's all the captain has." "Okay, we're on our way." Boomer had just made his way over to the coffee machine and was just getting out supplies. "Sorry, no time," he said, as he replaced the receiver on its cradle. "We'll get some coffee upstairs." "Upstairs? You mean—" "Yep. Let's go." "Then I gotta use your facilities first, sir," Boomer said, and he stepped quickly to use the latrine. His ears were fairly buzzing with excitement, and he found his own plumbing wouldn't work as advertised, so he gave up, washed up, took a nervous gulp of water, ignoring the old, corroded fixtures, and headed out. They retraced their steps upstairs, then walked up one more flight of stairs beyond where they entered. The sights, sounds, and smells were noticeably better now. They passed by a dining hall where Boomer recognized several politicians and senior White House staff members from TV. They ascended one more flight of stairs, had their IDs checked yet again by a plainclothes Secret Service agent, and made their way into a circular outer office with a secretary, pictures of presidents on the walls, a fireplace with a small sitting area with a couch and several chairs before it, and several more chairs arrayed against the walls, most of them occupied. There seemed to be an almost constant parade of persons coming and going down the hallway leading to the Oval Office. "Who are all these people?" Boomer asked. "Congressmen, senators, aides, staffers, assistants, constituents, reporters, you name it. They flow through this place constantly," Patrick responded quietly. "Is it always this chaotic?" "Yep, 24/7. Not only does this place never sleep, it never even rests." At that moment, Vice President Maureen Harshall emerged from the doorway leading to the cabinet room, walking alongside Secretary of Defense Joseph Gardner. Gardner, the former two-term senator from Florida and Secretary of the Navy, was an immensely popular and well-liked politician, widely considered a frontrunner in the upcoming presidential elections. Tall, impossibly handsome, and instantly likable, he was one of the most influential and important members of Kevin Martindale's administration. He whispered something into Maureen Herschel's ear as they headed out of the cabinet room, and it made Patrick feel good to see her smile and laugh. As if sensing Patrick's presence, she turned, saw him, and gave him a relieved, pleased smile. She nodded at Gardner and let him pass, then gave Attorney General Ken Phoenix a few parting words, clasped him on the shoulder, then motioned to Patrick with 2 fingers. Phoenix, a younger-looking clone of President Kevin Martindale, with longish dark hair, thin glasses, and piercing dark eyes, shook his head woefully at Patrick as they passed in the hallway. "You should have brought your flying helmet, General," he whispered to him as he flipped open his cell phone. "You're going to need it." "Thanks for the heads up, sir," Patrick said. Patrick motioned for Boomer to follow him. Maureen Herschel intercepted Patrick in the hall just outside the door to the cabinet room. She had always been trim and shapely, but the office had taken a toll on her and made her thin. She kept her brown hair long but tied up in a French braid behind her head, off the collar of her brown business suit, which only served to make her face seem even thinner. Her blue eyes still shined behind her simple rimless glasses, but the worry and edginess of her position had deepened the lines around those beautiful eyes. "I knew you wouldn't make it," she said. "Sorry." He reached out with his right hand and touched her left in their little expression of love in that very public of places, but her hand was as cold as stone, as cold as her voice. "Traffic was murder." "I don't think anyone's in the mood for jokes, Patrick," she said. She gave Boomer a nod and shook his hand. "You two okay?" "We're fine, Miss Vice President," Noble said. "Good." She was all business again. "It'll be you two meeting with the President, myself, SecDef, NCA, and CJCS. The press somehow got wind of the spaceplane proposal, and they might have info on the flight you just took." "We knew they would, ma'am." "Why is that? The project is supposed to be classified." "We began daylight ops 2 weeks ago, Miss Vice President," Patrick said. She noticed Maureen's eyes narrow a bit when Patrick addressed her formally. She knew it was only proper, but she felt isolated and detached from him whenever he did it. "I warned everyone it was going to be just a matter of time before it was all over the press. We saw the first lake spotter reports 4 days later on the internet. We were notified that the report was coming out in tomorrow's paper just this morning," Maureen said. "No requests, no opportunity to squash it, just notification. Everyone's pissed." "It's no secret who wants what, Miss Vice President," Patrick said. "Congress has made that quite clear. Everyone has got their own ideas, and none of them include the stud." "You're still going with your original recommendations, Patrick?" "Yes, ma'am." Maureen's lips went hard and straight with concern, but she nodded. Miss Parks, the Oval Office assistant, approached and informed her that the meeting had been moved to the Oval Office, and the President was waiting. "Okay. Ready?" "Ready." He tried to reach out again to her, but she had already spun on her heel and headed toward the door to the Oval Office. He swallowed his feeling of dejection, then turned to Hunter. "Ready to do it, Boomer?" Patrick whispered. "Do I have time to change my shorts first, sir?" Noble asked. "Negative. Follow me." Maureen peeked through the peephole in the door, saw nothing out of the ordinary, knocked lightly, then thrust open the door, and before Boomer knew it, they were inside. Like much of the rest of the place he had seen, the Oval Office was not the largest or most ornate office he had ever been in. In fact, it was pretty plain. Boomer expected that, but what he was waiting for was the experience of feeling the aura of power that was supposed to emanate from this historic room. This was the place, he knew, where hundreds of decisions a day were made affecting the lives of billions of people all over the world, where the word of a single man could commit the resources of the most powerful nation ever to inhabit the planet to a goal. But he didn't sense that either. This was a workaday office. He felt nothing more. No sooner had they walked into the room than the outer office assistant came in and handed papers to the Secretary of Defense, Joseph Gardner, and hustled out, only to be followed by someone else a few moments later. There was no sense of anticipation, no excitement, nothing, really, except for a sense of business, perhaps with a slight undercurrent of uncertainty and urgency. The one thing he did notice was the large rug in the middle of the room with the presidential seal on it. Boomer knew that before World War II, the eagle's head had been turned toward the 13 arrows it was clutching in its talons. After World War II, President Harry Truman redesigned the seal so that the eagle's head was turned toward the olive branches, signifying a desire and emphasis for peace. But after the attacks on the United States, President Martindale ordered the eagle's head on the seal turned back toward the arrows, signifying America's de facto perpetual readiness for war. Boomer wasn't sure if he agreed with that sentiment or not, but clearly the president did, and it hung heavy like a fog in the famous historic room. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Army General William Glenbrook, looked as if he was going to get to his feet when Maureen Herschel stepped into the room, but he kept his seat. Apparently, there was some informal but clearly understood rule that no one rose for the vice president entering any executive office unless she was the senior official present or unless the president did, and he was too distracted by his chief of staff, former U.S. House of Representatives Majority Leader Carl Minden, to notice. Minden himself noticed, but he only scowled and turned back to whatever he was showing the president. Finally, the president impatiently looked up from his desk, wondering when his next meeting was going to start, and finding the participants waiting on him. Kevin Martindale was a long-time fixture on Capitol Hill and the White House. A former congressman and former two-term vice president, he served one term as president before being defeated by the ultra-isolationist Jeffersonian Party candidate Thomas Thorne. He had been gearing up for another run at the presidency when the Russian Air Force attacked the United States. Amidst Thorne's decision not to seek a second term, and with only 20% voter turnout, Martindale and Herschel, the only candidates to run for the White House that year, were elected. "Well, well, the Rocket Boys," he said jovially. "Welcome home." "Thank you, Mr. President," Patrick responded. "Nice to be home." Per protocol, he waited in place quietly until told where to go. The president finished what he was doing, then got up, stepped toward them, and shook hands with Patrick. Martindale was thin and rakishly handsome, a little more than average height, with dark, secretive eyebrows, small, dark eyes, and longish salt and pepper hair parted in the middle. He was famous for the photographer's dream, 2 curls of silver hair that appeared on his forehead without any manual manipulation whenever he was peeved or animated. While out of office, Martindale had grown a beard which had made him look rather sinister. He had shaved the beard after the American Holocaust, but kept the long hair, so now he just looked roguish. "I hope you know," he said quietly into Patrick's ear, not yet releasing his handshake and keeping Patrick close to him. "We created quite a ruckus out there, Patrick." "I was hoping so, sir," Patrick responded. "Me too," the president said. "Did you get it?" "You bet we did, sir," Patrick replied. "Direct hit." "Good job," the president said. "No radiation detected?" "They'd be crazy to put real nuclear warheads on that test shot, sir." "But you checked anyway." "Of course, sir." "No radiation detected." "Great." He shook his head with a smile. Did the bastards really think we were going to allow them to base a nuclear-capable medium-range missile within striking distance of Diego Garcia, one of our most vital air bases in Asia? "Apparently so, sir," Patrick said, "but we only took out one of those Shahab 5s. They've got possibly a half dozen more ready to fly, and we know they still have as many as 3 or 4 nuclear warheads, plus any number of chemical, biological, or high-explosive warheads deliverable by the Shahab 5s. This one was a warning," the president said with a smile. "We'll keep an eye on the others and take them out if we need to." "Faster than you can imagine, sir." "Outstanding." His voice turned serious, and the photographer's dream devil's locks slowly appeared as he went on. "I should have guessed you were going to fly the thing, but I sure as hell didn't know you were going to go into orbit. That was unwise and unauthorized. What made you think you could do that without permission, Patrick? You work for me. I make the calls." "Sir, you know me," Patrick said. "As long as I've been in uniform, I have flown the first operational test flight of every manned aerospace vehicle coming out of the lake for the past 12 years. This one was no different just because we went into space. Next time, mister, you tell me when you plan on flying anything, and I don't care how high or how fast it goes," the president hissed angrily into Patrick's ear. This is no longer about you and how you do things. You are special advisor to the President of the United States, in uniform or out, on the ground or in orbit. I don't like surprises. Am I making myself fucking clear to you, General? Patrick was a little taken aback by the President's admonition. He looked carefully for even the faintest glint of humor or forgiveness and, finding none, was ashamed for even looking. Yes, sir. Good. He stepped back, smiled, shook Patrick's hand warmly and firmly, and, so everyone could hear, said, "Job well done, General. Job well done." "Thank you, sir." When the President looked at Boomer, Patrick continued, "Sir, may I present my mission commander and designer of the rocket engines on the Black Stallion spaceplane, Captain Hunter Noble, U.S. Air Force, call sign Boomer." "Captain Noble, a pleasure to meet a real rocket scientist," the President said. Boomer was about half a head taller than the President, but he didn't notice that because suddenly he found it very difficult to speak or even think. He was shaking hands with the President of the United States. Now the full force of where he was hit him, and it came much more suddenly than he ever believed possible. He felt Patrick steering him to his right, and someone said something about getting his picture taken by the official White House photographer. But he felt as sluggish as if he was standing in quicksand. "Boomer, huh?" the President asked as the photographer worked. "Where did that call sign come from? Making sonic booms all the time?" Patrick waited a few breaths to see if Hunter would answer. When he found he was still too starstruck to do so, he chimed in, "It does now, sir. But when Captain Noble started at Dreamland, most of his designs went boom on the test stands with frightening regularity. Fortunately for us, he perfected his designs, and now he's created the fastest, most efficient, and most reliable manned spacecraft in existence." "Excellent. That's what we're here to talk about. Take seats." Patrick steered Boomer to the proffered chairs. The President was pointing to the others in the Oval Office as Patrick led him to his seat. "Boomer, I know you've met the Vice President. Let me introduce Dr. Carson, Secretary of State, Mr. Gardner, Secretary of Defense, General Glenbrook, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and General Sparks, my National Security Advisor." Both remained standing as they were introduced to the others in the room and shook hands, then took seats after the President took his seat at the head of the meeting area. "First off, General McClanahan, I want to know about the flight." "I'll let my mission commander describe it for you, sir, if I could." "Mission commander," General Sparks commented. "Isn't that the new Air Force term for co-pilot?" "Yes, sir," Patrick said. "I flew the spacecraft this morning." "You?" "I may not wear pilot's wings, sir, but I fly every aircraft that goes through the lake," Patrick said. "Is that so?" "Yes, it is," Patrick said, meeting Sparks' questioning glare with a confident one of his own, then turned to Boomer. "Captain, tell us about the flight." They could all see Boomer's face turn several shades of red and his mouth open. Patrick decided he was going to give him just one more chance. "Boomer, fill us in." It was... Well, it was pretty routine, actually." "Routine?" Vice President Herschel remarked, trying to help the young Air Force officer out of his funk. "Boomer, less than 3 hours ago you were standing on a dry lake bed in southern Nevada. Now you are sitting in the Oval Office. In between, you orbited the Earth. What's routine about that?" Wait a minute. You say you went into orbit?" Sparks interjected, his eyes wide in surprise. "I didn't know about this. Why wasn't I briefed?" "I knew the XRA-9 had the capability, sir," Patrick said. "I decided to try it out." "You flew that experimental and still classified spaceplane into orbit without permission, General?" Sparks thundered. "You decided on your own to do it? You're not even a pilot. Do you think that it is your own personal property? Your own private conveyance? If so, you are sadly mistaken." "It's okay, Jonas. This time," the President said. "I didn't authorize General McClanahan to go into orbit either, but I didn't prohibit it either. What I asked for was a demonstration of the spaceplane's capabilities, and I believe I got one." "I see," Sparks said. "Thank you for the clarification, sir." He turned to Patrick and added, "I've heard this about you for many years, General. Now I see why." "What would that be, sir?" Patrick asked. "Your proclivity to authorize yourself to take action, your willingness to take unnecessary and in many cases dangerous risks, your horse-blinder view of the world. Do you need me to go further, General? I didn't know you took such an interest in my career, sir, Patrick said wryly. I'm flattered. Sparks gave him a look like a snake that was busy digesting a mouse, but said nothing. It's still pretty incredible, General Glenbrook commented, suppressing a grin at the quiet interchange taking place before them. Climb into a jet, take off, and shoot yourself into orbit minutes later? Impressive. I'll say, Maureen added. And can it be done again? Yes, ma'am, Boomer said, finally relaxing a bit. We're parked over at Patuxent River now. We can gas up, do a flight plan, and be in space in about an hour. No launch pad, no spacesuits, no massive boosters, none of that stuff? The National Security Advisor asked, his voice skeptical. That was just the right level of technical questioning and curious disbelief Boomer needed to ignite his brain. That stuff is unnecessary and outdated technology, he said. We had to change our way of thinking about spaceflight first, and then we built the equipment to do the job. What do you mean, Captain? Government and military space was always predicated on lifting large payloads, big multifunction satellites mostly, into high orbits, Boomer said. Those payloads are very versatile and can stay in service for years, even decades, but are expensive, difficult, and take time to put into orbit. With the invention of small, single-purpose satellites designed to be used for short periods of time, weeks or a month or two at the most, we don't need a big, expensive launch system to get them up. Black Stallion is designed to place small payloads into low Earth orbit quickly and efficiently. Can't we already do that, Captain? Sparks asked, emphasizing the word captain to give Noble one more chance to remember who he was talking to. Yes, we can, Boomer replied, but Black Stallion can do it faster, better, and cheaper, and it's more versatile. How so? The Stud, the Black Stallion, can not only insert payloads into orbit, but can also fly passengers anywhere on the planet in just a few hours, Boomer said. None of the other quick launch systems, like Pegasus or Taurus, can fly passengers. Our other advantage is sustainability and quick reaction capability. We can launch payloads into orbit once per day in normal use, or twice per day in dedicated surge mode, where other so-called quick launch vehicles could take weeks or months to prepare. But how do you get that kind of power and thrust? General Glenbrook asked. The Space Shuttle Orbiter needs 2 immense solid rocket boosters and a huge fuel tank to reach orbit, and then it has to glide back for a landing. Because the empty weight of the orbiter is about 3 times heavier than the Black Stallion, sir, Boomer replied. It carries 10 times the payload and 4 times as many crew members. The Stud is designed to get into orbit quickly from almost any military base in the world and carry small payloads. The Stud can't replace expendable launch vehicles and the shuttle, but it can do things that the others can't. The other difference is the Leopard's engines Captain Noble developed, sir, Patrick added. The engines are very high-tech and, at the same time, remarkably simple, using upgraded designs first drawn up almost 50 years ago. The engines are hybrid jet rocket engines that burn jet fuel and a hydrogen peroxide compound oxidizer. Hydrogen peroxide? You mean the stuff you use to clean wounds with? The same, only highly purified and combined with compounds such as boron to increase the specific impulse, Boomer explained. But we can do it with regular hydrogen peroxide also. Outside of the atmosphere, the fuel and oxidizer are burned in a combustion chamber that uses laser pulses for ignition and to superheat the gases, which also increases thrust. In the atmosphere, the engines switch back to regular turbofan engines and it flies like a conventional jet fighter. What's wrong with what we have now, Captain? Sparks asked. We have the most reliable launch systems and satellites in the world. Our satellites are designed to stay in space 3 times longer than the Russians, and they often stay up 3 times longer than planned. All that's okay. For the older generation, Boomer said. Sparks ruffled again, but tried not to let it show. Today and for the near future, that system is slow, inefficient, costly, and not flexible enough for current-day missions. Patrick tried not to grimace as he listened to the test pilot not only interrupt a superior officer and throw a challenging remark at the National Security Advisor, but forget to call him Sir when addressing him. We should scrap it and build a brand new system. Your system, I assume, eh? Captain? Sparks asked. We replace satellites that stay in orbit for 10 years for satellites that stay in orbit for 10 weeks max? Scrap a shuttle program that can carry 60,000 pounds into orbit and back again for a system that can carry 6,000? We built a system that can do the jobs the military needs done today, not 40 years ago. Still no sir, Patrick noticed, and Sparks was getting pissed. You've been in the Air Force for how long, Captain? 6 years? 5. 5 years. And you think you have all the answers, Captain? Boomer finally realized who he was talking to, and he wisely just shook his head. Well, Captain? No, sir, Boomer stammered. I don't think so either, Captain Noble, Sparks said, but thank you for your input anyway. I'm sure we'll give it all due regard. You made your point, General Sparks, Joint Chiefs of Staff Chairman William Glenbrook said, not raising his eyes to directly challenge Sparks, but not backing down either. To Boomer, he asked, What's your max payload, Captain? Depends on the orbit, sir, Boomer replied. I believe we can shoot 500 pounds to the moon. That got a lot of folks' attention in the Oval Office. We can put a 4,000-pound bunker buster bomb down on a bad guy's head anywhere on the planet in about 90 minutes. A more typical attack payload, sir, Patrick interjected, would be a spread of 3 precision-guided supersonic attack missiles, or 16 250-pound small-diameter precision-guided bombs. Launched from over the U.S., the bombs could hit 16 individual targets anywhere on the planet within hours. But Captain Noble is correct. With a small payload and a booster section similar to the Air Force's Payload Assist Module, we can push a small satellite out beyond Earth orbit into space. A moonshot is certainly not out of the question. The stealth bomber can attack over 60 targets with the SDB, General, Sparks pointed out. Yes, sir, but the stealth bomber needs time and tanker support to fly to the target area, Patrick said. If both planes were loaded and sitting alert and were ordered to launch and attack a target 3,000 miles away, say Diego Garcia to Tehran, Iran, a stealth bomber would take 6 hours and a minimum of 2 refuelings to do the job. A B-1 bomber could do it in 5 hours. The Black Stallion can do it in less than 2 hours, and do it with approximately the same cost. By the time the bombers arrive over the target area, the Black Stallion can land, reload, refuel, and fire another salvo. That's still a lot fewer targets attacked in the same amount of time. Yes, sir, but the Black Stallion did the job without putting any personnel or hardware over enemy territory and without the need for any overseas bases, Patrick pointed out. Plus, the Black Stallion has the advantage of speed and reaction time. If satellite imagery, human intelligence, or unmanned reconnaissance picks up an enemy presence, we can respond quickly. And the bad guys won't see us coming, Boomer added. The whole world saw you coming today, Captain, Secretary of State Mary Carson said perturbedly. Carson was in her early 50s, tall, slender, and very serious-looking, with a clipped pattern of speech that made it sound as if she was snapping at anyone she spoke to. The Russians inquired about our unannounced launch activities minutes after you fired the rockets to boost yourself into space, suggesting that some believed it was an intercontinental missile attack, and they inquired about the payload shortly after you released it. Several of our European allies also queried us about the flight. It was no secret to anyone. Then another part of our mission was a success, Patrick said. What part is that, General? Spooking half the world? Carson asked. Demonstrating our intent to conduct our own bolt-from-the-blue aerial bombardment attacks, like Russia did? Is that the message you're trying to send here? Madam Secretary, we have no conventional strategic long-range strike forces except for a handful of bombers, Patrick explained. Our ability to project power abroad is limited to the 10 existing carrier battle groups and deployed tactical air power. Even if every group is put to sea, and every Air Force and Marine fighter wing is deployed to forward operating bases, it still leaves most of the planet unreachable by American military air power, simply because smaller aircraft have less range and need more support to operate far from home or friendly bases. If we show the world that we can successfully launch a viable, quick-reaction, single-stage-to-orbit aircraft, the world will be caught off guard, and our enemies will be scrambling to catch up. That gives us much-needed breathing space to decide which direction we want to proceed. I don't like playing those kinds of games, General, Carson said. This gives the State Department nothing to work with. It's brinksmanship. She turned to the Secretary of Defense, Joseph Gardner. Do we even need long-range bombers anymore, Joe? Everyone keeps on saying that the bombers are outdated. Why spend billions on outdated technology? General McLanahan has stated the situation accurately, Mary, Gardner replied. We need a long-range, quick-reaction, non-nuclear strike force to fill the gap between tactical ship and land-based air forces and nuclear missiles, able to respond to a severe crisis anywhere in the world in a very short period of time with sustained and devastating firepower. With the Russians still a threat, and China growing stronger every year, that mission hasn't changed. He turned to Patrick and added, "But frankly, we're very disappointed in General McClanahan's recommendations. With the kind of money we're talking about, we can triple the size of the previous B-2 stealth bomber fleet, procure all of the latest state-of-the-art precision-guided weapons we'd need for the next 10 years, and still have money left over for other needs." "The Barbeau formula," Vice President Herschel interjected. "It's a good plan, Miss Vice President," Gardner said. 2 wings with 20 B-2 stealth bombers each, fitted with the latest technology and armed with the latest standoff precision-guided munitions. They are still unmatched for performance and striking capability over any heavily defended target complex on Earth. The Navy takes care of maritime, littoral, medium-range strike missions, nuclear strike, and space. The Air Force takes care of tankers, transports, long-range conventional strike, and air superiority. Again he turned sullenly to Patrick and added, "With General McClanahan's background, the Pentagon assumed he'd agree with this strategy. I'm somewhat perplexed by his current stance." "Sir, I don't have a stance here," Patrick said. "My directive was to evaluate several different proposals to replace the strategic conventional strike forces destroyed by the Russians. That's what I'm doing." "But you came to this meeting riding in one of those proposals, General," Joint Chiefs of Staff Chairman Glenbrook pointed out with a wry smile. "You didn't come here on a B-2 stealth bomber. That sounds like an endorsement to me." "It was an opportunity I couldn't pass up, sir, that's all," Patrick said. "Besides, I've already got plenty of hours in the B-2. Glenbrook's conciliatory nod was almost a bow. He was very familiar with Patrick McClanahan's record, including his combat record. McClanahan had not just helped design and test aerospace weapon systems, but he was often chosen, or volunteered, to take his ultra-high-tech war machines into battle. Many conflicts around the world over the past 18 years had been prevented from escalating into a major war because of McClanahan's skill, bravery, and outright audacity. He had a very long list of awards and decorations, most of which he was not allowed to wear in his uniform or ever have revealed to anyone until after his death. Some would never be revealed for a generation. "I think it was a dangerous and foolish stunt, General," National Security Advisor Sparks said hotly. "You exposed yourself to unnecessary danger just for a thrill ride." "Sir, men and women from the lake expose themselves to the same dangers every day," Patrick said. "I wouldn't characterize it as unnecessary." "It is if a middle-aged White House staffer does it," Sparks said. "May I suggest we get back to the subject at hand, gents?" Maureen Herschel interjected. She had to stifle a smile at Patrick's expense at the middle-aged White House staffer comment. "Congress is bugging the White House for a recommendation the President will support for the new long-range strike force. If we don't recommend something soon, we'll risk losing part of the appropriation." "I take it," the President said, "that we have no consensus here on which direction we should proceed." His comment was met by uncomfortable silence, so he rose, poured himself another cup of coffee, and sat down. "All right, let's talk about the Black Stallion track once again." After he had settled into his chair at the head of the informal meeting area, he asked, "So, Patrick, tell me what it was like to go into space." "In a word, sir?" "Incredible," Patrick replied with a smile. "I still can't believe what we did this morning. 1 orbit around the Earth and landing at an airbase all the way across the country in about 2 hours. And we can fuel up the stud and do it again, right now," Boomer added excitedly. "Patuxent River or Andrews Air Force Base both has everything we need to blast off again." "Could I fly in it?" the President asked. Boomer chuckled. "What's so funny, Captain? Don't think I can handle it?" No, sir, it's not that," Boomer said, the smile disappearing from his face as he realized he might have unwittingly offended the President of the United States of America. "General McClanahan said you'd want to fly in it." "He's right. He knows me too well," the President said. "The General and I go way back. I knew him when he was a young, cocky, know-it-all captain like yourself. So, what sort of training would I need to fly your spaceplane, Captain?" "Training? No training, sir," Boomer responded. "You look like you're in good shape. I think you'd do fine. Let's go. We'll gas up the stud, hop in, and in 3 hours we'll be on the beach in Australia." Fly right now. No one can get ready to fly into space that fast, Sparks said perturbedly. NASA astronauts train for years to get to fly into space. That's NASA's way of doing things, sir, Boomer said. In the stud, passengers are just passengers. We're not interested in turning anyone into Buzz Aldrin or Captain James T. Kirk of the Starship Enterprise. We just want to make sure you don't flip the wrong switch at the wrong time. Let's go. The crew members spend considerably more time training, sir, Patrick quickly pointed out. But Captain Noble is perfectly correct. We don't require anything from passengers except to be in good health. If you suffered some sort of injury or difficulty, you'd have to hang on without any possibility of assistance for an hour or two, possibly longer, since the front seat crew member can't get to you. It was obvious that President Martindale's head was churning. He wore a mischievous grin, as if running through his datebook and trying to figure out if he could spare the time. Patrick was sure he was going to agree. Sir, he asked, would you like to go for it? Don't be ridiculous, General, Sparks said. The president is certainly not going to— Carl. Call Bethesda, the president said to his chief of staff. Ask the doc to come see me. Mr. President, Vice President Herschel exclaimed. Are you really going to do it? Why the hell not? Martindale asked. I was given a clean bill of health from the doc just a couple months ago, and that was the straight story, not just a blurb for the media. I've piloted a B-1 Lancer and a B-2 stealth bomber, landed a Hornet onto an aircraft carrier, drove a tank, and been in a submarine down to 1,200 feet, all while I've been president or vice president. And no offense, McClanahan, but if you can do it, I can do it. No doubt, sir. No offense taken. We have meetings all day, Mr. President, and then we have the reception for the Turkish Prime Minister tonight, and that is a function we can't postpone, the President's Chief of Staff, Carl Minden, said. If you're really thinking about doing this, let me discuss it confidentially with the White House counsel, the cabinet, and the leadership. They all have a stake in what happens if you didn't come back. He'll come back. Faster than you can imagine, Boomer interjected. Riding in the spaceplane would be seen as an endorsement of the program, Sparks said, and I don't think that's what you want just yet. All right. I get the message, the president said. Carl, I still want to meet with the doc as soon as the schedule permits. And go ahead and put out the feelers to the usual players about this. And I want serious comments, not horrified reactions. Yes, Mr. President, Minden shook his head, already dreading the calls he had to make. You realize, sir, that the press and the opposition will have a field day with this. They'll call it an election year stunt, an abuse of privilege. An old Navy destroyer captain once told me that every month he went down to the turrets and fired the big guns, took a patrol shift in his helicopters, took the helm of his ship, and even spent a couple hours in the ship's laundry and galleys, the president said. Being the commander-in-chief means more to me than flying in Air Force One. It means getting out in the field and experiencing the life your soldiers live every day in uniform. I will do it, and I don't care what the opposition says. If they had the office and the guts, they'd do it too, Boomer chimed in. Both Sparks and Minden gave Boomer warning glares, silently ordering him not to speak unless spoken to, but the president nodded. Well said, Captain, he said. Someone's got to be the first sitting president to fly in space or orbit the Earth. I'm determined that I'm going to be the one. But Mr. Minden is right. Business before pleasure, I guess. He turned to Patrick. Let's hear it, Patrick. I nominated you 4 years ago to draw the new long-range strike blueprint to replace the aircraft and missiles destroyed by Grizlov. What do you recommend I do about the bomber force? Sir, I feel the decision isn't just about the long-range bomber force, but the entire future of the Air Force. Even the future of the U.S. military, Patrick said. I strongly believe we're on the threshold of changing the entire force in preparation for the future, and we shouldn't shy away from it. And what future might that be, General? Sparks asked skeptically. Space, Patrick replied simply. The technologies demonstrated in weapons systems like the XR-9A Black Stallion spaceplane are clear indicators that the future of the U.S. Air Force, and possibly the entire U.S. military, rests in space. The Black Stallion today demonstrated the ability to carry out and improve upon 2 core centers of gravity of the Air Force, and indeed of the entire U.S. military. Rapid airlift and rapid long-range strike. You were late to the meeting today, Patrick, Maureen pointed out with a smile. It took longer for our helicopter to fly the 60 miles from Patuxent River to Andrews than it did to fly the Black Stallion from Nevada to Maryland, Miss Vice President, Patrick replied with a smile of his own. Instead of boosting up to 300,000 feet to launch the Meteor payload, we could have flown a straight-line trajectory and shaved 60 minutes off the flight time. Or instead of a Meteor orbital payload, Noble interjected, we've developed a pressurized cabin module with seats and luggage space. We can fly 8 passengers from Washington to Tokyo in less than an hour and a half, and they don't need to wear spacesuits. Damn, the president muttered. Now I know I want to ride in that thing. Mr. President, I believe orbital and suborbital travel will soon become as commonplace as transcontinental commercial airline travel is now, Patrick said. In less than 5 years, I believe we can stand up a wing of 20 spaceplanes and dedicated refueling tankers, plus the necessary hardware to allow us to deliver a wide variety of ordnance, satellites, and even people anywhere around the globe within hours. The array of payloads we can lift right now is small, but within those 5 years, I believe the range of payloads will jump exponentially as manufacturers start building more microsatellites compatible with the Black Stallion. Based at Battle Mountain or Elliott Air Bases, I assume, Secretary of Defense Gardner interjected. The beauty of the Black Stallion launch system is that we can launch from almost any runway, sir. If it can handle a big fighter jet like the F-15 Eagle or F-A-22 Raptor, it can launch a stud, Boomer said. Vandenberg and Cape Canaveral are good for large rocket launches, not only because it's more efficient to launch polar and equatorial flights from those bases, but the various stages fall safely into open ocean. We don't drop anything. If the folks down below don't mind a distant sonic boom, a stud can go into orbit from anywhere. That nickname is starting to get on my nerves, Sparks commented under his breath. General Glenbrook, would the spaceplanes fill the requirements we've established for long-range strike? Vice President Herschel asked. The Joint Chiefs Chairman nodded noncommittally. It certainly is an impressive system, he said. As the Pentagon sees it, the Black Stallion is in the same class as a fighter or light bomber, but with almost 20 times the speed and range of present aircraft. Its performance envelope gives it capabilities that very few bombers have, namely, the ability to put small payloads, or itself, into Earth orbit in a very short period of time. It has the huge advantage of hypersonic speed, suborbital flight, and payload delivery throughout its flight envelope. What are the negatives? Well, we can always use more payload. 6,000 pounds max is very small for today's weapons, Glenbrook said. Although with advances in weapon and satellite technology, soon we should be able to do the same mission with smaller payloads. The biggest negatives are that we have no idea what sort of tactics and procedures we'd need to match the system with the mission. Normally, we never change the mission to adapt to the weapon system. We don't field a weapon, then change procedures and tactical doctrine to match the weapon. It looks like we're being forced to do exactly that. With the stealth bombers and sea-based systems, we have well-developed doctrine in place suitable for a large array of contingencies. Doesn't sound like a ringing endorsement, General. It's not, sir, Glenbrook admitted, but only because I don't know that much about it. Quite frankly, I think it's too advanced. But, after reading the reports from General McClanahan, Captain Noble, and their team for the past year during advanced development, I think the system is worth serious consideration. But I'm not yet ready to endorse it or fly in it, and I don't think you should either, sir. We test aircraft and weapons systems every day. The President of the United States has no business riding in any of them before they're made fully operational. Hear, hear, Sparks said under his breath. I get the message, General, the President said a bit perturbedly. The outer office secretary entered and handed the President a note. His face adopted a half-excited, half-amused expression. Well, it seems this meeting has been leaked to Congress already, he said. Senator Barbeau is here and wishes to speak with me. He turned to Patrick and added, and General McClanahan. Marine Herschel couldn't help noticing General Glenbrook, Chief of Staff Minden, and Secretary Gardner straightening up in their seats and adjusting ties, and even the President wore a rather goofy schoolboy-in-love expression. But National Security Advisor Sparks was anything but anticipatory. Damn the information leaks in this town, he muttered. If I ever catch who it is, I'll roast his balls on my radiator. Mr. President, do you want to do a meeting like this? Minden asked. She doesn't have an appointment, and it's improper etiquette for a member of Congress to just show up at the White House unannounced. The Senate would squawk if you just showed up on Capitol Hill like this without notifying the leadership. Besides, if you allow one to do it, they'll all want the privilege. I'm not one to stand on formality, Carl, the president said. Miss Parks, ask the senator to come in. The outer office secretary had barely left the room before a red-haired whirlwind whizzed past her, and the men in the room were scrambling like startled chickens to get to their feet. Boomer had seen Stacey Ann Barbeau on TV, of course, but she looked even more striking in person. He noted she was not the tallest woman he had ever met, nor the thinnest or most curvaceous. But whatever it was, Stacey Ann Barbeau had it. He couldn't tell if it was the round green eyes, the flowing curly red hair, the lush red lips, the killer body, or the attitude of supreme confidence and control she exuded. Perhaps all of the above, but she made an entrance all right, like a famous actress exiting her limo and walking down the red carpet in front of thousands of adoring fans. She created a presence, a force that drove almost everyone before her, mostly the men, even the very powerful ones in this very powerful office, to their hormonal knees. Mr. President, how good of you to see me, Barbeau said in a rather loud but at the same time sweet southern voice. Sweet like indulgent champagne, not sugar, was the thought that entered Boomer's head. She strode quickly over to him. You are looking mighty fine, Mr. President, the best I've ever seen you. You wear the mantle well, I must say. Senator Barbeau, this is an unexpected surprise, the president said. He was a head taller than she and 8 years older, and Boomer had to admit they made a fine-looking couple. Or maybe he had already heard that in any number of celebrity gossip magazines that continuously postulated on the bachelor president's love life. Boomer noticed the sudden presence of the president's famous photographer's dream, the 2 locks of thick curly silver hair that automatically tumbled over his forehead, one above each eye, whenever the president became agitated. Obviously, they also appeared when he was aroused, too. Welcome back to the White House. Let me introduce you to some folks you probably haven't met. She interlocked her left arm with the president's right, snuggling the side of her left breast seductively to him, then turned toward the others in the office and flashed her most brilliant smile, nodding collectively to the others as she greeted them. She gave Boomer a quick appraisal from head to toe, then a hungry look, a mischievous smile, and an appreciative nod after apparently liking very much what she saw. The president stepped over to Patrick. Senator, allow me to introduce— Lieutenant General Patrick Shane McLanahan needs no introduction, Mr. President. None whatsoever, Barbeau interrupted. She unwrapped herself from the president's right arm, went over to Patrick, and extended her hand. An honor to meet you, General, she cooed, locking her green eyes on his. She reached out with her left hand, placed it on the back of his neck, drew him closer, and kissed him lightly on both cheeks. A true American hero. It is a pleasure to meet you, sir. A real pleasure. It felt as if all the air had been sucked out of the room as the other men looked on, wishing they were getting some of that preferential treatment from the Southern Belle. And what little air was left was being ignited by Maureen Herschel's fiery stare at Barbeau. She quashed it right away and impatiently checked her watch. Nice to meet you, Senator, Patrick said finally. Thank you, General, she said, her voice still low and husky, Boomer thought. Barbeau ran her left hand down Patrick's shoulder, and her eyes widened a bit as she gently ran her fingers over his shoulders and arms. You're pretty tense, General, she paused, then looked at him with that mischievous smile and added, Or is that all you? I'm afraid it's all me, ma'am. Well, you must get out of the weight room more often and visit me on Capitol Hill, General, she cooed. She glanced over at Herschel, noticed her impatient expression, hid a smile, and added, And maybe take a bath before you do, if I may be so bold, Patrick. May I call you Patrick? She didn't wait for a response. She turned and shook hands with Boomer. Captain Noble, a pleasure. She slid closer to him, placed her cheek against his, then gave him a kiss on the cheek as well. Nice, she whispered to him. That goes double from where I'm standing, Senator, Boomer whispered back. Barbeau stepped back, affixing Noble with a mind-blowing smile and a wink, then turned to the others in the Oval Office. Good Lord, Mr. President, these men smell as if you have sentenced them to hard labor, she said gaily, waving a hand under her nose and batting her eyes in her best Scarlett O'Hara imitation. Do you normally allow airmen to come into the White House in flight suits smelling like they just walked in from a 36-hour mission? Now you leave those boys alone and stop making fun of them, Senator. Recruiting is bad enough these days without a senior senator chasing the good ones away, the president said. Was it her imagination? Maureen asked herself. or was the president adopting a southern accent all of a sudden? Sit down and tell me what I can do for you. With your permission, sir, we'll return to duty, Patrick said. Chief of Staff Carl Minden nodded and started to herd the two toward the door, but Barbeau said anxiously, "No, General. Captain, please stay. Mr. President?" "You're the one who said they stink, Stacy," the president quipped. "Looks like a serious political discussion gearing up here," Boomer said. "Way above my pay grade, I'm sure." Barbeau flashed her bright green eyes at Boomer and gave him a smile that could have been either amused or devilishly angry. "You are a deliciously plain-spoken young man, Boomer. Mr. President, I'm madly in love with both of them. You must order them to stay." "We've got a full schedule this morning, Senator," the president warned, then nodded for Patrick and Boomer to remain. The chief of staff's mouth hardened in exasperation, but said nothing. "I am so sorry to impose myself on you, Mr. President," Barbeau said, as she took a seat at the end of the sofa opposite Maureen. That way she could keep an eye on everyone in the room while she spoke to the president, and she could also see whoever came into the Oval Office and even see anyone in the corridor outside when the door was opened. "But as you know, my committee will begin hearings on the new defense appropriation bill in a couple weeks, and I wanted to personally ask if there was anything at all I could do for you or Secretary Gardner to assist you in preparing your proposals for my committee." "Secretary Gardner sent the committee a letter stating our timetable for making our recommendations, Senator," Chief of Staff Carl Minden said. "We won't be late, I assure you." Boomer noticed that the Chief of Staff stayed on his feet during this meeting, standing opposite the president instead of on his left side as he had always seen him in photographs, almost outside the informal meeting area. It appeared as if Minden had situated himself so Barbeau would have to turn her head all the way to her right to speak to him. Do they sit around all day thinking of ways to gain every bit of advantage over a political adversary, even in the Oval Office? Boomer wondered. "Your entire staff is the hardest working and most dedicated in recent memory, Mr. Minden." "Ruthlessly so," Barbeau said in a slightly flatter tone, only briefly glancing at him before returning her eyes to the president. "We did indeed receive the letter from the Pentagon, and thank you for the courtesy of keeping the committee informed. Mine is an informal and completely off-the-record courtesy call of my own, Mr. President. I'm not here at the request of the chairman or the committee." "I appreciate that, Senator," the president said, "and I appreciate your time and attention, but we have everything well under control, and we'll be ready for both the closed and open-door hearings as scheduled." "I had absolutely no doubt of that, Mr. President," Barbeau said. She looked at Patrick and Boomer, who were sitting farthest away from her. "The committee will be very anxious to hear from General McClanahan as well, and I in particular will look forward to his testimony with much anticipation." "The general's not scheduled to testify, Senator," Defense Secretary Gardner said. "He's not?" Barbeau made a show of looking completely surprised, although as ranking member she had certainly seen the list of government witnesses scheduled to appear before the committee and would have had to approve each one. "May I ask why, Mr. President? Patrick McClanahan is the nation's acknowledged expert on long-range aerial attack. He's been in charge of your fact-finding mission to replace the assets lost after the American Holocaust. Senator, as I'm sure you well know, General McClanahan is an active-duty Air Force officer who has been temporarily assigned to the White House as a military advisor," the president said. "He receives no compensation from the White House and has no budget. He serves at my pleasure, but his service here is dependent on the needs of the Air Force. While here, he reports directly to me, and to the best of my knowledge, his activities haven't been announced publicly." "This is all very mysterious, Mr. President," Barbeau said, her smile returning. "I'm sure I don't recall where I heard of what Patrick's responsibilities might be, but my sources are mostly well-placed and accurate. I didn't mean to presume." The president nodded but said nothing. "Patrick's thoughts and opinions would be of enormous value to the committee, I'm sure. Could you please add him on the witness list, Mr. President? One day would be more than enough time with minimal written follow-ups." "I respect the needs and wishes of the committee, Senator, and I appreciate your consideration, but in my opinion, it's not General McClanahan's decision. It's the National Command Authorities," the president said. "As you rightly pointed out, General McClanahan's the expert, but he's not the decision-maker. It's his job to answer my cabinet's questions." "We have hundreds of experts, agencies, analysts, and consultants advising the White House and Pentagon on this very important matter, Senator," Minden said. "We can recommend a number of them to appear before your committee, Thank you, Mr. Menden, but as the President acknowledged, General McClanahan is the expert in the field, as well as a national hero, Barbeau said rather testily. His testimony would add unlimited authority and weight to any argument you'd care to make to the committee, watched and listened to by millions around the world. If he didn't appear, everyone would want to know why. Do you intend on putting him on the Sunday morning talk show circuit instead? Senator, our witness list is complete, Carl Minden said firmly. It's always possible that we could add witnesses later, but at this stage we don't anticipate doing so. We know the debate will go on for quite some time. We don't need to waste ours or the committee's time with a parade of witnesses all saying the same thing. If there is such a thing as a parade of witnesses, Mr. Minden, I would think General McClanahan would be leading that parade. In fact, he should be in the Grand Master's limo, being bombarded by confetti and ticker tape, Barbeau said. Speaking of which, Mr. President, as you recall, I presented a proclamation on the Senate floor after the general returned from Russia, congratulating his courage and dedication and recommending he be given a hero's parade in his hometown. The proclamation was unanimously approved, yet the White House kept him hidden away. If anyone deserved to be honored, it was General McClanahan. As you recall, Senator, the nation wasn't celebrating anything in those days, especially anything having to do with the Russian attacks or the extreme losses the nation suffered, Vice President Herschel reminded her. We were going to over a dozen funerals or memorial services a day for weeks. Half the government was spread out in secret reconstitution facilities. The citizens were too busy building bomb shelters to be out throwing confetti. I am well aware of that horrible time, Miss Vice President, Barbeau said in a clipped voice, only glancing at Maureen as she spoke. But America is strong, and we have proven once again that we can take a licking and still prevail with honor and pride. The incident may have been years ago, but Patrick still deserves the honor. We'll consider it, Senator, the President offered. Then may I suggest, Mr. President, that one way to honor Patrick's service and patriotism is to allow the American people to hear what he has to say regarding the future of America's ability to strike back at our enemies, Barbeau said, a bit more insistently this time. You could pick no better point person for this very important campaign, Mr. President, I assure you. Thank you for your advice, Senator, the President said. I'll consider it very carefully as well. The outer office secretary came in, escorting someone else, who dropped a note into Barbeau's hand and scurried away. I feel it would be an insult to General McClanahan to subpoena him to appear before the committee, she said, casually glancing at the note, but I suppose that is always an option, unless you intend on exercising executive privilege. That is always an option, the President said, but I'm sure we can come to some understanding to avoid any appearance of confrontation. That is always our desire, Mr. President, Barbeau said, giving the President another heart-melting smile. She then immediately turned to Patrick and said, General, I know you've been out to 8th Air Force headquarters many times, but just 3 or 4 times in the past 6 months. Are you getting all the information you need? I asked General Zoltrain to give you anything you require, any time, day or night. 8th Air Force, based at Barksdale Air Force Base near Bossier City, Louisiana, was the command responsible for all of the surviving long-range B-52, B-1B, and B-2A bombers, and the northern Louisiana districts were her base of power, too. Patrick glanced quickly at the President, whose smile began to dim but nonetheless nodded his assent to respond. I receive outstanding support from General Zoltrain and all of the units, Senator, Patrick replied. I had absolutely no doubt. But if there is anything at all you need, Patrick, please do not hesitate to call on me. At any time. Patrick noticed everyone in the Oval Office sigh and squirm with pleasure at Barbeau's invitation, sad that it wasn't directed at them. Thank you, Senator, I will. I was quite surprised to see you here this morning, General, Barbeau remarked. If I recall correctly, my staff had tried to make an appointment to speak with you just yesterday afternoon, and was told you'd be available later this afternoon. Yet here you are in Washington. My, you do get around, I must say. Patrick said nothing, but merely smiled and nodded. Barbeau's eyes flared a bit as she added, almost as if they shot you out here from Nevada on a rocket ship. Patrick again glanced at the President and Vice President, who had both adopted stony expressions. Carl Minden stepped over to Patrick. I hate to interrupt, Senator, but if we're going to get that report into your committee on time, we'd better get back to work. Can I speak plainly, Mr. President? Barbeau asked. We are aware of the 3 major proposals being bandied about by the pundits for a long-range attack force. Rebuilding the manned stealth bomber fleet, building a fleet of unmanned attack planes, and converting cargo planes to cruise missile launchers. But we have heard inklings of another proposal using untested and very radical spacecraft technology. She stepped a bit closer to Martindale. I want to work very closely with you on this, Mr. President. Very closely. To everyone's surprise, the President responded, "You're right, Stacy. We're developing a fourth option, one much more advanced than the others." "The space plane, I do believe?" "It's called Black Stallion," the President said. "It's a single stage-to-orbit aircraft that can take off and land from any conventional runway in the world, but boost itself into low Earth orbit, fly coast to coast in minutes, or around the world in less than 2 hours." "It sounds incredible, Mr. President," Barbeau exclaimed. She looked at McClanahan and Noble and immediately understood how and why they were in Washington now. "I can't wait to hear more. When can my subcommittee get a briefing on this amazing aircraft?" "We're still making the decision about whether or not to present it as an alternative to the others for the next long-range strike force," the President said. "And I do believe you have the most qualified man working on it, Patrick McClanahan," Barbeau said. "Wonderful. Well, I hope it doesn't hold up the bill for too much longer, but I completely understand the need for careful deliberation. We're talking about a lot of money. The subcommittee staff would be happy to assist the General in writing his reports and gathering data, Mr. President." "The Pentagon and the White House National Security Staff are on it, Senator." "Yes, of course. But couldn't we convince you to let General McClanahan make a closed-door presentation to the subcommittee and give us a sweet little taste of this mysterious new technology?" "I promise you, Senator, that your committee will receive all of our proposals and supporting data as soon as it's available at the appropriate time," the President said. "We are certainly not going to waste your time or keep you in the dark." He glanced quickly at Minden, an obvious signal to get McClanahan and Noble out now. Minden didn't miss his cue. He stood behind them and tapped them on their shoulders. "General, we'll be looking forward to your report. Thank you for—" "Mr. President, may I take General McClanahan and Captain Noble to lunch?" Senator Barbeau asked sweetly. "It would give us an opportunity to get acquainted." "I'm afraid I have to excuse myself, Senator," Patrick said. As he rose to his feet, he was surprised to feel the room seem to move and spin a little, and he had to concentrate to stabilize himself. "I really do have a lot of work to do." "Then we'll have lunch right here in the White House dining room. With your permission, of course, Mr. President?" "I'm going to have to defer to the General's busy schedule, Senator. Have your staff give Carl a call, and I'm sure he'll have it set up right away for the earliest possible time." "I want the spaceplane impounded and a full investigation started, including complete details on the mission it just flew, who authorized it, and who's paying for it," Senator Barbeau said to her aide, Colleen Morna, as they exited the West Wing of the White House. "And I want a full background check on Captain Hunter Noble." "Noble? Who's he?" "He could be the backdoor source I need to break Dreamland and Hawk wide open," the senator said. "I thought I could get to McClanahan, but the guy is a clueless Boy Scout, and I can't waste the time on him. Find out everything about Noble. Where he comes from, his family, his girlfriends or boyfriends, his schooling, what he drinks and smokes, who he fucks, how often, and how." "What he smokes? You can learn a lot about a man just by smelling him. And how he reacts when you do," Barbeau said. "McClanahan likes the occasional cigar, but Captain Noble likes cigarettes, and he's not afraid of making a pass at a woman, even a U.S. Senator standing in the Oval Office in front of the President and Vice President of the United States. That means he's a partier, a ladies' man, a player. If he's got a weakness or ambition, I want to know about it." "He made a pass at you?" "His eyes had me undressed faster than I've had in months," Barbeau said with a pleasured smile. "He's no shrinking violet, that's for sure. McClanahan might be the goody two-shoes, but Hunter Noble is more like the captain of the swim team. And I like jocks. A lot." Office of the Chief of Staff, Armed Forces of the Islamic Republic, Tehran, Islamic Republic of Iran. A short time later. "This is more than a major blunder, Bouchazi. This is an embarrassment to the entire Iranian military and leadership," the commander-in-chief of the Iranian Armed Forces, General Hossein Yassini, thundered. Younger by 8 years and shorter by several centimeters than the man standing at attention before him, and, the man noticed, much softer around the neck and middle since leaving the field for headquarters in Tehran, Yassini was obviously not accustomed to dressing anyone down, and it appeared that he had to put some effort into doing so now. He glared at the man standing at attention before him. "And I thought I ordered you to change your uniform before you came here. The man standing at a brace in the center of the office was General Hesarek Alkhan Bujazi, still wearing his field utility uniform stained with blood and dirt and smelling strongly of smoke, gunpowder, and a large dose of fear. "I thought since you did not see fit to go to Urumia yourself," Bujazi said, "that I should come directly to you and give you a little taste of what's happened out there." "I don't need a lecture or a demonstration from anyone, Hesarek. Even you," Yassini said. "If you look like a jihadi reject here in headquarters, you'll be treated like one." He picked up the casualty report, glanced at it, and shook it in Bujazi's face. 237 dead, 508 wounded, most critically including the brigade commanding officer and 3 Majlis members. The Majlis was Iran's parliament. "What do you have to say for yourself?" "I say give me a single shock battalion and I will round up and present you with all of the terrorists or their heads within 2 weeks, Bujazi said. "The shock battalions no longer exist, Hesarek, and you know it," Yassini said. "They have been disbanded for years. I know that all regular Army and Marine Special Forces troops have been merged with the Pasdaran," Bujazi said. "You have them spread out all over the damned planet, in every lousy backwater mud pit, assisting psychopathic nutcases who don't know which end of a rifle is which." "Watch your mouth, Bujazi," Yassini said. "You may have been the former commander-in-chief, but I am commander of the armed forces now." He paused, then added, "The Pasdaran was created to protect, defend, and support the Islamic Revolution throughout the world. Don't give me that madrasa indoctrination crap, Hossein," Bujazi said. "The Pasdaran was initially created as the Faqi's private army to hunt down and assassinate any of the monarchies and republic sympathizers still left in the country after the revolution. When it was discovered that most of those sympathizers were in the military, the Pasdaran was transformed into a branch of the armed services so they could more effectively spy on fellow soldiers. When it was determined that the shock battalions were the greatest threat to the cleric's regime, they were absorbed into the Pasdaran. I was there, Hossein. I saw it with my own eyes." Yassini could not argue with Bujazi's assessment, although he was careful not to say or do anything that could even be construed as agreement. The walls had ears, and probably eyes as well. "The reason you were sent away to command the Basij, General, is because you have this habit of speaking before thinking," he said. "I strongly advise you to stop. You know as well as I why I was allowed to command the Basij instead of being executed, Hossein. The Supreme Defense Council was hoping some enterprising young radical Islamist would assassinate me so the mullahs could disavow any responsibility for disposing of me," Bujazi said. "There were 10,000 such crazies willing to do it. You made sure any dissenters were eliminated. You're wrong, Hossein. I didn't have anything to do with the so-called purges in the Basij," Bujazi said. "What I did was simple. I showed the youth of Iran what real leadership was. I gave the really dedicated kids direction, and I isolated the rest. I turned that organization from nothing more than prowling gangs of murderers and extortionists into a real fighting force." He shrugged and added, "When the true soldiers realized how badly the radicals and Islamists were hurting their organization, they took action. No one had to order them to clean house. It's nothing more than natural selection and survival of the fittest." "It was a purge, Hesarek. That's what everyone believes," Yassini said. "You may or may not have ordered it, but you certainly were the inspiration for the purges, and you did not punish the offenders as harshly as the Supreme Defense Council wished." It was Yassini's turn to shrug. "But because of your record of service and your considerable political connections, you survived anyway. I survived, Hossein, because even the deaf, dumb and blind idiots on the council saw that my forces did exceptionally good work," Bujazi said. "While the Pasdaran and Air Force were busy scratching their crotches and fingering worry beads, my National Guard forces were capturing infiltrators and shooting down American spy drones. They were in the right place at the right time, nothing more," Yassini said. But he knew that, again, Bujazi was right. The Basij, what Bujazi wanted to call the Internal Defense Force, had done some remarkable work in the past few years. Their biggest achievement was setting up an ambush for an American Predator A spy drone near a nuclear research facility. Bujazi set the trap, computed when and how the little unmanned aircraft would approach the target area, and set his forces in place at precisely the right moment. It was only a Predator A, the lowest tech version of the unmanned remotely piloted spy plane, but the catch yielded lots of valuable data on the plane's capabilities and systems. Bouchazi's forces had shot down another Predator A and uncovered dozens of remote data collection and relay devices in the deserts as well, shutting down a good portion of America's covert spy network in Iran. Yassini's aide came in, bowed politely to Bouchazi, and handed Yassini a memo. "Here it comes," Bouchazi said to himself. This whole conversation had been nothing more than a way for Yassini to stall until a decision had been made. "General, the Supreme Defense Council has ordered you to be placed under arrest until the conclusion of its investigation into the attack on Urumqi," Yassini said tonelessly. "If you have me put in prison, Hossein, the investigation will get bogged down, and nothing will ever happen except the obligatory rounding up of the usual suspects," Bouchazi said. "Let me or the members of my staff lead a special forces team into Iraq and Turkey. It was Kurdish commandos, I know it. It won't take long to— The investigation is already underway, General." "Who is in charge?" "I am." "No, Hossein. I mean really in charge." The commander-in-chief's face turned stony with anger. "Listen, General, you have some discretion here. Put me under house arrest. That way I can continue to receive reports and coordinate activities with—" "That's not possible right now, Hasarik," Yassini said. He hit a button on his desk telephone, and his aide entered the office, followed by 2 security guards with AK-74 rifles at port arms. "Someone has to pay for what's happened. There was a major breach of security protocols, and the Supreme Defense Council believes it was a lack of leadership and attention to detail." "Sounds like they've already made up their minds," Bouchazi said. Yassini said nothing in reply. Bouchazi knew he had only one chance left. "Listen to me, Hossein," he said, stepping close to the commander-in-chief so he could lower his voice. "Don't play along with this. Imprisoning me is just a knee-jerk reaction to a much broader problem. Iran is concentrating too much on foreign affairs and neglecting internal and frontier security. You know this as well as I. They're masking their inept military policies by blaming it all on me. No, there will be an investigation. You know how these so-called investigations turn out, Hossein. You've conducted just as many as I," Bouchazi said. "The report is dismissed and destroyed as soon as it reaches the council. The Supreme Defense Council. Check that. The mullahs on the council have already decided who's to blame. I'm the scapegoat, nothing more. I will conduct a thorough investigation," Yassini insisted, "and if it's shown that you did all you could to prevent the attack, you'll be exonerated and restored to duty with all privileges." "Have you ever known an officer to be returned to full active duty status after landing in prison, Hossein?" "Yes." "You." "I wasn't sent to prison, Hossein. I was stripped of my rank and privileges and sent to the hinterlands to be killed by young radical Islamists," Bouchazi corrected him. "Some of the mullahs thought I defended the Republic adequately. All the others wanted to see me dead." "I think you are becoming a bit paranoid, Hasarik," Yassini said. "I'll protect you the best I can, my friend. But sometimes I think you are your own worst enemy. Serve your detention in silence, accept responsibility, appoint one of the council members' deputies to take your place, beg for forgiveness, and I believe you will be given a short time in a work camp and then a common discharge. You have served this nation well. They won't punish you severely unless they find true negligence or criminal misconduct. The deputies serving for the council are nothing but brainless, spoiled, rotten sycophants. Maybe you deserve to spend a little time in prison, General. A little hard labor might improve your attitude." He shook his head and wrote orders on the message he received from the Supreme Defense Council. "You are to be sent to a bureau detention facility. I'll see to it that—" "A bureau facility?" Bouchazi retorted. This bit of news really scared him. The Idarahe Hefazat Va'et Late Sepa, or Intelligence Bureau, was the Pasdaran military and internal intelligence agency, run by a Pasdaran 2-star general. If the Pasdaran itself was fearsome, the Intelligence Bureau was 100 times worse because it was from their intensive espionage and monitoring activities that the Pasdaran derived its power. Even though the Pasdaran itself had been officially merged into the Unified Military Command, the Intelligence Bureau still operated quite separately from the military. "I thought you said you were handling the investigation. Why don't you assign me to your Staff Investigation Directorate? Why aren't they handling the investigation if you have been assigned the task?" "The Pasdaran handles investigations involving possible security breaches inside military units." "No, the Pasdaran handles the wet work for the mullahs," Bouchazi interjected. You might as well just put a bullet in my brain now, Hussein. They'll come up with whatever verdict the mullahs want. Be sure not to say any of that at your deposition, General, Yassini said, nodding to the guards to take him away. The Pasdaran headquarters, including their directorates of operations and intelligence, was located at Doshan Tapa Air Base on the eastern outskirts of Tehran. The heavily fortified installation was also the headquarters of Iran's Air Force, Air Logistics Command, and several aircraft maintenance, repair, and modification centers. Bouchazi was taken inside the Pasdaran headquarters compound, a 30-acre walled fortress on the northwestern side of the airbase, and turned over to a very large, burly, bearded jailer who looked as if he lived in the subfloor jails. He was ushered into the central building, down 2 flights of stairs, and down a long corridor to the detention facility. He was taken past several dozen locked solid steel jail cells to an in-processing room, which had a fingerprint station, desk, computer, stainless steel examination table, file cabinets, and, Bouchazi noted, sound-deadening tiles on the walls and ceiling. "Strip, prisoner," the big jailer ordered after his handcuffs had been removed. "As you were, Corporal," Bouchazi said. "You're speaking to a general officer." "I said strip, prisoner," the jailer growled again. "My name is General Hesarek Alkan Bouchazi, Commander-in-Chief of the Iranian Internal Defense Forces. You will address me as Sir or General." The jailer reached out to grab Bouchazi, but the general deflected the jailer's hands away. "You dare use physical force against a superior officer?" He was careful not to scream or curse at the jailer. He wanted to sound authoritative, not crazy or threatening. "Before I was chief of the general staff, I was commander of all Iranian shock troops." The jailer was surprised to hear that his prisoner was the former chief of staff. Bouchazi hoped that the corporal would equate the disbanded shock troops with Pasdaran and back off a bit. The Pasdaran had no respect whatsoever for the regular army. "We were taught how to immobilize the biggest men, without weapons. I won't hurt you, but I will not allow you to abuse me like a common criminal. You will stop resisting and comply, prisoner." He reached for him again, eyes blazing in fury. Bouchazi let the jailer grasp him by his tunic, then easily broke the jailer's grip and shoved him away, digging the tip of his thumb into the man's sternum. Even though the jailer easily had 30 kilos on the general, Bouchazi knew exactly where the vulnerable pressure points on a man were. Now the jailer was completely confused. Bouchazi saw him glance at the red alarm button on the wall, and he knew if he reached that button, Bouchazi would be restrained, or, more likely, shot for resisting. "Corporal," Bouchazi said quickly, in a bit more conciliatory voice, "I am not going to tell you again. I am a general in the Iranian military, and I have not been charged with a crime. You will address me as General or Sir, and you will not attempt to touch me. Is that clear? If you extend to me this ordinary sign of respect, I will comply with your instructions." The jailer was obviously now concerned that he couldn't handle this thin, older man by himself, afraid that he would be dismissed from this post, perhaps even punished for not doing his job. "You must obey my orders." "And so must you, Corporal," Bouchazi said. "What are your orders?" The jailer blinked and said nothing. "You were not given any orders, so you assumed I was to be treated like any other prisoner and processed in the usual manner, correct?" The jailer was obviously still mentally wrestling with this very non-standard encounter. "What is your name, Corporal?" "Tamasbi." Bouchazi let his eyes dig into the jailer's until he added, "Sir." "Corporal Tamasbi, as your superior officer," Bouchazi said in an even, trusting, measured voice, "I instruct you to secure me in a conference room with access to a telephone and computer if available. Bring in some fresh juice for me from the mess. If there are any other flag-grade officers in this facility that have not been charged with a crime, bring them in here as well." The jailer just stood there, dumbfounded. "Corporal, do you understand these instructions?" "Yes, sir, but what? Do any of my orders violate your general orders, or any other orders you have been issued since you assumed this post?" The jailer thought for a moment, and his eyes brightened. "No, sir, they do not." "Then get your ass in gear now," Bouchazi said. "If your sergeant major has any questions, have him come see me. Now take me to a conference room." "Yes, sir." The jailer averted his eyes and opened the door to the processing room. "Corporal Tamasbi." The jailer stopped as if stuck in concrete. "You can't just let me walk out of here, can you? I'm supposed to be in your custody." The jailer meekly nodded and carefully, almost gingerly, took Bouchazi by the arm. "And Corporal?" "Sir?" Just because you work in the jails and generally only see the scum of our proud military does not mean you can go around with an unkempt beard, dirty uniform, and unpolished boots, Bouchazi said, looking the man directly in the eyes, not raising his voice at all, but speaking firmly and authoritatively. If you want to act like a soldier, look like a soldier. And get yourself into a gym and replace that fat with some muscle. I can teach you how to control a man with the lightest touch, but I need something to work with first. Get yourself into shape, and I'll make a shock trooper out of you in no time. Things went much easier from that moment on. Bouchazi allowed himself to be led by the upper left arm. It would look better to others if the jailer physically held him, through the hallway to a large briefing room where each shift was briefed before beginning their tour of duty. That was where they found a Pasdaran master sergeant at a desk, doing paperwork. As soon as Bouchazi saw the non-commissioned officer in the room, he loosened himself from the jailer's grasp and strode ahead of him. The master sergeant saw the general enter the room, shot to his feet, and stood at attention. "Room, attention," he said. "As you were, Master Sergeant," Bouchazi said. "I am General Bouchazi, commander of the Iranian Internal Defense Forces. I have need of this room." He turned to the jailer. "Thank you, Corporal. Carry on." The jailer snapped to attention, then got out of there as fast as he could. Bouchazi turned back to the NCO. "Your name, Master Sergeant?" "Fatah, sir." "Do you recognize me, Master Sergeant?" "Yes, sir. You are the former Chief of Staff. I believe you are currently Commander of the Basij. I prefer they be referred to as the Internal Security Forces," Bouchazi corrected him. The Master Sergeant nodded, his mind obviously still in a bit of confusion as to what was going on. "You were notified of my arrival here?" "The message informed me that you were to be held here until further notice. You will be sent to a separate wing until my office is ready. This room will suffice." The NCO hesitated. "Office, sir? I'm here to organize the detail that will be sent out to hunt down the terrorists that perpetrated the attack on my units in Urumia." "But I thought we don't think around here, Master Sergeant. We have orders which must be obeyed until officially countermanded by legitimate orders from a verified higher authority. What are your orders regarding me, Master Sergeant?" I was told in the message to hold you and await instructions. I am issuing additional instructions to you now," Bouchazi said, "that do not violate any other orders, and as such you will obey immediately. You will clear 2 phone lines for me, and give me the passcodes to access the secure high-speed computer network lines." "Where are my staff officers?" "Staff officers, sir? I was assured that other officers that are to be under my command were sent here, with orders that they are to be detained until further notice. They were to report to me as soon as possible." "Where are they?" "I'm sorry, General, but I'm not familiar with any officers sent here to be detailed to you," Fatah said. He paused for a moment, then added, "We have several in detention awaiting interrogation or disciplinary action, but I don't think they would be suitable for any activity such as you are describing. That's for me to decide, Master Sergeant," Bouchazi said. "Have them report to me immediately." "I can bring them here to you, sir," Fatah said, "but I may not release them to you without written orders from headquarters." "Understood. The passcodes?" Fatah handed Bouchazi a card. The passcodes on the card, which were changed regularly, were combined with each soldier's own personal code to allow access to the secure worldwide network. "Very well. Carry on." Fatah snapped to attention and departed. As soon as he departed, Bouchazi hurriedly composed several messages on the computer to his staff officers and unit commanders around the country, using coded phrases and virtual email addresses so the Pasdaran or their intelligence bureau investigators would hopefully find it more difficult to trace and decipher the messages or their intended recipients, advising them on what happened in Urumia and the Supreme Defense Council's reaction. He knew it was very possible for the Pasdaran to keep him here permanently without anyone else knowing he was here, or for him to just disappear without anyone being able to investigate or question any action. All communications in and out of all headquarters complexes were screened in real time by the Intelligence Bureau, but hopefully at least one message would make it out. If none did, he would end up worse than dead. It would be as if he never existed. He had barely hit the send button on the last message when Fatah returned with 3 men, all secured at the wrists with waist chain restraints. 2 of the men wore gray and white striped prison overalls. The third, to Bouchazi's surprise, wore a battle dress uniform with subdued brigadier general's stars on it. Like Bouchazi himself, It appeared he had come in directly from the field, without the opportunity to change uniforms or clean up. "Here are the men you requested to see, sir," Master Sergeant Fatah said. Bouchazi got to his feet and looked the men over. The first officer in prison garb stood at attention, but returned the general's glare. "Your name?" "Kazemi, Ali Reza, Flight Captain, 113th Tactical Airlift Squadron, Berjan, sir." "Why were you brought here, Captain?" "I am not aware of any legitimate charges brought against me, sir." Bouchazi glanced at Fatah, who said, "Accused of stealing a transport jet to smuggle goods from Afghanistan and Turkmenistan, and for running a black market operation on government property, sir." "What sort of goods?" "Food, medicine, weapons, fuel, clothing." "Is this true, Captain?" "I am innocent of all those charges, sir." "Of course you are," Bouchazi said sarcastically. He turned to the general officer. "I know you, don't I, General?" "I believe we have met, sir. Brigadier General Kamal Zohram, Commander, 2nd Rocket Brigade." "Bezdaran?" "Yes, sir." The sooner he got rid of this guy, Bouchazi thought, the better. "Why are you here, General?" "I am to be questioned about an incident this morning at a field test in Kerman province, sir." "What sort of incident?" "An attack, sir." "Someone attacked you? In Kerman province?" Kerman province was completely surrounded by other provinces, shared no boundaries with any foreign countries, and had no cross-border or ethnic problems. It was considered as safe and secure as any Persian province could be. Oromia was much more dangerous and had a long history of clashes with Kurds, Turks, and Turkmen, but this story of another attack really got Bouchazi's attention. "What sort of attack, General?" "An air attack, sir." "An air attack?" Bouchazi was shocked. He had a thrill of spine-numbing fear as he recalled the American B-2 stealth bomber attacks that devastated Iran's air defenses and naval forces not that many years ago. Were the Americans gearing up for another attack? Unfortunately, he didn't have time to question Joram about it. "I find that highly unlikely, General, but we'll discuss it later." He moved to the third prisoner, then immediately stepped back, out of smell range. The man had deeply sunken cheeks and eyes, thin hair, wasted neck muscles, and he trembled slightly. "What the hell is your story, soldier?" "Heroin addict, sir," Fatah said. "What is he doing here? Why are you wasting valuable resources on him?" "He's an officer that we suspect is running a drug smuggling operation in Karasan province," Fatah said. "We're drying him out so we can question him on the others in his network." "How long have you been drying him out, Master Sergeant?" 3 days, sir." "What do you think the others in his network are doing while he's in Doshan Tapa getting dried out, Master Sergeant?" Bouchazi asked angrily. "Do you expect them to be sitting around waiting to get caught? They are long gone by now." "We must conduct an investigation nonetheless, sir," Fatah said, "so we will continue using a rapid detox protocol which includes high doses of sedatives and naltrexone to alleviate the withdrawal "I'll show you the proper treatment protocol for a heroin addict, Master Sergeant," Bouchazi said, and drove his right hand into the man's throat, splitting his trachea and cracking his vertebrae. The man's eyes bugged out until they looked as if they'd pop out of his head, then rolled up inside his skull, and he hit the floor like a bag of rotten pomegranates. "General, no!" Master Sergeant Fatah shouted. He pushed Bouchazi away and bent down to examine the nearly decapitated body. As he was being pushed away, Bouchazi grabbed Joram and pulled him close. "Do you expect to get your command back once the Pesdaran completes his investigation of the attack, General?" he whispered urgently. Joram hesitated, shocked at the sudden flurry of action around him, but the shock lasted only moments. "I'll be dead or in prison, General," he said simply. "If I'm lucky, I'll be simply discharged and returned to my family penniless and disgraced." "As will I," Bouchazi said. "So, will you fight or will you submit?" Joram hesitated again, looking away, but Bouchazi's grasp and urgent growl locked his eyes back on Bouchazi's. "Answer me, Joram. Fight or submit?" "Fight," Joram said. "The Pesdaran doesn't want answers. They want someone to blame, and the sooner the better. I want the ones that attacked my rocket forces."
I'll come for you, Bougazi said. Join me, and you will get your fight. Cross me, and I'll cut your guts out with a spoon. Free me, and I'll fight with you, General, Joram said. I swear on the eyes of Allah. Bougazi grabbed Joram's crotch. You'll be swearing to me by these, General, because if you cross me, I'll make you eat them. I swear, General. Free me, and I'm your man. Good. He turned to Kazemi, who was watching the two generals and not paying any attention to the dead officer. What about you, Kazemi? Are you Pasdaran? Air Corps, yes, sir. Are you a smuggler? Only when my squadron's supplies are siphoned off by the regional headquarters at Shiraz, sir, Kazemi said. I was tired of losing my men to cold and hunger and flew some helicopters to the border to trade with nomads and black marketeers. I find it faster and easier to trade with Afghan nomads than confront corrupt Pasdaran supply officers. If you're getting out of here, sir, take me with you. I don't trust thieves, no matter how noble their reasoning. I stole only for my men and their families, sir, not for myself, Kazemi said. I'd do it again if necessary. Bougazi hesitated. If you won't take me, sir, then do me a favor and shoot me on your way out, Kazemi added, because I'd rather die at your hands than be turned into a drooling, blubbering vegetable by these Pasdaran goons. And they'll do it, because I'm not implicating my men or the Afghans that helped me. I'll bite off my own tongue before I talk. Brave words, Captain. You... Sir, you have killed him, Master Sergeant Fatah exclaimed. He's dead. Exactly what he needed to cure his heroin addiction, Bougazi said proudly. He looked at Kazemi, but said nothing. Get that piece of human garbage out of my sight, Master Sergeant, and let me get back to... To what, General Bougazi? A voice asked. Bougazi looked up and saw a Pasdaran three-star general standing in the doorway, hands casually behind his back. Do you think you're going somewhere? General Badi, Bougazi said, choking down a shiver of panic. How good to see you. Lieutenant General Muhammad Badi, commander of the Pasdaran-e-Ingelab, or Islamic Revolutionary Guards, was about Bougazi's height but several kilos heavier, with slick-backed dark hair, a thin mustache, and a thick, jowly neck. He wore a black Pasdaran battle-dress uniform, high-topped black riding boots, and a web belt with a large Belgian or Austrian-made pistol in its holster. Badi wore an amused smile as he surveyed the scene in the conference room, but Bougazi knew it was a crocodile's smile. Badi was as dangerous and unpredictable as they came in the Iranian military forces. I was expecting you, and you prepared a gift for me. A prisoner with a broken neck. How touching, Hessarik. Badi felt comfortable calling Bougazi by his first name because, to him, Bougazi was nothing but a disgraced, incompetent officer that should have been eliminated years ago. Back when Bougazi was chief of staff and nominal commander of the Pasdaran, Badi was the senior Pasdaran officer in charge of deploying Iran's limited stockpile of reverse-engineered Russian nuclear weapons. Thanks to Bougazi's influence with the Supreme Defense Council, Badi convinced them to agree to deploy the weapons aboard a refitted Russian and Chinese nuclear-powered aircraft carrier called the Ayatollah Ruhollah Khomeini. Badi was dead set against such a move. The American naval superiority in the Middle East and Indian Ocean region was unquestioned, but Bougazi's plan was put in motion despite his strident objections. The ultimate insult? As the senior officer in charge of all of Iran's nuclear weapons, Badi was assigned as the second-in-command and chief tactical officer aboard the Khomeini, under Major Admiral Akbar Tufaili. The admiral was the fifth highest-ranking Pasdaran officer and the highest-ranking Pasdaran naval officer, and he never missed an opportunity to let everyone around him know it. He was an incompetent boob that had no idea what power he commanded. Tufaili was killed by the Americans as he tried to flee the carrier. In the meantime, the American Air Force decimated Iran's air defenses. The blow to Iran's military and the mullah's plans to dominate the entire Persian Gulf and Arabian Sea region was severe, especially for the defeated and disgraced Chief of Staff, Bougazi. But for Muhammad Badi, the episode was his ticket to the top. The Supreme Defense Council realized that everything Badi had been saying was true. It would take Tehran years,
perhaps decades, to match American military power in the Middle East, so why waste the resources to try to do so? Instead, build small, tactical nuclear weapons, place them in the hands of Pizdaran special operations forces around the world, and challenge the Americans in the one area they were not prepared to handle: guerrilla warfare. That's exactly what the Supreme Defense Council decided to do, and they placed the program in Muhammad Badi's hands, along with a fast promotion and almost unlimited money and authority. While Bouchazi was sweating away in the Iranian hinterlands trying to teach young Iranian men and women to fight like Persian soldiers instead of common street thugs, Badi was the master of the Pizdaran and the nuclear arsenal that was secretly being assembled. "I just thought I'd relieve you of some human garbage, Muhammad," Bouchazi said. "You're not angry, are you? If you feel the need to show off your big, bad commando skills in front of my men and these other prisoners as Sarek, be my guest," Badi said. "Are you quite through now?" He turned to the Master Sergeant. "Sergeant, what in hell are these prisoners doing out of their cells?" The General, he ordered them brought here, sir." "The General, eh?" "General Bouchazi is a prisoner here, Sergeant. Perhaps one small step up from that dead officer lying there, but only just. But Sir, I received no orders regarding the General except that he be held here. I received no list of charges, no sentencing order, no—" "Are you this stupid every day, Sergeant, or is today something special?" Badi asked. "Bouchazi is an enemy of the Republic and is considered a traitor and possibly a spy, assisting terrorists to enter the country and attack military bases. He deserves to be hung naked by his thumbs for the rest of the year, but that decision will be left to the Supreme Defense Council. Until then, he will be placed in isolation and monitored 24/7. Understood?" "Yes, sir." "Any more words that the General utters in yours or your men's presence is to be recorded and transmitted to me immediately, to be collected and used against him at his court-martial, if he is still alive when it commences. Clear?" "Yes, sir." "Now get that piece of diseased meat out of here, put those other prisoners back in their cages, then place yourself on report. I will escort the General to his cell, after we have a little chat." "Get moving!" The Master Sergeant barked orders, restraints were placed on General Bouchazi, and Badi took him by the arm and led him out of the briefing room. As they walked down the corridor, Badi remarked, "I see the old Bouchazi charm is still working. Don't tell me it was your superior powers of persuasion that prompted one of the most senior soldiers at Doshan Tepe to not only let you out of your cell, but to let 3 others out as well. It's called leadership, treating a soldier like a fellow warrior instead of an idiot," Bouchazi said. "You should try it sometime. Actually, I'm sure it was our fearless leader Yassini's fault for not leaving specific instructions regarding your arrest and detention," Badi conjectured. "Another example of poor leadership, blaming others for your own failures," Bouchazi said. "Fatah and Tamazbi were just following orders." "Who?" "Yet another example of poor leadership. You don't even know the names of your key personnel, not even the Master Sergeant on duty. And it's Master Sergeant, Muhammad, not Sergeant. Calling Fatah a sergeant is an insult to his years of service." "I guess I'm getting quite a lesson in leadership from you this morning, aren't I, Hesarek?" Badi said. They approached the office of the security detachment commander, where another very large guard resembling Tamazbi, except perhaps bigger and meaner-looking, was standing at attention. Badi told the security commander he needed his office, and he motioned for Bouchazi to step inside after he had departed. Bouchazi stepped to the center of the room. "So what brings the chief of the Pizdaran to the dog pens, Muhammad? I would think you'd want to distance yourself from me as much as possible." "I've had little trouble doing that since I worked on your headquarters staff, Hesarek," Badi said, as he moved to sit behind the security commander's desk, leaving Bouchazi standing before him. He started drawing geometric shapes on the polished sandalwood desk before him. "My investigators collected 16 bodies from the disaster at Urumia, Hesarek. Most died in the truck bomb explosion and the gun battle that followed. Several others had burns and other serious injuries, but had a single shot to the head, execution style. A dead Kurd is a good Kurd.
I didn't say all were dead, Hisarik, Badi said. A few were still alive and even conscious. Good. Make them talk. We'll find out where their base or home cities are and launch a punitive attack immediately. He looked at Badi suspiciously. You know, Mohammed, I'm very suspicious about the details of that attack. Oh, it was almost perfect. Too perfect, Bujazi said. My internal defense force personnel at Urumia were the best of the best. The showpieces of my new force. Looks like they weren't as good as you thought, eh, Hisarik? The Border Defense Battalion was specially trained to detect and repel foreign invaders, especially Kurdish terrorists, because of their location so close to Kurdish-controlled territories. Guess they screwed up. The outcome of your vaunted leadership skills, no doubt. Security was airtight, Bujazi went on. I've encountered some experienced and excellent Kurdish soldiers, but this attack was uncharacteristically precise, fast, and lethal, even for the most highly trained Kurds I've ever known. What are you getting at, Hisarik? Bujazi looked carefully at Badi, then shrugged. I don't know, Mohammed. I have nothing. I might still be in shock. I can't concentrate on any details. All I can see when I think about it is body parts scattered around me like ripe fruit fallen from trees in an orchard. Well, concentrate on this for a moment, Hisarik, Badi said. The men we are questioning have already given us a great deal of information, almost all of it corroborated with each other and with intelligence information we've already received, such as the number in their attack squad. That could be useful. Or it could be a lie, Bujazi said. If it's a lie, we can use it against them in later interrogations. However, I'd be cautious of exactly matching responses, Muhammad. They could have been coached as a group to give false or misleading information. I don't think so, Badi said. They told us other interesting pieces of information, such as some of them were captured by your men. My men? I came to Urumia to preside over a stand-up ceremony for a border defense unit. I didn't bring any men. I didn't even bring... He didn't hear him coming until it was too late. While Bujazi was distracted, Badi's bodyguard had closed the office door, withdrawn a metal baton, and swung at full force, striking him in the right kidney area. Bujazi's vision exploded into a cloud of stars, and all he could hear was the terrifying sound of a freight train out of control rushing at full volume in his ears. He gasped at first until the full, shrieking tsunami of pain rolled over him, and he cried aloud and dropped to the carpet, writhing in agony. If I didn't know you better, Hisarik, Badi said, I'd say you captured those prisoners and are secretly interrogating them. Bujazi didn't hear him until Badi repeated himself a few moments later, after the roaring in his ears had subsided. What do you have to say to that, General? I'd say you know me pretty well, Muhammad, my old friend, Bujazi said, through the choking clouds of pain. Where are they? I want them. Of course you do, you piece of shit. Because they're Pasdaran, aren't they? Badi's eyes widened in surprise, and his mouth dropped open in confusion, but only for a moment, and then the crocodile smile came back. Very clever, Hisarik. Did you know, or did you just guess? I suspected it. But when you showed up here, I know, Bujazi groaned. It's the only logical reason why you would come down here and interrogate me, personally. You sent Pasdaran special forces disguised as Kurds to attack fellow Iranian soldiers? Why, for God's sake? Badi didn't answer, but his eyes told the whole story. You're shitting me, Badi. You did it because you thought the internal defense forces would replace the Pasdaran as guardians of the revolution? Your units were good. Almost too good, Badi said. You stood up that base at Urumia for a tenth of what it would cost the Pasdaran, and in less time than anyone would have guessed. Yassini and the Supreme Defense Council were starting to take notice. A few on the council argued that paramilitary forces couldn't take the place of the Pasdaran, that they would flee at the first sign of the enemy. I just took his suggestion and staged a little raid. Your men didn't run, I'll give them that, but they were completely unprepared. It was easier than I ever could have hoped. Except for some of your men being captured, you mean? Before long you will be terminated, and soon after so too your internal defense force project, Badi went on. and the Pazdaran's budget and border security responsibilities will be fully restored, perhaps even increased, as they should be. You're nothing but a sick, egomaniacal bastard, Buddy, Boujazi said. You can't stand to be subordinate to anyone, so you stayed quiet about Tufayli's incompetence as captain of the aircraft carrier Khomeini, and then after he was dead, you blamed the whole defeat on me. I never would have thought you'd stoop so low as to kill your own people to advance your career. Why not, Hisarak? Your career certainly isn't going anywhere. You could have raised the Prophet up from the dead, and you'd still be known as the one who lost Iran's regional military domination to a numerically inferior Western force. And since Yassini is such a proponent of this idiotic internal defense force idea, he'll go down too, and you'll be promoted as chief of staff and remain head of the Pazdaran. Why stop there? If I can plant enough false memos and directives, I might implicate the president in the whole internal defense force scheme and take him down too. And I can slip into that position as well. All I have to do is trot out your Pazdaran agents captured in the raid wearing Kurdish terrorist outfits, and your game is up. Not if I can get to them first, Hisarak, Buddy said menacingly. That's why you're going to tell me where they are. Screw you. General, I'm going to take great delight in watching you be tortured by my man here, Buddy said, nodding to the very large man standing over Boujazi. He's going to do it the old-fashioned way, not with unpredictable drugs, but with good, old-fashioned physical torture. You're too old to resist it. My man is an expert on knowing exactly how far he can take old geezers like you through the corridors of pain, to the very thresholds of coma and death, without crossing over. All of your shock trooper training from 30 years ago won't help you one bit. Fuck you, Buddy. It's going to take us a few minutes to get set up, Hisarak. We'll let you think about what is about to happen to you. If you talk, and if what you say is true and my men are recovered, I'll kill you quick and painlessly. Otherwise, you will experience levels of pain that you can't imagine, and it won't be continuous or cause unconsciousness. It'll be slow, lingering, sharp, and unexpected. Before long, you'll be screaming information at me and begging for mercy. You can end any such unpleasantness by telling me what I want to know. I know my man here will be disappointed by not performing his tricks on you, but he'll get over it, I'm sure. Badi rose from the desk, grabbed Bouchazi by the hair, and said in his face, You'll be taken to an interrogation room, Hisarak, and prepped. You'll be wired for sound, as they say. Your tongue, your testicles, your heart, and your entire nervous system will be plugged into a nice, big electrical transformer that we can precisely control. But there is no volume control on this device, Hisarak. Just an on and off switch. It's full voltage every time. It'll be interesting to see how you do. I strongly recommend you tell me what I want to know now, before the fun really begins. I said, Go screw yourself, Buddy, Bouchazi said. By the time you get anything out of me, my men will have changed locations a half-dozen times. If I'm dead, my men will trot out those captured Pazdaran commandos and release their videotaped confessions. The warrant for your arrest will be issued shortly after that. You might as well start getting out of the country now. May I suggest South America? At the very least, we can find out what else you might know, Buddy said. As I said, as we go on, you'll be most anxious to tell us all sorts of things. This, I guarantee. Goodbye, Hisarak. This will probably be the last time I see you with all of your faculties still intact. Badi patted Bouchazi's face, then motioned to the bodyguard. Have the general taken to an interrogation room and prepared for his debriefing. Have them notify me immediately when he breaks. The bodyguard nodded and opened the door for the general. And Badi saw a man in light gray fatigues, desert combat boots, and the blue beret of the Iranian Air Forces standing in the doorway. Behind him stood 3 soldiers, similarly dressed, carrying automatic rifles. What is this? He shouted. Greetings, General Badi, the first soldier said, and in the blink of an eye he raised a sound-suppressed Russian Makarov automatic pistol,
fired 3 shots just past Badi's left ear and directly into the torturer's face, then pushed Badi inside and closed the door, leaving his 3 soldiers to guard the outside. The soldier dumped Badi to the carpet with a kick to the side of his left knee. The Pasdaran general screamed aloud at the pain and shock of the sudden attack. "Who in hell are you?" he cried. "You don't recognize me, General?" the soldier asked. "You took great delight in ruining my career about 11 years ago." He tossed a set of handcuff keys to the Pasdaran commander, then pressed his pistol against his forehead. "While you're thinking, release General Bouchazi. Now!" Badi crawled over to Bouchazi and unlocked the handcuffs. Bouchazi grabbed the keys and released the waist chain. "Now I remember. Satari. Mansour Satari, Bouchazi's chief of staff." "Very good, General," the young officer said. After the handcuffs were removed, Satari had Badi place them on himself, then helped Bouchazi to his feet and waited until the injured general was able to stay on his feet by himself. "If the general is injured, Badi, you die right here and now." "Killing me won't help you get out of here," Badi said. "There are over 1,000 armed Pasdaran guards here. Your security force here at Dolshantepe is exactly 315 soldiers per shift, Badi," Satari said. "I brought a team of just 100 lightly armed internal defense soldiers and killed or captured every one of the guards on duty already. Your day shift got too cocky and overconfident, Badi. They obviously thought no one ever wants to break into a Pasdaran compound, especially at daytime. You won't get out of here alive, Satari. We've got units monitoring the 8 other Pasdaran bases in the city, and if they move on us, they'll be neutralized as well. We'll be out of here before any other security forces arrive. And you'll be long dead." He raised the pistol. "Wait," Bouchazi said. He took the pistol from Satari's hands. "I think it'd be better to put him on trial for the murders of all those men and women in Oromie. We have positive proof that the men we captured alive were Pasdaran?" "No question, sir," Satari said. "All your evidence could have been faked with ease," Badi said. "Besides, the Supreme Defense Council won't accept any evidence you give them. They'll blame it all on internecine rivalry and warfare and send us both on our ways. Except the Pasdaran will be after you and all the traitors who joined you as soon as the council adjourns. You might as well use this temporary advantage to flee the country, Bouchazi, before you are publicly executed for treason. By me." Satari and Bouchazi looked at each other. Obviously, the very same thought had crossed their minds. Iran was no place for them now, and it was too late to turn back. "The Basij have no hope of eliminating the Pasdaran Hessarik. It was created solely as a means of providing the Pasdaran with cannon fodder so the Iraqis would waste their bullets on them and allow the Pasdaran to attack during the War of Glorification. Your Basij forces will always be nothing but cannon fodder." "We took your headquarters with little trouble," Satari said. Badi ignored him. "With you in temporary control of this base, you can hijack an aircraft that will easily take you to Africa, Europe, or Asia. Better get out now, while you can." He smiled as he watched Satari silently pleading for Bouchazi to agree, and he saw Bouchazi's eyes start to dart back and forth as his mind examined his options over and over again. Milliseconds before Bouchazi said, "No, Mansour, we continue as planned," then fired 3 bullets into Badi's brain. Satari spit on the nearly headless corpse and nodded. "Good riddance. That should have been done years ago." "We're committed now, my friend," Bouchazi said, checking the pistol, accepting a full magazine from Satari and reloading it. "Let's avenge the deaths of our brothers in the internal defense forces, and then let's get this revolution started." Chapter 2. Over the High-Technology Aerospace Weapons Center, Elliott Air Force Base, Groom Lake, Nevada. Weeks later. Boomer always thought that it felt like hitting the water on the Splash Mountain ride at Disneyland, bumpy and noisy amidst the sudden shock of deceleration, except the feeling lasted 8 minutes, not 2 seconds. With a 180-degree X-axis turn and a 90-second burn from the laser pulse detonation rocket system, the XR-A9 Black Stallion spaceplane slowed down to about 5,000 miles per hour and immediately began its descent through the atmosphere. Once slowed down, Hunter Noble used the spaceplane's maneuvering rockets to turn forward again, then lift the nose slightly to the proper altitude to expose the heat-proof carbon-carbon underside of the Black Stallion to the worst of the friction. He followed an electronic cueing system displayed on his primary multifunction display, similar to a terrestrial instrument landing system. As long as he kept the crosshairs perfectly centered in the middle of the display, he was on course and on glide path for atmospheric reinsertion. "Boomer, check your flight control computers. They're not engaged," the crew mission commander, First Lieutenant Dorothea Benetton, call sign Nano, said from the forward compartment. Benetton was a high-energy, Type A personality, barely contained by an engineering degree and an Air Force commission. She liked to party, and she liked being in control of every situation. She had to take a deep breath and force her words from her mouth through the high-G loading during re-entry. "Did they pop offline?" "No, I just didn't engage. I thought I'd hand-fly this re-entry," Boomer replied, his voice shaky and hoarse as well. "Don't you screw with my test parameters, Boomer, or I'll kick your butt," Benetton warned only half-jokingly. "Stay on glide path." During re-entry, the air around the spacecraft got so hot that it ionized and disrupted normal radio communications, so the team normally used a laser radio system that bounced laser beams between satellites to communicate with the spaceplane. But the message they received was actually over the normal encrypted UHF radio channel. "Stud 2, this is Control. How do you hear?" radioed Air Force Colonel Martin Tehama, the commander of the High Technology Aerospace Weapons Center, from his headquarters at Elliott Air Force Base. 3 by, Control, Boomer replied. He turned to Nano and gave her a wink. "Looks like your gadget is working, Dottie." Enough heat was being sucked away from the skin to keep the air from ionizing, permitting regular radio communications. "Why aren't you on auto control, too?" Tehama asked. "I show the flight control system in standby. Is there a problem?" "Now I'm getting the nagging in stereo," Boomer said. Reluctantly, he switched on the autopilot, keeping his hands on the controls until he was sure the system was responding properly. "Everyone happy now?" "Why do we bother writing up a test flight plan if you're not going to follow it, Boomer?" the commander asked. To Benetton, he said, "Nice job on the protection system upgrades, Lieutenant. Looks like it's working pretty well." "Thank you, sir," Nano responded, grunting through the G-forces. "I've still got some higher-than-expected temperatures in the cargo bay, but it looks like the temperature's holding. Boomer hasn't fried anything yet." As they continued their descent, the aerodynamic flight controls took greater and greater effect, and soon they were executing some lazy 8s and steep-banked S-turns across the sky, which helped to slow and cool the spacecraft even more. With the outside thermal protection layer temperatures now below 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit, the safe structural temperature limit for the spacecraft's titanium-vanadium skeleton, Boomer was clear to maneuver as he pleased, and he headed straight for Elliott Air Force Base's 23,000-foot-long runway on Groom Lake in south-central Nevada. It was not Hunter's best landing. He turned toward the runway late and landed about 300 feet short on the overrun. Fortunately, the overrun, while not stressed as highly as the main runway, supported the Black Stallion's weight adequately. He noticed fire and rescue trucks racing toward him as he zoomed down the runway, then slamming on the brakes and reversing direction as he zipped past the pre-planned stopping point. He used almost every foot of the 3-mile-long runway to stop, but he safely turned off before reaching the end and headed for the hangars. "The cargo compartment monitors shut down. Probably due to high heat," Nano said as she monitored the computerized shutdown process. "If my experiment is trashed, Boomer, I'm going to give you a smack in the head." Noble didn't respond. As soon as the onboard data was collected, the spacecraft completely shut down and the inspection stand rolled into place. She hopped out and climbed up onto the platform to look at the cargo bay passenger module. Hunter had a bad feeling about the outcome when he saw daggers flying out of Nano's eyes, aimed directly at him. "What?" he asked. "Black streaks coming out of the seam in the bay doors," Benetton said frostily. "The whole spacecraft is black, Nano. How can you—" "It's built up heat and oxidation, Boomer," she said. "I'm going to slit your throat, I swear." A few minutes later, with firefighters and paramedics standing by, they opened up the cargo doors, and an undulating, shimmering gray cloud of smoke and heat rolled out. Nano was shaking her fist in the spaceplane pilot's direction as she stared into the cargo hold.
Boomer, wait till I get my hands on you! It took several long, agonizing moments to move a crane into position to lift the passenger module out of the cargo bay and onto a cradle in the hangar. Luckily, the cradle was covered with heat-resistant materials because the module was definitely hot, like a fat steak fresh off the barbecue. As expected, the electrical door opening mechanisms didn't work, so the ground crews started to work on the mechanical locks. By the time the locks had been twisted free, a small crowd had gathered at the hatch, morbidly curious as to what the insides looked like. Nano herself grabbed a pair of insulated gloves and grasped the latch, but before Benetton could open the hatch, the levers moved and the door swung open from the inside. "About time, Doc," the electronically synthesized voice of Air Force Brigadier General Hal Briggs said. A wave of heat rolled out through the open hatch. "We thought you guys forgot about us." "For God's sake, General, are you all right?" Benetton asked breathlessly. "I'm okay. A little bored, that's all," Briggs said. He was inside a Tin Man-powered exoskeleton, a protective suit of electronic armor made up of composite materials thousands of times stronger than steel, but just a fraction of the weight. The suit was composed of a material called BERP, or Ballistic Electronically Responsive Process, that kept the material flexible but instantly hardened into an almost impenetrable shell if struck. The BERP material was surrounded by thin microhydraulic actuators in a lightweight composite framework that gave the wearer superhuman strength, agility, and speed. The suit had a variety of sensors, communications equipment, and weapon control functions built into it, as well as its own environmental controls to keep the user comfortable in extreme conditions. Benetton started to reach in and undo the straps securing Briggs in the aft-facing seat. "Let's get you out of there, sir." Briggs held up a large armored hand. "Better not, Doc. My readouts say it's over 170 Fahrenheit in here." He looked over at his comrade while he undid his harness. "You okay over there, Sergeant Major?" "Affirmative, sir," the second passenger, U.S. Marine Corps Sergeant Major Chris Wall, replied, also wearing Tin Man armor, his usual emotionless monotone clearly identifiable through the electronic voice synthesizing system. The big Marine was seated in a forward-facing seat. He turned to Benetton while he unbuckled his harness. "I assume it's not supposed to get this hot in here, Doc?" he deadpanned. "The Sergeant Major has just expended his allotment of quips for the year," Briggs interjected. "Take it up with the aircraft commander," she responded perturbedly. "If he had let the computers fly the re-entry and it stayed precisely on the programmed glide path, everything would have been fine." The bug-eyed helmeted figure looked at Benetton, then Noble, but said nothing in reply. After downloading and checking all of the recorded data from the Tin Man suits, Briggs and Wall disconnected and stepped out of the exoskeleton, removed their helmets, and shuffled off to the back of a security force's flatbed truck, helping themselves to cigars and bottles of water as they rested. "It was a good ride until the re-entry, Doc," Briggs said. "I think normal folks would have trouble with that re-entry, though. Other than the heat, the G-forces are pretty severe. Can't you make it so you pull fewer Gs?" "We did a 2.5 G re-entry, which is about half of normal," Hunter Noble said. "The Tin Man suits may have made it feel heavier than normal. How do you feel, Sergeant Major?" "I feel fine, sir," Wall said. "Perhaps all of the seats should be forward-facing. The aft-facing seats get a pounding during both takeoff and re-entry." "Roger that," Briggs agreed. "I know what spam in a can feels like now." "I'd also suggest maybe a few windows in there, too," Wall added. "The commando delivery vehicle the Air Battle Force uses has windows." "I'll bet it doesn't go suborbital, Sergeant Major," Hunter said. "Were you getting a little airsick up there? We noticed your vitals getting up there." A warning glare from the big Marine told Boomer to terminate that line of questioning immediately. "Maybe we can put a computer monitor up front that can transmit mission data as well as outside horizon views. Good suggestion, Sergeant Major." Wall nodded, which instantly made Boomer feel that his life had just been spared. "I'm sorry you had a rough ride, General," Nano said, concern still evident in her voice. "Hey, I had a great time, Lieutenant," the Air Force Security Force's one-star general said. Hal Briggs was always an animated, energetic guy, but his face was fairly beaming as he remembered the flight he just took. "Man, I was in space. Me! I joined the Army to see the world, but I never thought I'd see it from space." Hal Briggs had originally joined the U.S. Army, but transferred to the Air Force when being a Ranger got too unexciting for him. "I'll fly with you any time, boys and girls, with or without the suit. Just call."
After a brief physical exam, the first stop was maintenance debrief, which usually lasted a couple of hours. Mission data, automatically data-linked to Earth stations during the flight, was compared to digital mission logs collected on the ground, and then the smallest departure from flight plan or nominal readings was examined and discussed. The flight crew sat together at a desk, surrounded by 6 computer monitors, each linked to a different main office of the maintenance complex: propulsion, environmental life support, electrical, hydraulic, pneumatic, payload, communications computers, and airframe, and answered questions transmitted to them by technicians in the control center, aircraft hangar, and records room. It was past noon and well over 100 degrees Fahrenheit outside in the Nevada sunshine when Noble, Benetton, Briggs, and Wall finally stepped out of the maintenance debrief building, where they found Colonel Martin Tahama waiting for them. He saluted Briggs. "I hope you are okay, General. Sergeant Major," he said. "I'm glad to hear the medics gave you a clean bill of health." "Actually, I feel pretty good, Colonel. Like I had a really vigorous workout," Briggs said. "I guess whatever doesn't kill you makes you stronger, eh?" "Yes, sir." "And you, Sergeant Major?" "Fine, sir," Wall said in his typical low, almost growling voice. Briggs lit up a cigar, watching with interest as Tahama's eyes widened in concern. Sir," the Hawk commander said apologetically, "we don't allow smoking here at the complex." Briggs nodded and looked directly at the Air Force full colonel. "Is that so, Colonel?" he asked simply, taking another deep drag of his cigar. "I've been assigned here for, what, Chris? Damn near 20 years?" "A very long time, sir," Wall rumbled. Briggs continued to stare at Tahama. "I don't believe I've ever heard of a ban on smoking outdoors except on the flight line, weapons storage area, and hangars," he went on. "Well, there is, sir." Briggs nodded, took another deep drag of his cigar, took it out of his mouth, and blew a cloud of smoke into Tahama's face. "Duly noted. Is there anything else for me, Colonel?" he asked. "Sir, I think it's a bad example for the men to have a general officer flouting my regulations," Tahama tried one more time. "Do you think your men will be flouting your regulations because of me, Colonel?" "I don't believe they will, sir, no." "Then I don't believe we have a problem here, Colonel. But if the men see you violating one of my regulations, will that prompt them to go ahead and disobey your regulations?" "I don't think so, sir, but it shows a lack of regard for my regulations." "A lack of regard for some of your regulations, Colonel? Like having a cigar after my first space flight away from the flight line outdoors in a parking lot." Tahama said nothing. "You are free to report my flagrant violation of your regulations to General Edgewater at Air Force Materiel Command or to Major General Furness at Air Battle Force. Want their numbers?" Tahama briefly appeared as if he was going to argue with him, but he decided against it, scowling. "No, sir," he said, saluting. Briggs raised his cigar to return his salute, and Tahama turned to depart. "Oh, Colonel, what did you come out here for anyway?" Briggs asked. Tahama stopped and half-turned, kicking himself for forgetting. "I need to speak with Captain Noble." He could smell another waft of fine cigar smoke traveling his way and wished he had one himself right now. "Very well. Carry on." Tahama strode quickly yet stiffly over to where Boomer and Nano were loading gear into a staff car. They both saluted their superior officer, but Tahama didn't return their salutes. His conversation with Boomer and Nano was very short. Tahama stopped in front of them, and with his eyes averted and his face a mask of anger and frustration, said simply, "Benetton, I want the report on the module on my desk by 1600 hours." "Yes, sir," Nano responded, wondering if she had enough time, and then immediately deciding, based on Tahama's pained and angry expression, that she had better make the time. "Noble, you're off the flying schedule," Tahama said. "You will report to the flight surgeon for a complete medical and psych eval." "A psych eval? I find you moody, irritable, refusing to follow orders, argumentative, and distracted, possibly depressed or in some way unbalanced," Tahama said. "Further, and much more seriously, you willingly violated a major operational security directive by landing during an enemy satellite overfly window period. I shouldn't need to remind you that we are still technically in a state of war. You're grounded until I get the report from the flight surgeon. Get on it, both of you." He walked away without another word, not returning their salutes or even looking up. Boomer wore a stunned expression as they watched Tahama walk away. "Can you believe this shit?" he exploded. Nano averted her eyes. "Grounding me is one thing, but a psychological evaluation? If that shows up on my records, I'll be out of this program in the blink of an eye. I won't be able to get a job spraying fertilizer over a bean field, let alone fly in space ever again. He can't do this to me. Maybe he's the one who's come unhinged, Nano? Wonder what he and General Briggs were talking about. Wonder if they'd get mad if I asked them. When Nano didn't respond, he looked at her and saw her still looking at the pavement. What's up, Nano? I gotta go write that report, was all she said. But she didn't need to say anything else. Her blank expression told him everything. You agree with Tahama? He asked her. You think I need a psych eval? You were acting real weird today, Boomer, she responded woodenly. You were fighting everything and everyone, wanting to do it your own way. What's up with that? We do that on every mission, Nano, you know that, Boomer said. This isn't Edwards, Eglin, or Pax River. We don't always follow a set program because our job is to get the weapon systems in the flight test unit's hands as soon as possible. Before Tahama showed up, no one was complaining when I'd hand fly a re-entry or land a little hot. Why am I getting shit now? You're getting a psych eval because you argued with the boss, Boomer. Tahama's worried about his promotion and his pension. He doesn't want anybody messing up his perfect little world. We need to get someone in charge here who cares more about putting hardware on the line rather than his career. When are you going to learn that you're not going to find a field-grade officer bucking for General Stars who's not afraid of ruining his career? Benetton asked. The guy's been in the service 20-plus years, and he wants everything to go nice and smooth so he can nail down his retirement. He wants no black marks on his record so he can show off a clean, successful resume to defense contractors or consulting clients after he punches out. Guys like Tahama are looking at the end of their Air Force careers, not the beginning, and they need that job after retirement to supplement their pitiful government pensions. You and me, we get employment offers every week, and for a hell of a lot more money than guys like Tahama will ever see. Hey, I'm not an idiot, I know all that, Boomer said, the frustration evident in his voice. But we can do amazing stuff out here if we're allowed to do it. Technical and scientific hurdles I can handle. It's the bureaucratic and personality junk that get me angry. Why can't they just let us do our thing? You sound like a complete adolescent nerd, Boomer, Nano said. Go see the shrink and try not to aggravate him or he'll put you in a straitjacket and then I'll have twice as much work to do around here. She started walking toward her office inside the guarded flight test compound, then turned and shouted over her shoulder. And I'm still pissed at you for ruining my test flight. Like I said, payback's a bitch. Qom, Islamic Republic of Iran. That same time. Is everyone in position? Yes, sir, Satari said. Looks like just a skeleton crew on duty. As we expected, Bouchazi said. Let's do it. Bouchazi didn't usually go for symbology, winning hearts and minds, or going for shock effect. It was risky to commit precious men and equipment to anything that didn't have concrete tactical purpose. But in this particular case, the mission could have tremendous psychological and morale impact if properly executed. And if improperly accomplished, he would simply just revert to the original plan. Go in and kill everyone who dared stand in their way. The Faqih Syed Ruhollah Khomeini Library of Jurisconsult, located just outside the Jamkharan Mosque and next to the Hazrat-e-Masumeh Shrine in the city of Qom, was the largest and most modern of the many libraries of Shia Islamic thought and scholarship around the world. Completed 2 years after the death of the Imam Khomeini by tens of thousands of volunteers from all over the world, and intended at first to be Khomeini's final burial place, the library was considered the home of the concept developed by Khomeini of Velayat-e-Faqih, or guardianship of the Islamic jurists, in which all law, jurisprudence, and governance should be controlled and carefully supervised by clerics, not the people, scholars, lawyers, royalty, the wealthy, or any elected representatives. Without question, Velayat-e-Faqih was the root of all evil in Iran. All law in Iran, under the mullahs, was based on their interpretation of the Quran, a centuries-old book that was as much fable and mysticism as it was a guide on how to conduct one's life as set forth by God. Getting around the law was simple. Just get a more favorable interpretation. Whatever Iran's parliament, the Majlis, voted for, could be overturned or changed in a heartbeat by the whim of the Faqih, the Imam Mustafa Sherazani, through the authority of the Council of Guardians, and there was no recourse. Sherazemi, his real name was Kazemi, but as was the custom after being chosen as an Ayatollah, he adopted the name of the city of his birth, was a former commander of the Pasdaran and a close political advisor to the previous Faqih before assuming the role of the supreme leader of Iran, and he knew how to manipulate the system. He appointed 6 of the 12 members of the Council of Guardians and had approval authority over the other 6 members chosen by the members of the High Judicial Council, who themselves had been appointed to their positions by the Faqih. In other words, the system was infested with vermin, the vermin had to be eradicated, and the nest incinerated, and this place was most definitely the nest. Dressed in uniforms as the Pasdarans, Bouchazi's forces situated themselves near 3 of the library's entrances. They were careful not to deploy any forces on the west side of the library. That side faced the holy shrine of Hazrat-e-Masume, Shiite Islam's second holiest shrine, about 100 meters away. What they were about to do would certainly inflame a lot of religious passions already. There was no use in angering the faithful even more by desecrating one of their holy places, even if it was by accident. Bouchazi had a plan ready to break down the large concrete and steel doors to the library, but that wasn't necessary. A guard waved him over when he noticed them assembling outside. Bouchazi ordered his men to drive their vehicles right up to the gates, as if they were deploying to protect the entrances, and when they did so, the guards inside, young Pasdaran troopers fresh out of school, admitted them immediately. "Status of your security detail specialist?" Bouchazi asked as he stepped inside the heavy door, casually looking around. "My God, sir, where have you been?" the young enlisted trooper asked. "We have not been relieved since our security regiments departed." "Is that any reason to abandon safety protocols, specialist?" Bouchazi asked. "Get your finger off that trigger. Never place your finger inside that trigger guard unless you are prepared to kill someone." He grasped the young trooper's rifle and flicked the safety switch on. "Same for the safety." "Sorry, sir, sorry." "Pay attention from now on, soldier. Where is your platoon leader?" "Gone, sir." "To whom do you make your post reports?" We inform the imams when they ask, sir," the trooper said. "We weren't told who else to report to." Bouchazi shook his head. "That's fine, specialists. You and your comrades will report to my company commander from now on. I relieve you. Report over there right now, and do as you're told." The trooper started to hurry off toward the vehicles arrayed outside the gate, then stopped, returned to his spot, rendered a salute, and managed to wait until it was returned before hurrying off again. Within moments, the entire security detail on this gate, just a dozen men, had left their post and were in custody. Within minutes, the other 2 entrances were secure as well. The prisoners would be given a choice: swear allegiance to Bouchazi and join his insurgency, or die. Not one moment of hesitation would be tolerated. Bouchazi, Satari, and a group of 6 security men entered the library. The place was as beautiful inside as it was stark outside. Tall, soaring ceilings, capped with a beautiful mosaic tile dome, polished marble columns, shining marble floors inlaid with gold and silver, and long rows of oak bookshelves surrounded by tables, chairs, rugs, and computer workstations. A magnificent, thick topaz carpet outside of an ornately decorated archway signified the entrance to the Khomeini Mosque. There was no one in the library at this hour. Just as Bouchazi started to worry about how to find the mullah in charge of the place, his wish was granted the moment he set foot on the topaz carpet without removing his boots. A man in a white turban and long, flowing white and gray robes came running out of nowhere, waving his hands, followed by several assistants. You! I have told you 100 times, you may not enter the shrine of the Faqih without permission from the imam. Now go!" Bouchazi stood his ground. "I wish to speak with the imam immediately, priest," he said. "Have you gone mad? Morning prayers are not for another 2 hours. The imam receives no one until after prayers unless it's an emergency, and normally not until after breakfast and morning rituals." The mullah looked at Bouchazi. "I do not recognize you, soldier. Remove your helmet in this holy place and identify yourself." "I have information that you have important visitors here from Tehran with you, priest," Bouchazi said, keeping the helmet in place. "I want to speak with the imam immediately." "You will remove yourself from this place immediately," the mullah shouted. "I shall see to it that you are relieved of duty and flogged for this act of gross disrespect." Bushazi turned to one of the young men that had followed the mullah. "Does this man know where the imam is?" "We all serve the imam of this library, but he will do nothing except—" He didn't finish his sentence, because Bushazi had withdrawn his pistol from its holster and shot one round through the mullah's forehead. In a flash, Satari had his pistol out as well, covering the other acolytes. Bushazi kept the smoking pistol in his hand, but did not point it at anyone. He turned to the young man he had just referred to. "Okay, son, now I'll ask you the same question. Do you have some special guests from Tehran here, and will you take me to them?" The young man hesitated, then nearly fainted from fear as he saw Bushazi roll his eyes impatiently and begin to raise his pistol. Yes, we have guests staying here. Important men from Tehran, members of the Leadership Council, the Assembly of Experts, the Council of Guardians, and the Majli." And? He looked at the dead body of the mullah lying on the once immaculate marble floor, his face ashen, and nodded. "Yes, I will take you." "Good boy." Bushazi motioned to Satari, who radioed for more units to follow them inside and secure the library. "Describe where we're going first, then take us." The White House, Washington, D.C., a short time later. "So what about your space planes, Patrick?" President Kevin Martindale asked. "Where do we stand?" "The second Black Stallion space plane is ready for operational flight testing, and the third will be ready in 6 months, sir," Patrick replied. "The contractors are already tooled up for spare parts production and spiral upgrade development. They can be ready to restart full-scale production within 2 months of initial funding. We could have 2 more spacecraft ready within 12 months. The tankers can be ready in 6 months. Fuel and oxidizer are commercially produced worldwide, readily available, easily shipped and stored, and require no special training to handle. No need to expose the program by procuring or storing large amounts of cryogenic materials. The aircraft and tankers are easily concealed and deployed, need no special security or storage, and blend in with the tactical military inventories of any airbase in the world. So you can build another air battle force made up of space planes and park them out in Dreamland, with you in command?" National Security Advisor Sparks asked. "Got this all figured out, eh, McClanahan?" To the president, he added, "The committees will see right through that, sir. Barbeau will get what she wants, then, at the first inkling of trouble from Dreamland, and I can guarantee there will be trouble, she'll spearhead the charge to cut off funding and pillory you as the grand architect of the failed spaceplane scheme." He glanced at McClanahan and said plainly, "With all due respect, sir, McClanahan is damaged goods." "He might be right, Patrick," the president said. His attention was redirected at his chief of staff's surprised expression. "Carl? What's going on?" "A call from Secretary of State Carson, sir," Minden replied, releasing the dead man's silencer button on the handset, his eyes darting over in McClanahan's direction. "There's an Iranian general by the name of Bushazi that asked to talk with McClanahan. He says it's urgent." "Bushazi? Hasarak Bushazi?" McClanahan exclaimed. "The ex-chief of staff of the Iranian Armed Forces?" "What in hell's going on, Carl?" the president asked. "The State Department verifies that the call is coming from a secure official government telecommunications facility from Qom, Iran, relayed via satellite phone through the Swiss embassy in Washington," Minden said. "But we have no way of verifying if it's really Bushazi." "I thought Bushazi was dead," Vice President Herschel said. "Wasn't he executed by the Ayatollah or the Iranian Revolutionary Guards after the attacks in the Straits of Hormuz?" "Can you bring us up to speed, Patrick?" "Yes, ma'am. Hasarak Al-Khan Bushazi was the chief of staff of the Iranian military and head of their Revolutionary Guards Corps, the Pasdaran, several years ago. He tried to close off the Strait of Hormuz between the Persian Gulf and Gulf of Oman by ringing the shipping lanes with anti-ship missiles, with bombers carrying supersonic anti-ship missiles, and even using an ex-Russian aircraft carrier. We slapped him down pretty hard, and he was removed from his post. Permanently, I thought. We had no hard evidence that Bushazi had been executed. We thought he was driven deep underground or escaped around to a neighboring Arab country. We were surprised when he turned up as the commander of the Basij, their volunteer federal paramilitary force. Command of the Pasdaran was turned over to a deputy." "Why is he calling you, McClanahan?" National Security Advisor Sparks asked. "I have no idea, sir." Sparks scowled, not sure if he should believe him and deciding to check that out for himself. I remember talking to the cocky bastard, the president said acidly. He can lie and deceive with the best of them. If he thinks he speaks for the Iranian government, he's up to something. I want to find out what. He turned to Patrick. Talk to him, Patrick, but don't give him anything until we get a chance to check out whatever he says. Jonas Sparks didn't like junior staffers like McClanahan taking over his responsibility, and he decided to move quickly before this got completely out of control. Mr. Minden, route the call to my office and I can take it in there. No, take it here, the president said. Minden shook his head in surprise. The president never allowed any business other than his own done in the Oval Office. The place always seemed a madhouse, but the chaos always centered on him. Patrick, talk to him. I'd like to hear what that bastard has to say. The chief of staff looked warily at Sparks, worried that the president's most senior advisors were being displaced by McClanahan, but right now powerless to do anything. He hit a second line button. Signal, this is the chief of staff. Verify that the voice translators are functioning and sending the real-time transcripts to the Oval Office. Very well. He went over to a hidden credenza beside the president's desk, withdrew a tablet computer, logged in, inspected a script streaming on it, then hit the speakerphone button and motioned to McClanahan with a reluctant nod. This is General McClanahan in Washington, Patrick said. To whom am I speaking? In a thick Middle East accent, but in very well-spoken English, a young man replied, Good evening, sir. My name is Kamran Arakani, and I am a student of theology and government at the Faqih Sayyid Ruhollah Khomeini Library of Jurisconsult in Qom, in the Islamic Republic of Iran. I am translating on behalf of General Hasarak Al-Khan Bushazi, the officer in charge of the military force here. How do I know you are translating for Bushazi? There was a rather long pause, then, The general tells me to tell you that he knows that your black friend Briggs sent the assassin to kill him, and that she begged for mercy like a diseased whore before he executed her. May Allah have mercy on her soul. It's fucking him all right, the bastard, Patrick said. Over 10 years earlier, Patrick and a task force from the Air Force, Marine Corps, and Iranian anti-government groups attacked Iranian military targets throughout the country before the Iranian military, led by Bushazi, could completely disrupt shipping through the Persian Gulf. The last target was Bushazi himself, led by a female commando from the Gulf Cooperative Council's Special Operations Military Force by the name of Riza Behrouzi. Hal Briggs had worked very closely with Behrouzi and formed a personal bond during the operation, but she was killed during the assassination attempt, and Bushazi escaped. So, what does he want? Another pause, then, The general has ordered me to inform you of what has just occurred here in my own words, the translator said. A force of approximately 200 armed men has taken over the Khomeini library here in Qom. The soldiers guarding this facility have been captured and the imam in charge has been killed by the general's own hand. Before the general's raid, the library was being used by many members of the government, both clerics and laypersons, who sought shelter here following insurgent raids in Tehran. Insurgent raids in Tehran? I hadn't heard anything about this, Sparks exclaimed beneath his breath. Chief of Staff Minden immediately went to another phone to get confirmation. I do not know the status of the imams and government officials who were staying here. The general is not allowing the staff to attend to them, the student named Ardakani went on. He and his men have barricaded themselves inside the library and appear to be preparing for a very large battle. Patrick was silent for a few moments, then, to everyone's surprise, said, Ask General Bushazi if he is requesting assistance from the United States of America. National Security Advisor Sparks's eyes grew wide in disbelief, and he emphatically drew a finger across his throat. Stand by, please, General, Patrick said, then hit the mute button on the speakerphone. Are you insane, McClanahan? Jonas Sparks thundered. You're asking Bushazi, the nutcase who tried to start an all-out naval war in the Persian Gulf, with nuclear weapons, I might add, for our help? Bushazi is up to something, Patrick quickly explained. I remember reading about him when I was at the Air Intelligence Agency. He was sold out by the clerical leadership and the Pizdarn at the end of the Gulf of Oman conflict. The leadership was afraid simply executing him would have incited the regular army to declare him a martyr and avenge him. So they demoted him and put him in charge of the Basij, the volunteer paramilitary force in Iran, sort of a militarized AmeriCorps. Speculation was that the clerics were hoping someone in the Basij would do the dirty deed. Instead, Bouchazi went about purging the Basij of all the fundamentalist Islamists and just plain old wackos, and in a few years' time had transformed it into a real fighting force he renamed the Internal Defense Force. Rumor was that his IDF might actually take some duties away from the Pesdaran, like border security and rural police. But the Basij went down in numbers from almost 1 million to less than 50,000, still mostly very young or very old volunteers, so it was mostly disregarded as a military force. He fell silent for a moment. Qom is the religious center of Iran, and the second most important Shiite Islam city in the world. The library he mentioned was built for the Ayatollah Khomeini's burial site. When Khomeini's body was moved to Tehran, the place was turned into a center of Islamic legal thought, training and indoctrination. But its design makes it look more like a fortress. What does that have to do with offering Bouchazi assistance, McClanahan? The translator mentioned insurgent raids, Patrick explained. What if the leadership in Tehran evacuated the city and moved to the Khomeini library in Qom? No Iranian in his right mind, religious or not, would dare invade a holy city like Qom. Except a nutcase like Bouchazi. What if Bouchazi is the insurgency? He guesses or discovers that the clerical leadership evacuated the capital and hid out in Qom, and he went down there to what, McClanahan? To snuff them all out, Patrick concluded, his eyes wide. He's getting his revenge on the clerics who stripped him of his rank and title. He turned to the president and said, He's staging a military coup in Iran. And he's asking for our help. The president's eyes widened in disbelief. My God, that's incredible, he breathed. What an opportunity. You can't trust Bouchazi, even if he had a snowball's chance in hell of pulling it off, Sparks said. He's just as likely to turn on his friends and allies as he is the clerics in his own country. But it's worth a try, Vice President Herschel said. At least with an active and capable opposition group in Iran, the place could be greatly destabilized for years. Even if Bouchazi fails, any other homegrown anti-government groups might have a chance. The president turned to his chief of staff and said, Carl, call in the National Security Council and as many members of the cabinet as you can convene in an hour. Have them bring every scrap of data they have on the current military, anti-government, insurgent, and political status in Iran. I want analysis of this situation and suggestions on an American response. Minden was on the phone in an instant. To Sparks, he asked, Jonas, what seaborne strike assets do we have available in the Persian Gulf area right now? Not a whole lot, sir, the National Security Advisor said, rattling off the information off the top of his head as presented to him in his daily status briefings. After the devastating Russian attacks that destroyed almost all of America's long-range land-based strike capability, the most common question from the president's lips whenever a crisis was brewing was, where are the carriers? There is one aircraft carrier battle group in the Persian Gulf now, but it's scheduled to rotate out with another group in 2 days. That'll have to be delayed for now. Yes, sir. The second carrier from 7th Fleet is in the Indian Ocean, within 2 days steaming time to Iran, and another carrier group is a few more days behind in the South China Sea. With just 10 carrier battle groups in the fleet now, we're stretched thin. 5th Fleet is reporting fully operational, but they are heavily committed to operations in Iraq already. 5th Fleet, based in Bahrain, was the U.S. Navy's permanent presence in the Persian Gulf, but it normally had no aircraft carriers assigned to it except in wartime. So the chances of sending a Marine Expeditionary Unit to Iran to help Bouchazi defend himself and rally the people to support his coup? Dropping 2,000 Marines into central Iran with their entire military alerted? Slim to no chance, sir, Sparks said. General Glenbrook would have to give us the exact figures, but I would guess it would take several days of planning and a week minimum to mobilize those kinds of forces. An assault from the Persian Gulf or Gulf of Oman would be out of the question. That's the first place they'd be watching for such a move. So we'd try a feint from that direction and bring the main force in overland from Turkey, Turkmenistan, or Afghanistan. That would take even longer to set up. But all of this is assuming we want to support a military coup in Iran, Minden said. As I recall, Bouchazi was one of the most aggressive military leaders ever in Iran. As far as we know, he was the architect of Iran's nuclear program. He certainly made it clear he would use the few nuclear weapons we know were in his control. We need a lot more information before we'd ever contemplate supporting him. It would be akin to deciding whether or not to support a Saddam Hussein or Pervez Musharraf all over again. This is an opportunity we shouldn't pass up, sir, McClanahan said to the president. Bouchazi has taken a small force of volunteers and captured one of Shiite Islam's most holy sites, apparently along with several high-ranking members of Iran's clerical government. There's only one reason he's taken a chance to track me down and call me in the middle of this operation, and that's because he knows he's teetering on the brink of success or failure. If he fails, the clerical government will purge the entire country of any other opposition and completely crush them. Iran will be driven even deeper into fundamentalist isolation for another generation. And if he wins, we could be looking at another military dictator in the heart of the Middle East, astride one of the world's most important shipping routes with trillions in petrodollars and nuclear weapons at his disposal, Minden said. We don't know that, Carl, the vice president said, but I agree with the former. If the clerical government survives, they'll squash any group that even hints at opposing the government. We support a dozen Iranian opposition movements: the National Council of Resistance, the Mujahideen-e-Khalq, the National Liberation Army, a number of student anti-theocracy groups, and even surviving family members of the deposed monarchy. The Pasdaran will fan out all around the globe to track down any groups that might gain inspiration for another coup from Bouchazi. The Oval Office fell silent. The president was stone-faced, masking his own doubt and indecision. After a few moments, he motioned back to the speakerphone. Patrick hit the button. General Bouchazi, are you still there? Patrick asked. They could hear a man's voice speaking in the background. Then the young English-speaking theology student said, The general wants to know who else is listening to this conversation. Tell the general it's none of his damned business, Patrick snapped. Ask the general what he wants of me. After a slight pause, He says you have said it yourself, sir. I want the general to say it in his own words, Patrick said. You don't have to translate, Mr. Ardakani. We'll do it ourselves. There was a rustle on the line, as the receiver was apparently passed from hand to hand. The president took the tablet PC in his hands to read the computer-generated translation himself. As the older voice spoke in the background, the streaming text read, That cursed bastard McClanahan. Then, Very well. The internal defense forces under my command are committed to destroy the Pasdaran and the murderous religious regime that spawned them or died trying. This so-called library is the birthplace of disaster, betrayal, and ruin for the Iranian people. It will become either the killing grounds of the new defenders of the people, or it will be known as the place where the people of Iran began to take back their homes and government from the religious tyrants. You can choose to help us, or sit in your comfortable chairs and do nothing. I still haven't heard a request from you, General Bouchazi, McClanahan said. Make a request, sir, or this conversation is at an end. The computerized translation noted several unintelligible words interspersed with profanity, then, Help me, General McClanahan. Send your stealth warplanes, your shadows of steel, and help me destroy the Pasdaran. I am outnumbered over 50 to 1. I have killed or wounded a number of Pasdaran infantry when they tried to ambush me at Iran, but I discovered the plot against me and prepared a response. The rest of the Pasdaran are undoubtedly on their way to Qom to finish the job. How many? I estimate the Pasdaran have mobilized 3 infantry battalions, possibly 1 armored battalion, and 1 helicopter assault battalion against us, Bouchazi responded. 5 battalions, Sparks exclaimed. Almost an entire Pasdaran division up against a few insurgents? There's no way Bouchazi's going to survive, no matter how good or lucky he is. What about the regular army, General? Patrick asked. The regular army has not been mobilized and remains in their garrisons, Bouchazi responded. We have intercepted communications between Tehran and the military districts commanding them to begin mobilizing for battle. Will they join the Pasdaran? If my forces are crushed, everything stays as before. They will stay quietly under the heel of the Pasdaran or face being purged, Bouchazi said. But if my forces appear as if they might prevail, they may join the revolution. I have attempted contact with several friends in the regular armed forces, but none have responded, so I do not know if I shall receive any help at all from anyone. Why should the United States join you if the regular army, the forces you once commanded, won't? Jonas Sparks asked. Who is this? Identify yourself. This is National Security Advisor General Jonas Sparks, General Bouchazi, Sparks said. What does the United States get in return for helping you? You would want to see the clerical regime crushed too, I think, General Sparks. Only to be replaced by someone like you, General? Sparks thundered. You're the one who tried to close off the Persian Gulf to every warship except yours. You were ready to destroy an American aircraft carrier with nuclear weapons. All that was 11 years ago, Sparks, the translated text read. The only thing that has not changed is the bloodthirsty nature of the clerical regime. You know they have nuclear weapons, Sparks. They have many more than when I was chief of staff, and the Pasdaran is more ready than ever to use them. What makes you better than the clerics or the Pasdaran? Frankly, I don't see much difference between you. Do not let your bigotry against all Iranians blind you, Sparks, Bouchazi said. The difference between us is I want Iran to succeed, flourish, and prosper. The current administration and the clerics only want themselves and their twisted brand of Islam to flourish, at the expense of all else. I want Iran to stop all foreign intrigue, stop sponsoring terrorism and revolution in other countries in the name of Islam, and stop threatening its neighbors. Iran can be the desert flower of Southwest Asia and take its place among the great powers of the world, if the theocracy can be defeated. How do we know this isn't some trick? Sparks asked. You'd like nothing better than to shoot down a stealth bomber, spy plane, or special ops transport over comm, wouldn't you, Bouchazi? You'd become the defender of the holy city, the hero of Islam, the sword of Allah avenging the ass-whooping you got 11 years ago. You'd get your stars and your command back and look real good in the eyes of the Ayatollah if you sucker-punched the United States. Isn't that right, Bouchazi? They waited for a response, but nothing came. The bastard hung up. Confront him with the truth, and he runs scared. It's a bluff, Mr. President. He's got something up his sleeve. It sounded to me like he was desperate, General, Patrick said. If half of what he said is true, I'll bet he's desperate, the President said. He put away the tablet PC translator, rubbed his eyes wearily, then said, A lack of judgment or poor planning on Bouchazi's part doesn't constitute an emergency on my part, no matter how interesting or important the opportunities may be. General Sparks, sir, meet with the National Security Council staff right away and come up with some recommendations, the President ordered. If you don't have the intelligence data you need to make a decision, get it as quickly as you can. I'd like to hear your thoughts as soon as possible. Patrick knew right away that the President was done thinking about this topic. He was intentionally vague about when he wanted anything, and he wasn't talking about a plan of action as he normally did. He was asking for thoughts and recommendations, which were something entirely different. This development was definitely going on the back burner unless he did something. He quickly interjected, Sir, in the meantime, may I recommend— Patrick? Talk it over with General Sparks at his earliest opportunity, the President said distractedly. He'll assemble all the recommendations from the Joint Chiefs together with state and other sources and present all possible options to me, including yours. I've got to move on to other issues. Thanks, everyone. That was the unmistakable signal that the meeting was at an end. As they filed out of the Oval Office, National Security Advisor Sparks pushed past McClanahan. Excuse me, sir, Patrick said, but I'd like a minute to brief you on— Have it on my computer in an hour, McClanahan, Sparks interjected impatiently, and I don't mean the space planes. I want a plan of action from you using the Air Battle Force unmanned and manned bombers and ground forces at Battle Mountain. If it's not on there in an hour, it won't factor in. It'll be there, sir, Patrick said. About the nomination to Hawk. Jesus, McClanahan, don't I have enough to chew on right now? Sparks thundered. Over his shoulder, he spat. Send me a full written proposal, a command itinerary report, an outline of all the projects ongoing at Hawk, a staffing and budget proposal, and your full medical report and summary from the attending physicians on my computer regarding their opinions for your suitability for a command nomination. When things calm down, I'll look at it, but I don't anticipate that happening anytime soon. Ruhollah Khomeini Library, Qom, Iran. Early the next morning, Iran time. Brigadier General Mansour Satari joined Major General Bouchazi in the minaret tower attached to the mosque of the Khomeini Library. It was just an hour or so before dawn, and the first glow of sunrise was already starting to illuminate the sky. "Are you ever going to let proper lookouts back up here, sir?" he asked him. "We're not that far away that a good sniper couldn't get a shot off at you in daylight." "I've never been in one of these Kryder's towers before," Bouchazi said. He was busy scanning the terrain all around them with a pair of binoculars. 2 soldiers accompanied him, one with a sniper rifle. "Have you?" "No. I've been told I have the voice of a muezzin, but I was never that religious." "Your voice was made for barking orders, not calling the faithful to prayer." "I agree, sir." Satari motioned out to the outer walls of the Khomeini Library compound. "There's no doubt that the Khomeini Library was designed as a fortress," he observed. 3-meter-tall, meter-thick walls, narrow roads with clear fields of fire, and no hiding places, entryways too narrow for most armored vehicles to pass, gates made of thick rolled steel, obviously designed for functionality and not just for decoration, and another 100-meter-wide clear zone inside the wall to the main building. "It's not going to be enough, Mansour," General Bouchazi said. "I reviewed the plans for this place as a young Pasdaran officer. It was designed to withstand riots of faithful mourners, not an armed invasion." "You probably don't remember the riots in this country after Khomeini's death, do you?" "I certainly do, sir," Satari said, his face turning hard and pallid. "I was already lying low. I had been in the United States in pilot training, but when I returned I denied ever having gone there because foreign-trained officers were being executed by the Pasdaran. I pretended to be an enlisted man for a year. I was in charge of a security detail guarding embassies in the capital, but spent all my time trying to convince the Islamists that I was one of them." He adopted a faraway expression, then added, "I killed a man to prove to the mob that I was on their side. I think he was Dutch or Belgian, a reporter. I don't know, the Europeans all look the same, and the mob thought all white-skinned, blue-eyed men were Americans. I was so ashamed of what I did that I almost turned the gun on myself." Bouchazi was silent for a long moment, then said woodenly, "I gave orders to my Pasdaran units that probably resulted in thousands of such street executions, Mansour. The more so-called insurgents and infidels we killed, the more the clerics congratulated us." He shook his head. "So went the religion of peace. I'm sorry for giving those orders. I thought that's what I was expected to do to support my government." "You were following orders. The authorities are supposed to protect the weak. I was a soldier, a commander. I knew what my responsibility was, to protect the people, protect the weak, and defend the Constitution, not give in to the bloody mobs." He paused, then lowered the binoculars, thinking back to that time 25 years ago. "That was a crazy time, Mansour. 1 million rioters in the streets of Tehran. 1 million. 1,000 people a day, mostly children, died just from being suffocated by the crowds. The rioters were like wild animals, completely out of control. The Pasdaran tapped into that fervor and convinced millions of them to sacrifice their lives on the battlefield against the Iraqis. You changed all that by transforming the Basij into a real fighting force. But that's never going to erase the blood from my hands, Mansour. Never." Bouchazi motioned to the east. "There's a lot of open territory around those farms along the Kari River." "Yes, sir, but our scouts say there is a lot of irrigation equipment,
pipes, pump houses, farm implements, that sort of thing, through those fields that might provide a few barriers to smaller armored vehicles until they are cleared away. That will slow them down. For a short time, Bouchazi said. He walked around the catwalk and peered north. The Save Mountains are damned close, Monsieur. We'll only have a few seconds of warning when the attack planes crest those ridgelines. I still don't think they'd bomb the compound, sir, Satari insisted. An infantry assault, definitely. A helicopter assault, yes, to cover the ground troops, perhaps to breach the walls, but not to shoot up the library grounds. That will give us an advantage. They'll be reluctant to lay down a lot of heavy cover fire. The Pasdaran likes helicopters, Bouchazi mused in a quiet voice. The common person can't relate to a jet screaming overhead at 1,000 kilometers an hour, no matter how sophisticated it is. But even a small helicopter is a weapon of terror and confusion to everyone. Just then, Bouchazi's radio crackled to life, and he listened. Our scouts in comm report several armored vehicles destroyed by our booby traps on the Ali Khani and Masuma bridges in central Qom. The Ali Khani bridge is heavily damaged and passable by units on foot only. The Masuma bridge is intact and passable. I'm surprised they decided to use the bridges in the first place. They could have just rolled right across the Musa Sadr, Satari said. The city of Qom was bisected by a river that was so dry that large parts of it had been paved over and turned into open space for bazaars, playgrounds, parking lots, and campgrounds for pilgrims visiting the holy sites. That'll slow them down a bit while they look for more booby traps, but they won't be so sloppy around the other bridges. Every little wound, no matter how small, weakens the most fearsome enemy, Bouchazi said. Get the lookouts up here and have them feed us constant updates. We have less than an hour before they'll be in attack range. Let's get to the map room, build a picture of the Pasdaran's deployments, and— Warning! Helicopters inbound from the north! Bouchazi's radio blared. Hopefully just scouts, using low-light TV or infrared to take a look as the main force moves in, Bouchazi said. He and Satari quickly scanned the skies. 2 Mi-35 attack helicopters, he announced, staying pretty high. Get out the Strelas and let's see if we can— At that moment, he saw 2 bright flashes of light from one of the helicopters. Get out! Get out! He screamed, then jumped through the doorway leading to the spiral staircase that threaded down the inside of the minaret. He never let his boots touch the steps but half slid, half tumbled down the stairs as fast as he could. He was being pushed along by someone cascading down the steps even faster than he. And seconds later, the darkness was split open by a thunderous explosion, a wave of searing heat and the force of 1,000 pieces of stone being propelled in all directions. Whoever was above Bouchazi was now on top of him, and they cartwheeled down the stairs together until they reached a landing about 7 meters from the top. The minaret was wobbling and shuddering, threatening to shatter apart at any moment, so as soon as he could, Bouchazi grabbed whoever had fallen on top of him and began hauling him down the steps. The tower somehow held, as they emerged into the sanctuary adjacent to the mosque. Allah Akbar! Allah Akbar! Mansour Satari cried as Bouchazi half-carried, half-dragged him outside and away from the teetering minaret. They fired the damned missile on us! I'm a damned fool. I believed the Pasdaran still only used handheld weapons on their helicopters, Bouchazi said. They've obviously upgraded to guided air-to-surface missiles. And I thought they wouldn't dare attack the mosque, Satari said, trying to clear the unbelievably loud ringing in his ears. I guess we were both wrong. Bouchazi raised his walkie-talkie, fighting to get his breathing under control before keying the talk button. Strela teams 1 through 20, prepare to engage. North quadrants, but stay out of sight until they're within range, Bouchazi ordered. Repeat, no one fires until we're sure the Mi-35s are within range. Report when secure and ready. All other Strela teams, hold your positions. Just then a strange voice came through the walkie-talkie. Teams 1 through 20. How interesting, General? Shit, he thought. Their frequency was not just being monitored. They were talking on it now as well. All teams, go to yellow, Bouchazi ordered. But he knew that wasn't going to work. After all, they were fighting fellow Iranians, not foreigners. A few moments after he switched to the secondary frequency, he heard, Sorry, General, but we know that channel, and we know the third one you have available as well, so you might as well stay on yellow, so you don't confuse your fellow traitors. So, did you like the fireworks show up in the minaret? You move pretty fast for an old man. I have plenty of surprises in store for you.
I'm sure you do, General, the caller responded. May I suggest you stop with the claims you have 20 or more Strela launchers? We inventoried all of the missiles you or the other deserters, traitors, and criminals could have possibly stolen, and subtracting those you have already fired, we think you have perhaps a half dozen remaining. A good diversionary tactic, though. My congratulations on your quick thinking.
This sounds like Ali Zulqadar, Bouchazi radioed back, trying any way he could think of to regain any sort of advantage in the eyes of those who were listening in. I thought you were running the Pasdaran interrogation centers, torturing and killing honest soldiers just to prove your loyalty to the mullahs.
Another good piece of disinformation on an open channel, General, the man said.
This time, however, it wasn't a complete lie. Ali Zulqadar had been Muhammad Badi's wet worker, supervising the capture, or assassination, of anyone wanted by the state, no matter what nationality or where in the world they might be. He was obviously so good at his job that he had been promoted to deputy commander of the Pasdaran and was now, with Badi's death, in charge of destroying the insurgency.
Let's get down to business, General. As you saw, I have full authority from the Supreme Defense Council to take any and all steps necessary to crush this pitiful insurgency. Like firing a missile at a mosque. Aren't you afraid of burning for eternity in the fires of hell? This from the man who invaded one of Qom's holiest sites and are holding a number of clerics hostage, Zulqadar said. Your fate is sealed, General, and anything I might do pales in comparison to your crimes. Any destruction of the holy sites or deaths of anyone inside the Khomeini library will of course be blamed on you. I simply want you to realize that I have the capability, authority, and temerity to simply level that building if I so desire. I want to avoid any more bloodshed and desecration. The deaths of your followers would be entirely on your head, and I don't think you want to spoil their memories by sentencing them to eternal condemnation in the eyes of their fellow citizens. Your leadership skills are legendary, but I don't think you wish to use your extraordinary skills to lead these men to public and humiliating executions. Therefore, my demand is simple. Surrender immediately, and only you and General Satari will be held criminally responsible for this uprising. The others will be tried in military courts under jurisdiction of the Ministry of Defense, not the Pasdaran. Only those who have been identified as actually raising a weapon against a fellow Iranian will face capital punishment. All others will face confinement only. All will be dealt with as Iranian soldiers, not as common criminals, with all rights and privileges. Zulqadar, all of my men have been told in no uncertain terms they have the option at any time to turn over their weapon and leave, Bouchazi radioed back. The men that marched into this house of lies and corruption did so willingly, knowing that the Pasdaran, the Ministry of Defense, the Supreme Defense Council, and the Council of Guardians would consider them not just criminals, but unclean infidels, unworthy of Islamic justice under the Koran. They had every opportunity to leave, remove their uniforms, and disappear into the population. Some did just that. The rest stayed, and we will fight. Brave words, General, Zulqadar said. Their deaths will be on your head. You have one more chance, General, and then anyone in that place not wearing a Pasdaran uniform will die. I will give you and your men 30 minutes to throw open those gates and come out with your hands on your head, or my men will roll in, slaughter everyone inside, and burn your bodies in a hole in the desert like garbage. To all of General Bouchazi's men listening to this message, I promise you if you surrender now, you will not be harmed. Ignore Bouchazi's megalomania and come out peacefully. This war is at an end. Bouchazi mashed the mic button. All units, this is General Bouchazi. Any man who wants to surrender, report to the main Astane in the Khomeini Mosque without your weapons. I order that any man who wishes to surrender to the Pasdaran not be harmed. May Allah preserve you, because I guarantee the Pasdaran won't. You have 15 minutes to report to the sanctuary. All others, prepare to repel invaders. Bouchazi looped the walkie-talkie over his shoulder, and he and Satari trotted from the mosque across the courtyard to the library. Bouchazi was thankful he didn't see any men heading the other way toward the mosque. Inside the library, he made his way to the roof, the best place to observe the Pasdaran's deployment. His staff officers were down behind the front wall of the roof, drawing diagrams of the approaching armored vehicles. He noticed none of his senior staff had departed, although the roof had fewer guards on them than before, and he noticed none of the officers or senior enlisted men had weapons in hand. The thought had crossed his mind that they might save their own skins by killing or arresting him. He was glad that option had apparently not been exercised. "I hope I'm worthy of the loyalty you show me this morning, gentlemen," he said. "Status report. We count 3 battalions approaching our position," the operations officer responded. "1 from the northwest, 1 from the west, and 1 from the southwest. We can't see them yet, but we expect a 4th battalion to position itself east to cut off any escape, and the helicopter attack units to come in from the north with a clear field of fire to the south." Bushazi crawled over to the edge of the wall and peeped over the top, with just his binoculars and the top of his helmet protruding above. "Platoons appear to be motor rifle units in BTR-60s led by 1 Zulfikar main battle tank," he observed. 1 or 2 mortar platoons breaking off from the echelon to set up. "I see the battalion headquarters vehicles. Looks like they have BMPs riding right up front, the cocky bastards. They are still marching in echelon at reduced speed, range approximately 4 kilometers. "I think the mines on the bridges got their attention," Satari said, laughing. The laughter was a welcome break to the decidedly funereal mood that had descended on the roof. 9 BTRs and 1 Zulfikar tank per company, still in echelon formation, command vehicles still in the fore. What are they waiting for? "Same formation to the southwest, sir," Satari reported. "Command vehicles up front, no flank guards, and just a few scouts. They'll have us surrounded and within a kilometer of the wall in less than 30 minutes. 100 BTRs, 9 tanks, a mortar platoon, and 1,000 troops. We have to assume the 4th Battalion is waiting to the east," Bushazi said. "It's only a 6-to-1 advantage," Satari said. "Normally the Pasdaran doesn't engage in any battle unless they're ahead 10-to-1. He looked at his commanding general. "I was expecting more. I'm disappointed." He returned to his scanning, adding under his breath, "We're still going to get slaughtered, but they could have expended a little more effort to do it. This is a massive operation for the Pasdaran. They're accustomed to sabotage, kidnapping, sneak and peek, and kicking down doors of frightened civilians in the dead of night," Bushazi observed. "The radio chatter between those battalion headquarters vehicles must be fierce," Satari said. "They're spread out too far to see each other or use light signals. If we could only destroy those command vehicles, we might have a chance to stall this offensive." Bushazi thought for a moment. It was obvious he had been thinking the same thing. "There might be a way," he said. Satari looked at his commanding officer's face and read it immediately. "I thought you said the spirit of the old Basij was dead, sir," he said. "Maybe not quite yet, my friend." He outlined his plan to Satari, who issued orders right away. Colonel Ali Zulqadar stepped out of his BMP command vehicle, hands on his hips, and observed the battalion spread out behind him with immense glee. He took a deep breath of already warm, dry desert air. "A nice morning for a bloodbath, eh, Major?" he asked. "Yes, sir," Zulqadar's aide, Major Kazem Jaromi, responded. He nervously looked outside the armored personnel carrier. Sir, we're only at 3 kilometers range to the wall. Sir, perhaps you'd better get back in the vehicle." "I'll be up there in the commander's cupola before too long, Major. But I wanted to step out onto the field of battle before we start to roll in," Zulqadar said. "This is my first armored field assault. In fact, I believe I'm leading the first Pasdaran armored assault since the American attacks against us over 11 years ago." He took another deep breath. "This is where every commander belongs, Major, at the head of his forces, leading the charge. This is definitely where I belong." He looked at his watch. "How long before their deadline to surrender is up?" "Just a few minutes now, sir." A few moments later, from well inside the armored vehicle, "Sir, scouts report trucks coming out of the compound with white flags." "How many?" 6, sir. Covered 5-ton delivery trucks. 2 approaching each battalion formation." 6? With, 20 men per vehicle? Maybe 30? Looks like a good percentage of Bushazi's rebel forces are deserting him. Excellent news." Soon they could see 2 trucks moving slowly toward them, a white bedsheet tied to the radio antenna serving as their flag of surrender. For the first time he felt a thrill of panic for being at the head of this column of vehicles,
as the trucks moved closer. "Don't let the bastards near the battalions," Zolkater shouted to his headquarters unit commander. "Stop them well short of the battalions and have them get out of the vehicles one by one. Make sure the men don't rough them up. Let the others still inside see how well they'll be treated, and maybe we'll draw a few more out. Make them all feel welcome, before we execute their traitorous asses." "Don't shoot, Zolkater," he heard over his radio. "We're waving surrender flags. May Allah condemn you and your descendants to eternal damnation if you violate a flag of surrender." "It's Bushazi!" Zolkater shouted in glee. He raised his binoculars and, sure enough, saw the general himself driving one of the trucks. "Tell the rest of 1st Battalion I want Bushazi alive!" he shouted to his aide. "If he tries anything, disable the truck, but don't kill Bushazi." He picked up his portable radio. "Are you surrendering too, General? How surprisingly wise of you." "I'm only doing this to be sure my men who wish to surrender will be treated fairly, as you promised, like Iranian soldiers and not criminals," Bushazi radioed. "I intend to return to the library after I drop off these brave men and continue my fight for freedom, and if you try to capture me, the whole world will know what a coward you are." Fine. I'll let you live. Plenty of chances to kill you, or see you hanged in Shar Park, along with the other criminals," Zolkater said. The trucks were too close for binoculars now. "Stop right there and let the men out. I promise they will not be harmed." "I want to be close enough to look at you face to face, Colonel," Bushazi said. "I want to look you in the eye before I kill you, just like I did to Badi." "I said stop right there, General," Zolkater radioed back, "or my men will open fire." He whirled around and screamed, "Get 2 BTRs in their dismounts up here and cover those trucks, now!" His aide relayed the order. Bushazi's truck slowed, and at that moment there was a tremendous explosion to the north, followed by a second explosion seconds later. "What was that?" Zolkater cried. 2 massive mushroom clouds of black smoke rose into the sky. "What's happening?" "Suicide bombers!" someone screamed. "The trucks are packed with explosives! They've destroyed 1 command vehicle and a tank!" Zolkater nearly tripped over his own feet in confusion as he whirled around and returned to his own armored vehicle. "Don't let them any closer!" he yelled to his aide. "Open fire! Open fire!" "Look out!" someone cried. "Take cover!" Zolkater turned. The 2 trucks heading toward him had not stopped but had accelerated. They were less than 100 meters away now. "All units! Open fire!" he screamed. "Stop them!" A machine gun immediately opened fire right above his head so close that he thought he had been hit, and he ducked and dodged left around the BMP. The second truck weaved and dodged as it barreled toward them, and it appeared as if it was going to keep on coming, but soon its engine compartment hood blew open when its engine block was shredded by the 23mm cannon shells. It weaved a few more times, then its front tires were blown out and it half collapsed, half spun to the ground. "Good shooting," Zolkater said. "Do the same to Bushazi's truck. Try to take him alive." And at that instant the second truck detonated, the force of 2,000 pounds of high explosives, part of an immense weapons cache found on the grounds of the Khomeini Library, brought in by the Pezdaran when the clerics and politicians from Tehran arrived, bowling over the Pezdaran infantrymen like clay jars hit by a whirlwind. But Bushazi's truck was not far away, and the force of the blast knocked the truck completely off its wheels and over onto its right side. "Cease fire! Cease fire!" Zolkater shouted, not just to relay the order, but because he couldn't hear his own voice very well from the ringing in his ears caused by the detonation of the second truck. He drew his sidearm. "I want Bushazi alive!" He turned to his aide. "Grab a rifle and follow me, Major." The aide blanched at first by the order and then by the smug, amused expressions of the Pezdaran infantrymen around him. He almost dropped the AK-47 rifle offered him, and he grasped it like it was a snake waiting to bite him. Zolkater flinched at the sound of yet another explosion to the south, and the chatter on his portable transceiver told him another BMP command vehicle had been hit. His was the only command vehicle to survive this cowardly attack. Bushazi was going to pay dearly for this. He aimed his 9mm Zoff pistol at the driver's door as he approached. "Bushazi!" he shouted. "Come out of there! You are my prisoner!" "Sir, be quiet!" his aide shouted, ignorant of the fact that half the battalion could hear him just as loudly. "He might hear you." I don't care, Zolkadar shouted. I want the great Hisarik Bushazi to know that I think he is a craven coward to order a suicide bomb attack against the Pasdaran. I hope to personally pull the lever to drop you in the gallows, you worthless piece of shit. Can you hear me, Bushazi? Your attack has failed, and now I'm going to execute each and every survivor in that library, and I'm going to have you watch each execution. I'm coming for you! Zolkadar jumped up onto the truck and pulled open the driver's door. He saw Bushazi crumpled up against the passenger side door, his head bleeding from a half-dozen wounds, his body covered with soot and broken glass. His hands were repeatedly pressing a switch, and he realized with a shock that it was a detonator switch. Had it not malfunctioned, Zolkadar and anyone within 50 meters would have been blown into 1,000,000 pieces. He immediately but carefully climbed off the truck, stepped away from the vehicle as if moving to join his aide, then radioed for men to get Bushazi out of the stricken truck. Your attacks failed, General, Zolkadar shouted triumphantly, as the semi-conscious former chief of staff of the Iranian military was dragged before him. He made sure Bushazi was awake, then pointed back the 50 meters toward his BMP and the 3 armored personnel carriers that had moved up to guard it. See? My battalion is intact, and we have more than enough firepower to— At that instant, there was a blinding flash of light, several globes of smoke in the sky directly above his command vehicle, and then a massive series of explosions as his BMP and all 3 BTRs blew apart like firecrackers. The shock waves and the surprise of the sudden attack again knocked them all off their feet. When Zolkadar looked up, he saw several more armored vehicles in his battalion on fire, and the rest turning and racing madly in the opposite direction. Echoes of still more explosions rolled across the ground from the other battalion's directions. The Pasdaran infantrymen around him didn't know what to do until finally they simply ran off toward Qom. Soon only Zolkadar, his aide, frightened into complete immobility, and Bushazi remained. What in hell happened? Zolkadar muttered. He turned to Bushazi, his face a contorted mask of fear, confusion, and blinding rage. What did you do, Bushazi? But the general was in absolutely no condition to respond. Zolkadar drew his pistol and aimed it at Bushazi's left temple. Answer me, you traitors, piece of filth! What happened here? Whose work is this? Who are you working with? The devil, moaned Bushazi. Or maybe the angel of death. Let's go visit her together, Zolkadar. I've changed my mind, Bushazi, Zolkadar cried. I'm not going to turn you over for a public trial and execution. I'm going to kill you right here, right now for what you've done. Zolkadar grasped Bushazi's jacket, pulled him up off the ground, pressed the muzzle of his pistol against his head, and suddenly there was a dark blur of motion. The Zoaf pistol was snatched out of his hand and Zolkadar was sent flying backward by an iron-like, blunt object as if he had been hit by a speeding car. Dazed and with his breath knocked out of his lungs, he struggled to a sitting position and looked up, and saw 2 figures standing over Bushazi, clad in dark gray outfits. Their arms, legs, and torsos were covered in some kind of structural framework. They wore thick belts around their waists, large fairings on their shoulders and calves, very large-caliber long weapons resembling oversized sniper's rifles, and large bullet-shaped helmets that completely covered their heads, necks, and shoulders. One figure stood guard, aiming his rifle toward the battalion, while the other attended to Bushazi. "Who are you?" Zolkadar shouted. "Who are you?" The figure with Bushazi turned to look at the Pasdaran colonel. "Be quiet," the figure said in some sort of electronic voice in Farsi. "This battle is over." Zolkadar heard a creak and rattle of heavy metal, looked to the west, and smiled. "Not quite, my friend," he said. The figure looked around. One of the Zulfikar main battle tanks was racing across the desert toward them. Zolkadar started to half-crawl, half-stumble backward as the tank's coaxial machine gun opened fire, and the ground erupted into hundreds of bursts of smoke as the shells hit home. "Looks like your battle is over, bastards!" But when the shooting paused, Zolkadar was shocked to see the 2 figures still standing. They had been directly hit by 23mm cannon fire and were still in one piece. Then,
The second figure calmly raised his big rifle and fired. There was no recoil and no sound, just a laser-straight line of orange-red fire. The round looked as if it had missed the tank, because Zolkadar could see the orange-red line go right past the tank, as if the tank was nothing but a desert mirage. But the tank suddenly shuddered to a halt, as if its driver jammed on the brakes. Seconds later, smoke began billowing from the tank, and moments later, fire was billowing from several blowout ports, and through melting steel. "Who are you?" Zolkadar screamed. But the two figures ignored him. The first picked up Bouchazi as easily as if he was a doll and headed toward the Khomeini library, while the second covered their retreat with the big tank-killing weapon, swiveling it in all directions, as if it was weightless as well. The big figure with the large, unidentified rifle said, "Salam alaikum. Have a nice day, sir," in Farsi to the dazed and confused Pezdaran commander as he walked by. The cheering inside the Khomeini library could be heard from half a kilometer away as the two strange figures approached. Men came running out to join their leader. The first gray-clad figure put him down on the ground just inside the walls. "Are you alive, Bouchazi?" he said in Farsi through his electronic speakers. "Yes." "Thanks to you," Bouchazi said weakly, still dazed but able to rise up on one knee, then motioning for his men to pull him to his feet. He noticed two more similarly clad and equipped figures entering the compound. "I think I recognize you." The first figure ignored Bouchazi and turned to the others. "Report," he ordered in English. "The Northwest Battalion scattered," another figure responded. "No further contact with them. We downed 2 Mi-35 Hind attack helicopters attacking from the north, 3 more turned away toward Com. Systems reporting 63% and 35% ammo. The Southwest Battalion departed as well," another reported. "They have reassembled near the city center about 7 clicks away, and they are reporting the situation to their headquarters. I count a force of 6 APCs and 1 T-72-sized main battle tank. We're at 50% power and 30% ammo." "Very well. The West Battalion has left the area but appears to be rendezvousing with the Southwest survivors," the first figure said. "They had 5 APCs and a number of men on foot. I still have contact with the mortar team that's set up. They're still in place, but I haven't detected any rounds headed our way yet. We can expect some sort of counterattack or probe shortly. Me and the Sergeant Major are at 57% power and 70% ammo left. All of you, stop wasting your ammunition. Those aren't machine guns you're firing." "You are Americans, the so-called Air Battle Force ground units, the ones who helped the Senussi liberate Libya," Bouchazi said. The first figure handed his rifle over to his comrade, then quickly removed his helmet, revealing the angry face of a rather young black man. He stepped over to Bouchazi and grasped him by his jacket, pulling him toward him until they were face to face. Bouchazi's men moved as if they were going to help him, but backed away when the other armored figures shifted their weapons to a more threatening port-arms position. "I'll tell you who I am, Bouchazi," the black man spat. "I'm the guy who swore if I ever found you alive, I'd twist your head right off your shoulders with my bare hands, orders or no orders to the contrary." "Briggs," Bouchazi gasped. "Harold Briggs, the American commando, and leader of the 10 Men. I thought so." Hal's face was a mask of pure rage. "You still mourn your woman, even though she died as a spy serving her people, trying to assassinate me. Go ahead, Bouchazi. Say one more word to me. Give me a reason to rip you limb from limb." "Sir, let's get the hell out of here," the second figure said. Briggs tossed Bouchazi out of his hands and into the arms of his men surrounding him. "The message is, General," Briggs said, "that you asked for our help and you got it. If it was up to me, I'd shove you headfirst into the sand up to your ankles and call it self-defense. But General McClanahan seems to think you have the ability to turn this country around. Personally, I think he's insane, but he thinks differently. Tell him thank you from my men and myself. He can hear everything you say and has been monitoring this battle, and he will continue to monitor what you're doing from now on," Briggs said. Bouchazi's eyes drifted up to the sky, as if he was searching for the eyes watching them. "He convinced a lot of very powerful people that you were going to bring down the theocratic regime and help stabilize the region. If he's found wrong, he will be extremely embarrassed, and I will take great pleasure in removing the source of that embarrassment. You. He shall have no fear.
The theocracy will die, or I shall, Bouchazi said. Iran is done sponsoring death and destruction in the name of the religion of peace. If I am successful, I shall pursue peace with the rest of the world. Arab, Westerner, Zionist, Asian, and European, as well as Persian. I swear it. Again, I thank you for your help. We're done helping you, General. We're out of here, Briggs said. Your promises don't mean shit to me. Only your actions matter. Make sure no one tries to follow us east of this place, or we'll come back and finish the Pezdaran's job. No one will follow you, I swear. Better pray that's so, General. If you have any friends in the regular armed forces who aren't friends with the clerics, I suggest you give them a call and get them out here to give you a hand against any other Pezdaran forces who might try a counterattack. And I've got one more promise for you, General. The next time I come back here, it'll be to finish the job on you. With that, the four figures ran off, and in the blink of an eye were gone, last seen jumping over the walls of the compound and bounding across the farmlands to the east. Those were the American armored commandos you called, sir? Mansour Satari asked breathlessly. But that is impossible. You called them just last night. How could they have gotten out here so quickly? Bouchazi stood dumbstruck for a few moments, then shook himself out of his shock and smiled. I would imagine that's the secret east of here they don't wish to share, he said. No matter. The Americans did the impossible, and they have delivered to us a miracle and turned the tides in our favor. Now it is time to push forward and take the clerical regime down once and for all. It took the team 37 minutes to run 20 miles east of the Khomeini Library. They attracted a lot of incredulous stares from farmers and townspeople, and Hal Briggs was sure there were going to be some frantic phone calls to local gendarmerie, but they continued on without any interference. For safety, they changed their main battery packs for fresh ones before moving into the target area. Their batteries were almost depleted, and it would not be prudent to have to defend their destination area with spent batteries installed. 8 miles west of the Kaver Buzurg dry salt marsh and 3 miles north of a smaller dry lake bed, on the very western edge of the Dasht-e-Kavir wastelands, they came across a stretch of paved construction highway in the center of a narrow valley. There were dozens of natural gas wells along the road, and Hal remembered passing a large industrial complex several miles back that had to be the natural gas processing plant for these wells. In the center of the highway, just east of a bend, sat their objective, an XR-A9 Black Stallion spaceplane, the magic carpet that took them from dreamland to north-central Iran in less than 2 hours. I was starting to get worried, sir, Captain Hunter Boomer Noble said as the 410 men approached. We radioed you we were on our way, Hal said. Not about you, sir. I was worried we'd miss lunch back at the lake, Boomer deadpanned. Sounds like it went well. We got lucky, Boomer, Hal said. That Iranian commander sure has balls of steel, eh, General? Not 1, not 2, but 6 truck bombs. And he decides he's going to drive one of them? Gutsy. The man's a coward, Captain, Hal said acidly. He probably said he'd drive one because he'd rather die in a blaze of glory than be tortured or killed by the same bastards he trained to torture and kill. Still, you gotta admit his timing couldn't have been better. He initiates his attack just before the Pezdaran forms up to attack, and right when you want to go back there and give him a big wet sloppy one, Captain, go right ahead, Briggs snapped. Otherwise, let's mount up and get the hell out of here. Briggs to McClanahan. I've been listening, Hal, Patrick responded, via their subcutaneous global transceiver system. Good job. We see a possible sign of pursuit. Several small vehicles heading your way, about 15 minutes out. No general defense alert yet, just a lot of confused radio traffic from your area, but I expect they'll issue a nationwide mobilization order soon. The regular military's got to get involved sooner or later. We'll be out of here in 10 if only your boy Noble would just shut his face for a second, Hal said. After taking one more security scan of the area to be sure there was no pursuit, the 4 commandos climbed inside the passenger module in the Black Stallion's cargo bay. Boomer and his co-pilot started the engines, and in less than 10 minutes, they were racing down the highway-turned airstrip and airborne. Just airborne, and we're already close to emergency fuel, said the Black Stallion's co-pilot. The spacecraft flew east, but only long enough to just clear the Alborz mountain range on the coast of the Caspian Sea. Then they headed north, not more than 60 miles east of Tehran.
No such thing as emergency fuel on this flight, Dr. Page. There's no friendly place to abort to within range, Boomer said. We either reach the tanker, or we jettison the passenger module, then punch out. Hey, I signed for this aircraft. No one is punching or jettisoning anything, the co-pilot, Ann Page, said. I second the senator's remark, Hal Briggs said. I told you boys to call me Ann, Page said. Remember, it's costing you a shot of top-shelf tequila at the Bellagio every time you call me something other than Ann. Crossing the coastline now, Boomer said. The computer will start the pre-contact checklist automatically when we're within 50 miles of the tanker's Mode 4 transponder. You can follow along on the MFD if you'd like. The checklist routine will prompt you when you come to a check and response step. Computers running checklists. What is the world coming to? Ann mused. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I feel naked without a library full of paper checklists and a cubby around me. You'll get over it, ma'am, Boomer said. You owe me another shot of tequila when we get home, Boomer. That's the 5th time you've called me ma'am on this flight, Ann said. By the time we're back on the ground, I won't have to buy myself another drink long past I retire. Double or nothing if I plug the tanker on the first try, Boomer said. You're on. And no using any computers, Ann said, laughing. She found it incredibly easy to relax with this crew. Although she sounded like a rookie, Ann Page actually had more miles in space than anyone on board the Black Stallion. In fact, she had 3 times as many miles in space as all of the men and women who wore astronauts' wings in the U.S. Armed Services combined. A native of Springfield, Missouri, but a Navy brat who had traveled the world with her father, a nuclear-guided missile cruiser skipper who had lost his life in a battle with the Russians in the Persian Gulf over a decade ago, Ann Page had never served in the military, but had always been considered just as much a part of the armed forces as anyone who wore a uniform. Thin and athletic, with large green eyes and auburn hair, she was unabashedly letting turn gray, and could have easily been confused with any female senior general officer. And in fact she was regularly treated as such by military and civilian leaders who knew her. After receiving several degrees in physics, aeronautical and electrical engineering, and astronautics, Ann became the chief engineer and project manager of the most ambitious and top-secret defense program ever devised. Skybolt, a space-based laser weapon system installed on Armstrong Space Station, America's first military space station. Originally designed for the space-based radar system for the U.S. Air Force, Armstrong Space Station, nicknamed the Silver Tower because of its special silvery coating to protect itself from enemy laser attacks, with its 2 large electronically scanned radar arrays 3 times as big as a football field, had been expanded and transformed from an unmanned radar array to a manned military space station. Armstrong and Skybolt's involvement in a Russian invasion of Iran over a decade earlier was crucial, and Ann Page and the station's firebrand commander, Air Force Brigadier General Jason St. Michael, became instant heroes. But the political controversy that arose over the offensive use of Skybolt, it proved to be just as effective as an anti-aircraft and anti-ship weapon as it was a defensive anti-ballistic missile weapon, became too much of a foreign affairs liability for the American administration. Skybolt was canceled, and Armstrong Space Station was converted once again to an unmanned orbiting platform, with only occasional maintenance visits made. But the end of Skybolt didn't mean the end of Ann Page. She continued to work on a variety of military, government, and even private space projects, becoming universally acknowledged as the Burt Rutan of space travel. Any innovation, any new spacecraft, any risky or dangerous mission, and Ann Page was flying it. At the age of 48, she was elected to the U.S. Senate from California on a pro-military, pro-space exploration, and strong science education platform, even flying several times in space as a sitting U.S. Senator, making speeches to Congress, and doing TV talk shows and educational broadcasts to schools from space. When the United States was hit in a sneak attack by the Russian Air Force and over a dozen air and missile bases had been destroyed, Ann Page decided not to run for re-election, and she disappeared from the world stage. What she actually did was join the U.S. Air Force as a civilian space systems designer and engineer, helping to build the next generation of space-based offensive and defensive weapons to help the United States defend itself better from another sneak attack. She was director of a secret program out of Los Angeles Air Force Base that sought to rebuild and redeploy the Skybolt space-based laser system when Patrick McClanahan asked her to join the Black Stallion program at Dreamland. As compartmentalized as the Black Stallion project was, she had never heard of it before, but when she did, she instantly agreed to join. She had been involved with the American Hypersonic Space Transportation System years ago, a combination scramjet rocket-powered craft 3 times larger than the Black Stallion, but with almost the same limited cargo capacity. Rapid and flexible access to space was the biggest challenge with working in defending space, Anne knew, and now they seemed to have the answer: the XR-A9 Black Stallion spaceplane. Not only were 2 of this beautiful little aircraft actually flying, but she had been asked to be in charge of building and standing up the first air wing of these amazing spaceplanes. Needless to say, she jumped at the chance to work with McClanahan and the XR-A9, not knowing that her first mission was just days later, where she would have to fly into harm's way. But she was in heaven, back in space where she belonged, leading a brave bunch of airmen in a race to defend the United States of America, just like before, aboard Silver Tower. Anne heard a soft beep in her helmet and scanned the large supercockpit multifunction display for whatever the ship's computer was trying to tell her. "Is that the tanker?" "Yep. Acknowledge the alert." "That's it. Hit the F10 button." "You got it. And that's the computer running the pre-contact checklist," Boomer said. "Step 21 is the first crew response item. F10 again to go back to the main..." But another beep stopped him short. "Okay, looks like the computer is telling us that our fuel status is outside the safe contact parameters. Which means we're within 5 minutes of flameout by the time we reach the pre-planned contact point, which means we're in deep shit unless we do something," Boomer said. "Okay, I don't think there's time to send a text message to the tanker, so let's go ahead and break radio silence, use the encrypted UHF radio, and get the tanker over here now. Hit F3 for the comm panel." But Anne had already switched over to the proper display. "Aha, good, a fast study. You've got the number 1 radio." "Sunshine to Mailman," Anne radioed. "Check switches," came the reply on the channel, a warning that she was broadcasting in the clear on an open frequency. "You need to give them the code word for..." "Screw that, Boomer," Anne said. On the radio again, she said, "Mailman, just put the pedal to the metal and get the hell down here now, 'cause we're skosh on gas. You copy?" There was a slight pause, then, "We copy, Sunshine. Pushing it up." Within 5 minutes, the fuel warning went away as the tanker accelerated and the rendezvous point moved farther south. Once the 2 aircraft were 25 miles apart, the KC-77 tanker started a left turn, heading north along the center of the Caspian Sea, rolling out precisely in front and 1,000 feet above the Black Stallion, in a picture-perfect point-parallel rendezvous. "Genesis to Sunshine," Boomer heard on his encrypted satellite transceiver. "It's God on guard," he quipped. "Go ahead, Genesis." "Just a reminder, don't zoom past the tanker on this one," Patrick McClanahan said. "You'll have 1 chance to plug him." "Do I have to have someone back home looking over my shoulder from now on?" he asked. "That's affirmative, Boomer," Patrick responded. "Get used to it." "Roger that." The faster rejoin and precision maneuver was sorely needed because as the refueling nozzle made contact with the XR-A9's receptacle, the fuel critical indication sounded again. They had less than 10 minutes worth of fuel remaining. "Mailman has contact," Boomer and Anne heard through the boom intercom. "Sunshine has contact and shows fuel flow," Anne acknowledged. "You're a very welcome sight, boys. Drinks are on me back home." "We're a Cabernet crew, ma'am," the tanker pilot said. "The co-pilot doesn't like being called ma'am," Boomer said. "Now you owe her a shot." "The tanker crew's money's no good in any bar I'm sitting in," Anne said. "Just keep the gas coming." Hunter Noble rejoined with the tanker once more to top off, turned east over the Caspian Sea, and blasted the Black Stallion over Kazakhstan. "Boomer, I'm altering your flight plan for your return," Patrick radioed. "Instead of heading southeast and doing 2 orbits to line up for landing back at Dreamland, I'm going to have you go north direct for home. I want the Black Stallion turned and ready for another mission ASAP." "Fine with me, sir," the aircraft commander replied. He called up the flight plan being data-linked to his flight control computers and made sure it was being properly received and processed. "You sure you want to do this, General?" Anne Page asked. "This takes us directly over Russia. We're only at 40,000 feet now. According to the flight plan, we'll still be below 100K and Mach 5 when we cross the border." "I know. That's well within the lethal envelope of Russian SAMs," Patrick said. "There's only one known SA-12B brigade in our flight path near Omsk. You'll be at 160K altitude and Mach 5.1 and accelerating when you get close to the known missile batteries." Missile flight time is at least 90 seconds. With that much time, you should be out of the missile's envelope by the time it reaches you. Boomer looked at the rearview monitor in the cockpit and saw Ann Page looking at him through the camera, the doubt evident in both their eyes. "Cutting it awfully close, aren't you, General?" she asked. "The problem is initiating the return over Kazakhstan and the lack of secure recovery bases in the north," Patrick responded. Many of the military air bases in Alaska, Washington State, Montana, Wyoming, and North Dakota were destroyed by the Russian Air Force 4 years earlier. It would be many years, possibly even decades, before they were inhabitable again. Flying south over safer territory means an extra orbit, which reduces your reserves, which means bringing you down early at a civilian airfield near Seattle, Vancouver, or Calgary. I'll do it if necessary, but I'd like to have you land at a military base if possible. My calculations show you'll be out of the SA-12 envelope by the time the missile reaches you. It'll be close, but you'll be out, Patrick went on. If they fire the less capable A-model missile, or don't react very quickly, you'll be even safer. But you'll be okay even going against the B-model SA-12 fired within seconds of coming in range. As always, the final decision is up to you guys. I've already put you through a lot on this mission. I'll say, Boomer muttered on intercom. Unfortunately, you only have a few more seconds to decide, Patrick said. Figures. He clicked on the radio. Stand by, General. He looked at the rear cockpit monitor again into his mission commander's eyes. What do you say, Ann? He asked on intercom. I know McClanahan by reputation only. He hired me to help with the program just a few days ago, and I've only met with him twice, she said. I know he has a reputation of doing what he thinks best, which is not necessarily what his superior officers want. Checks. But he also has a reputation of getting the job done and looking out for the men and women under him. I know everybody blames him for inciting the Russians to attack us and kill thousands of people, but I believe it was because Grizlov was a nutcase, not because of what McClanahan did, which was protecting his forces from another attack. I don't know much about what McClanahan did to piss off Grizlov, Boomer admitted, but I do know that McClanahan kicked the Russians' butt pretty good afterward. He knows what he's doing, and he's definitely not a glory hound. I've seen the man's office in the White House. The janitor has a nicer work environment. So you trust him? I trust him. Same here. Maybe they'll write that on our headstones, huh? Ann did not respond. General Briggs? What do you say, sir? We're just passengers back here, Captain, Hal Briggs replied. Whatever you do is fine with us. Not on my ship, it's not, Boomer said. Everyone gets a say. I'm all for getting home earlier, Briggs said. I put my life in General McClanahan's hands for most of my military career, and he's never let me down yet. I don't think he will this time either. The rest of you guys agree? Affirmative, sir, Master Sergeant Chris Wall responded immediately. The other 10 men responded likewise. We who are about to fry salute you, General McClanahan, Boomer deadpanned. He clicked open the radio channel. We're ready to activate the new flight plan, sir. Very good. See you back at the barn. Good luck. I wish he hadn't said that last thing, Boomer muttered. He recalled the flight plan and pressed the Activate Soft button on his multifunction display. The flight control computer immediately entered the countdown for igniting the laser pulse detonation rocket system, and he and Ann had to scramble to complete the pre-programmed countdown holds on time before their flight path window closed on them. Within seconds, the engines rumbled to life, and they accelerated quickly and blasted skyward at a very steep climb angle. At Mach 3 and 60,000 feet, the computer altered course, and they headed almost directly north toward the Russian border. Unidentified aircraft 150 kilometers south of Omsk. This is Russian Air Defense Sector Headquarters, they heard moments later. Warning, you are entering the Russian Air Defense Identification Zone. Respond immediately on any emergency frequency. Not too late to turn around, Ann said. In 4 seconds it will be, Boomer said. Suborbital burn commencing in 3, 2, 1. Seconds later, the airspeed indicator clicked past Mach 4, and the 3 remaining LPDRS engines kicked on. Warning, warning, warning! Unidentified aircraft approaching Omsk. You are in violation of Russian sovereign airspace. The warning messages on all of the emergency channels declared. Turn right and reverse course immediately, or you will be fired upon without further warning. Acknowledge on any emergency frequency. Over. The messages continued in Russian and Chinese, then repeated. Moments later, the threat warning receiver announced, Warning, warning, air defense search radar locked on, 3 o'clock, 100 miles, SA-12. Warning, warning, missile tracking detected, SA-12, 4 o'clock, 80 miles. Warning, warning, missile launch SA-12, 5 o'clock, 75 miles. Pedal to the metal, Boomer, Ann Page said. Eat my exhaust, Ruskies, Boomer said confidently. But he did keep a close watch on both the airspeed readouts and the threat display. We're right on the edge of its envelope, Ann Page said. We should be able to fly away from it here in a second. Sure enough, a few moments later, warning, warning, missile tracking, SA-12, 6 o'clock, 80 miles. Warning, missile tracking, SA-12, 100 miles. Finally, as the Black Stallion continued its climb and gradual acceleration, the warning indications went away. Never outran a Russian SAM before, Boomer exclaimed. Incredible! The hotline is already heating up, Patrick McClanahan radioed a few minutes later. Russia is already complaining about your overflight. Do we care today, sir? Boomer asked. Not particularly. Boomer took the spaceplane right up to 360,000 feet, above most of the atmosphere, then throttled back and stabilized the airspeed at Mach 9. We'll start the descent in 83 minutes, everyone, he said. Check your oxygen, check your body, and report in when the station check's done. Everyone's good back here, Hal Briggs said from inside the passenger module. We had to wake the kid up to do his safety check. The guy can sleep in the middle of a typhoon. The kid, U.S. Army First Lieutenant Russ Mars, was the Battle Force Ground Ops team's newest and youngest member, and Hal had taken the kid under his wing. Probably, Patrick had surmised, because he was very much like Hal himself when he was 20 years younger. The time went quickly. In less than an hour they had crossed the entire width of Russia and the Arctic Ocean, and the coast of North America was in sight a few minutes later. The computer has started the pre-descent checklist, everyone, Boomer announced. We're going to do a 1.5G descent profile this time instead of 3, so NORAD won't think we're another Russian cruise missile sneak attack. And I'd like to keep the belly cool in case we have to do a quick turn and launch again. Keep ahead of the plane and G-forces and sing out in case you're having any problems. I'd like you all to... Suddenly, the threat warning receiver blared. Warning, warning, target tracking radar, 2 o'clock, 1,350 miles. What did it say? Boomer remarked. I've never heard of any radar tracking at that kind of... Warning, 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 laser spike, laser spike. Warning, 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 emergency cooling circuit activated. Warning, spot hull temperature increasing, station 300. Warning, spot hull temperature increasing, station 380. Warning, 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 hull temperature reaching critical, station 420. What in heck is going on? Ann Page asked. I don't know, but we're going to melt here in a second, Boomer said. He immediately disconnected the autopilot and rolled the Black Stallion hard left using the control thrusters. What are you doing, Boomer? We're getting a sudden uneven heating of a small section of the fuselage, he replied. I don't know what's happening, but I need to expose a different part of the fuselage to whatever that heat source is and give the emergency cooling system a chance to bring the temps down, or it'll fail. General, are you reading this? Just keep turning, Boomer, Patrick McClanahan radioed. Don't stop maneuvering. We're analyzing the information now. And then they heard him say under his breath, My God, I don't believe it. They couldn't possibly have done it. Warning, warning, laser spike, warning, warning, spot hull temperature rising, station, warning, warning, hull temperature reaching critical, station 140. Boomer, keep rolling, Patrick radioed frantically. As hard as you can. Don't worry about depleting thruster fuel now. Move! Boomer rolled the spaceplane hard to the right, nearly going inverted. And then he saw it. A bright orange-blue dot on the horizon with the familiar shimmering three-dimensional texture of collimated laser light. We're being hit by a laser. A big mother laser hot enough to almost burn through our heat shields, he shouted. At that instant, it winked out. Did you see that, Ann? No, I was too busy praying we wouldn't turn into a shooting star. We saw it down here, Boomer, Patrick said. It's something I prayed we'd never see again. But it's back, and it's operational. Chapter 3 Qom, Iran. Later that day. A flight of 3 Mi-35 attack helicopters swooped in from the west in perfect formation. As 2 helicopters hovered and took up a protective position, the third landed just 100 meters from the outer wall of the Ruhollah Khomeini Library and shut down its engines. A general officer and 3 bodyguards stepped out moments later. They carefully surveyed the outer walls of the library compound. Then, one of the bodyguards made a radio call, and the 2 hovering attack helicopters moved away and out of sight. As the general waited, a captured armored personnel carrier emerged from the library compound and drove out to him. The general's bodyguards had assault rifles and grenade launchers at the ready, but the general did not try to take cover, standing defiantly, almost impatiently, fists on his hips. Hesarek al-Khan Bushazi emerged from the APC with Mansour Satari and 3 bodyguards of his own surrounding him. He saluted the newcomer and the general returned the salute. Both men were silent for a few long moments. Then General Hossein Yassini, Chief of Staff of the Iranian Armed Forces, said, "Well, Hesarek, it seems you have been quite busy lately." Bushazi said nothing. The officer looked at the men assembled behind Bushazi, nodding to Satari. "Hello, Mansour. Quite the daring raid you pulled at Doshan Tepe. That'll teach the Pasdar not to be so cocksure next time, eh? Think you taught them a little lesson?" "I hope so, sir," Satari said, nodding respectfully. "Unfortunately, you didn't use the opportunity to get out of the country with your hides intact," Yassini said. "Instead, you decided to throw in with the general's plan to—" He turned to Bushazi. "What, Hesarek? What's the plan? Where do you go from here?" Bushazi took a thick packet of files from Satari and handed them to Yassini. "Copies of the evidence we've gathered from Urumiyeh," he said, "proving that Badi ordered the conspiracy to attack the base and kill Iranian soldiers with Pasdaran forces disguised as Kurdish rebels in order to discredit the internal defense force and further his own political ambitions." Yassini took the files, but didn't look at them. Keeping his eyes on Bushazi, he dropped the files to the ground beside him. "You are too funny, Hesarek," he said, shaking his head with a wry smile. "Don't bullshit a bullshitter. Are you seriously trying to tell me all of this is just you wanting to get back at that worthless piece of walking crap Muhammad Badi for concocting that ridiculous plan to discredit your precious Basij? It was obvious to everyone with half a brain in Tehran what happened in Urumiyeh. Do you expect what's in that folder to make one bit of difference for what you've done in the past few days?" He shook his head. "Hesarek, you magnificent idiot. If you had just stopped with killing Badi and escaping from Doshan Tepe, you'd have become a legend in the Iranian military," he said. "Hundreds of very powerful and influential men would have silently cheered for you, including some who could have pardoned you after a short stay in Anzali prison. Badi got too powerful and pried into too many personal affairs. You just saved some other poor bastard from having to do the job. You could have even escaped to Syria or Yemen. Hell, man, I probably would have helped you get out of the country. You'd be living like a prince, in charge of some sheikh's personal security detail." He looked at the walls of the Khomeini Library compound. "But then you did this. Strategically clever, I must say. If you were going for maximum shock value to the clerics in Tehran, you couldn't have picked a better spot. Foolhardy, but clever." "Shock value had nothing to do with it, Hossein," Bushazi said. "Are you blind or just preferring to act the obedient, brainless soldier? Don't you see what the clerical regime has done to our country? The Pasdaran is out of control. There are Pasdaran troops stationed in dozens of countries, from Morocco to Malaysia, and they are running Al-Quds death squads in every corner of the globe. The Pasdaran has nuclear weapons, long-range ballistic missiles, submarines, and long-range bombers. For what? Some dead cleric's idea of a global Persian empire? The return of the caliphate? This is the 21st century, for God's sake. Listen to you, Hesarek, fretting about empire and caliphates and political intrigue." Yassini laughed. 12 years ago, you were the cleric's toughest supporter. You were ready to take on the United States of America in the Persian Gulf in support of the government, the very same government we have today. "I was blind and stupid back then," Bushazi said. "Perhaps. But when they took the opportunity to get support from China, they abandoned your grand plan. That's what you're angry about, isn't it? So which is it, Hesarek? Do you truly feel the government is headed in the wrong direction? Or do you just want revenge on them?" He waited for an answer. When one wasn't forthcoming, he went on, "Do you think you've changed anything, Hesarek? There's an interim government already in place, and I guarantee they'll be tougher and more bloodthirsty than the current ones. I've already spoken to the acting president and defense ministers, and they want action. We'll see what kind of stomach they have for fighting. You're insane, Hesarek. Insane, Yassini chuckled. Look, my friend, I think you've made your point here. The best thing you can do now is to get out and survive. I don't know if what you've begun will lead to the downfall of the clerics, but alive and in exile in some other country will be better for your supporters and your cause than being dead and forgotten. Take your impressive victories and get out while you can. What is it you want, Hossein? Simple. I want the hostages, Yassini said, because then you'll be the hero, their savior, right? What the hell do you care, Hesarek? Yassini asked perturbedly. He shrugged, then said, the precious Pezdaran couldn't save them. Maybe if I lead them out of there and back to Tehran, they'll think more of the regular armed forces and less of their ideological goon squads, and restore the military to its proper role. So you do believe the Pezdaran is misguided and out of control? I believe in me, Hesarek, and the forces under my command, Yassini snapped. Exacting your revenge on the Pezdaran is your battle, not mine. I'm here to protect my country and my government from all enemies, and right now, that includes you. If the Pezdaran can't stop you, it's my duty to make sure the job gets done. Bushazi nodded, falling silent. The two men looked at each other carefully, sizing up each other's words and mannerisms. Then Bushazi said, Let's get down to it, Hossein. Whatever you say, Hesarek, Yassini said. This deal is between you and me. Tehran thinks I'm coming down here tomorrow morning to take personal command of the forces that will pry you out of Qom, dead or alive. I'm here early and without the interim Supreme Defense Council's notice or authority. As a colleague, a fellow soldier of Iran, and someone who has learned and studied under you, and now is the opportunity to repay you for your dedicated years of service to our country. Let us speak, like men and warriors, Hesarek, Yassini went on, pointing to his right eye, a symbol that he was pledging to tell the truth. The Pezdaran number approximately 150,000. You have taken perhaps 3% of that number out of action. An impressive feat, but not nearly enough for your mission to succeed. You and I both know this to be true. You may get some regular army soldiers, and perhaps even some Pezdaran to join you. But how many? 5,000? 10,000 at the very most? Even if you get 15,000 to join you, you are still outnumbered almost 10 to 1. You cannot hope to win, my friend. It is a simple numbers game. The Pezdaran may not be the best infantry fighters in the world, but they don't have to be. The numbers are against you. You could be the greatest battlefield commander on Iranian soil since Alexander the Great, but even he had a massive army and access to all the supplies his forces needed. You have neither. Here's what I propose, Hesarek, and if you are smart and truly cared for the soldiers in that compound, you would accept immediately. Yassini went on. You must release the clerics and politicians you hold hostage. That is non-negotiable. I trust you have not harmed them. They are politicians and maybe your ideological adversaries, but they are not combatants. You are too honorable of a soldier to harm unarmed non-combatants. And the second step? There is no second step today, Hesarek, Yassini said. Release the hostages to me. As you can see, I have no army behind me. Yet. In 12 hours, I'll have one Special Ops brigade ready to go, with another on the way. By dawn, I will present my assault plan to the Interim Supreme Defense Council for approval, and shortly after that, I will begin to retake the Khomeini Library by force. If you or anyone else still in that compound tries to resist when I come in, I'll slaughter every last one of you. What about the Pezdaran and Qom? My plan only involves the regular army and air force, not the Pezdaran, Yassini said. I think, after their earlier debacle, they'll be happy to turn over this operation to the army. They'll stay away from this part of the province. I can guarantee it. So you don't like the Pezdaran either, Bushazi observed. You think they're corrupt and ineffectual, as I do. The Pezdaran will fall because of their own mistakes and blind ideological allegiances, not because I'm fighting them, Yassini said. As incompetent as I think they are, I'm not stupid enough to take them on directly, like you. So you'll simply let us escape? I have no idea what you are doing or where you go, Hisarik, because officially I'm not here, Yassini said. All I know is that any of your forces still in that compound by tomorrow afternoon will be either dead or my prisoner. Bushazi was silent for a few moments, then nodded his head. I understand, Hossein, he said. I thank you for your fairness and honesty. Don't thank me, General. Just get the hell out of here. Go to France, go to South America, go to Indonesia. I don't care, but just go. Don't ever come back. You're an old man. Let the younger men fight. Become their inspirational leader from the comfort of a secure hideout someplace where the Pazdarn or their death squads can't reach you, or at least you can't see them coming. Just don't set foot in Iran ever again, because if I'm still in charge of the armed forces, which I fully intend to be, I'll bury your bullet-ridden body so deeply in the desert that it'll take scientists a millennia to find your bones. I understand your warning, Hossein. You'd better do more than that, Hisarik. And I have a word of warning for you, my friend. Keep the gates of your bases locked and guarded, and don't let anyone in, especially Pazdarn, Bushazi said. Don't go back to Tehran or the Ministry of Defense. I suggest the alternate command center at Mashhad, or someplace where Pazdarn forces aren't heavily concentrated. Whether I'm dead or alive, whoever is in charge of the regular army will be blamed for everything I've done. Protect yourselves at all times. Trust no one. You don't have to worry about me, General. Worry about yourself. Get out while you still can. This is my final warning. Bushazi nodded again, then saluted. Yassini shook his head, puzzled and amused by the older officer's weird, schizophrenic personality swings between seemingly sociopathic mania and by-the-book military bearing, but he returned the salute. As Bushazi turned and started walking to his armored car, he added, And Hisarik? Remember, don't harm one hair on those old men's heads, or all bets are off. His voice got louder and more strident as Bushazi continued to walk away. Understand me, Hisarik? Not one hair must stop, or they'll be after both our skins. But Bushazi and Satari returned to their vehicle with their bodyguards and were gone without saying another word. Sorry, son of a bitch, Yassini mused. It'll be too bad to see that proud old neck stretched at the end of a rope, but that's what he's destined for. He waved for his bodyguards to return to the helicopter. He chased the pilot out of his seat and strapped himself in, preferring not to think of the meeting with Bushazi, but to concentrate on something else for a while. Time enough to think about how he was going to get those clerics and politicians out of the Khomeini library alive once he got back to Mehrabad. Flying was always a good way to help him clear his mind before making tough decisions. Do you think he believed you, sir? Yassini's aide asked through the helicopter's intercom. I don't know, but I think so, the chief of staff said as he prepared to start engines. It doesn't matter. If he goes, or stays and fights, the status of those hostages is the important factor. If he's harmed them, the replacement clerics and the Pazdarn survivors will engineer the bloodiest purge in the history of the entire country. That's why tonight's raid is important. We need the element of surprise if we have any hopes of saving those men. For our sake as well as the country's, we need to win this one. Has Bushazi given any indication he's harmed them, sir? He's too honorable to kill unarmed civilians, Yassini said. He might use them as bait or bargaining chips for his men, but he won't kill them. What's the status of the deployment? Ahead of schedule as of the last report about a half hour ago, the aide responded. Airborne Infantry Regiment Avenger is staging at Mehrabad as briefed. They'll drop 3 waves of 3 companies each of paratroopers inside and outside the compound via high-altitude, low-opening parachute insertion. The 51st Special Operations Battalion will drop in by helicopter minutes later from Hamadan, followed by the rest of 15th Brigade by armored vehicle and truck. They should be on the move from Esfahan now and will be in position in 3 hours outside Qom. I want to speak with each brigade commander personally and get assurances that they won't come anywhere near the compound unless he is dead on force timing, Yassini said. Timing is essential. I want 500 troops to suddenly appear inside that compound in the same room where those hostages are, as if they appeared out of thin air. The 15th especially will blow this entire operation if they're spotted by Bushazi's scouts before the rest of the strike force is in position. Understood, sir. I'll notify the brigade commanders to stand by for a conference. Yassini started engines, completed the pre-liftoff checklist, and had just lifted off and pedal-turned the helicopter to the south to pick up a little forward speed, when he heard a voice on the Iranian Air Force's emergency frequency, which all aircraft constantly monitored. "General Yassini." "Is that Bouchazi?" Yassini asked angrily. "What in hell does he want?" He switched over to the emergency channel. "Is that you, Bouchazi? I'm done talking with you. You have my final word. Comply with my instructions or face the consequences." "You sounded so impassioned and so reasonable, General. I just wanted to tell you again how impressed I was by your words," Bouchazi said. "No one else would have ever guessed that you were lying through your teeth the whole time." Beads of sweat popped out on Yassini's forehead, his mouth turned instantly dry, and his finger trembled a bit as he pressed the microphone switch on his control stick. "What are you talking about, Bouchazi?" he radioed back. "The Avenger Regiment? The Airborne Infantry Regiment you secretly deployed to Mehrabad? They won't be joining you in Qom tonight. Neither will the 51st. Yassini set the big Mi-35 helicopter back down on the ground so hard that the crew members were bounced several inches off their seats. "Say again, Hisarik?" he asked over the radio. "We've only gained about 3,000 men. Like you said, Hussein, we're still heavily outnumbered by the Pasdaran," Bouchazi went on. "But the new recruits are bringing a few Antonov transports, about 12 helicopters, a bunch of armored vehicles, and some supplies with them. A journey of 1,000 miles starts with one step, as some Chinese philosopher once said." Yassini hurriedly switched to intercom. "Call Tehran and find out what in the hell's going on in Mehrabad," he ordered. He forced calm into his voice. "I'm warning you, Hisarik," he said, "that if you attempt to use those traitors to help you escape from the Khomeini library, a lot of Iranian soldiers are going to die." "Don't worry, Hussein. I'm already out of the library," Bouchazi said. "I left while you were trying to fly your big bad helicopter around out there. You used to be a good stick, but I see your skills have faded. I recommend you don't try to follow me. We still had a few shoulder-fired anti-aircraft missiles around." "Sure." "Out?" Yassini gasped. His mind spun furiously. Then he turned to his aide and shouted, "Get every man you can find. Local police, construction workers, farmers, I don't care, anyone except the Pasdaran, and get them over to that library compound," he ordered. "Then call on the discreet command channel and get every available air or infantry unit out here immediately. Do it quickly, but do it quietly. Those Pasdaran units must not know what is happening." He realized that it was very possible for Bouchazi's radio broadcasts to be intercepted by the Pasdaran as well, but he hoped the remnants of Zulkar's brigade hadn't had time or thought about organizing an intelligence-gathering detail yet. He turned back to the radio. "Hisarik, what have you done with the hostages? Where are they?" "Over." "Hossein, they were nothing but scum, the twisted, filthy, corrupted dredges of Muslim extremism," Bouchazi radioed. "Don't bother trying to put together a rescue mission for them. They're not worth the effort. I would recommend that you radio your remaining forces and advise them to lock themselves in their garrisons in full protective defensive posture, because the Pasdaran and their Al-Quds thugs will be out looking to avenge the clerics on anyone they deem a threat to their continued existence. They'll hunt down and murder the regular army before you have the chance to stop them, and they'll claim they're bringing the guilty to justice." "Hisarik, my God, what have you done?" "Better yet, Hossein. Come join us," Bouchazi said. "Don't wait for the Pasdaran to come hunting for you. Join my freedom fighters and help me eliminate those corrupt, bloodthirsty warmongers from the face of the planet. It's the only way to guarantee not only your survival, but the survival of our country and our race. Otherwise, you know as well as I the Pasdaran will not stop until they've secured ultimate power for themselves once again." Yassini looked back outside the helicopter and saw several vehicles racing in his direction. They did not appear to be Pasdaran, thank God. "Listen to me, Hisarik," he radioed. "Whatever you do, don't go on a rampage and start a killing spree in this country. The only way to keep this under control is to take command. You and I, let's do it together. We'll take what's left of the government, weed out the radicals, and start fresh. Let's meet, Hisarik. Over." There was a long pause. Yassini waved at the newcomers, gesturing frantically toward the compound. "Get in there," he shouted. "Find whoever's being held captive in there and get them out. Hurry!" "Hossein?" "Hisarik, meet me," he thought furiously. "In the esplanade," Yassini said. "We need to march off of you. Acknowledge if you understand. Over." There was another pause. Then,
Here's my acknowledgement, Hossein. Out.
Shit! Yassini cursed. He gestured even more emphatically to the helpers to get inside quicker. But he ducked and covered instinctively as 4 massive, brilliant balls of light erupted from the Khomeini library, followed moments later by 4 tremendous explosions that knocked Yassini clear off his feet and set the helicopter rocking on its wheels so violently he thought it might flip upside down. The blasts were followed by strings of smaller explosions. When he looked up, he saw several large mushroom clouds of smoke and fire billowing from the library, with massive columns of flames rolling skyward. It took several minutes for the clouds of smoke and fire to travel vertically instead of in all directions, and when they did, he saw that the entire compound had been leveled, with only blackened and crumpled skeletal outlines of the mosque and library buildings remaining. Elliott Air Force Base, Groom Lake, Nevada. That same time. Dave, I need a full analysis of the Kvasnia region. Military deployment, infrastructure, construction projects, the works, Patrick ordered. At that moment, Colonel Martin Tehama, the commander of the High Technology Aerospace Weapons Center, entered the battle staff area and stood stiffly before Patrick's console, almost at parade rest. He was wearing his service dress blue uniform, not a utility or short-sleeved service uniform as was customary at Dreamland. The damned Kvasnia laser just fired on the Black Stallion. I'm already on it, Muck, Dave Luger, seated beside Patrick, said breathlessly. My God, how could they have rebuilt that facility without us knowing about it? We thought the Russians were knocked on their asses following our bomber attacks, Patrick said. We got too overconfident. Plus, we were too concerned about rebuilding our own strategic military forces to watch over them. We never thought of looking at the Russian Far East. We thought they'd be concentrating on shoring up their military forces in the West. You forgot one thing, sir. You were just too damned cocky to pay attention to anything else but your own pet projects, Tehama interjected acidly. Dave Luger's eyes bulged first in surprise, then in sheer anger. As you were, Colonel, he snapped. Patrick showed little reaction to Tehama's comments. I heard you got an assignment, Colonel, he commented. I finished out processing just now, Tehama said. Since you showed up, I haven't had much to do, so I thought I'd put in a few phone calls and redeem a few favors. I report to my new assignment next week. I'm sure you'll do fine wherever it is you're going, Patrick said. He briefly looked up from his console, saw the expression on Tehama's face, and shook his head. But you are just dying to tell me something first, aren't you? Tehama glanced quickly at McClanahan, then caged his eyes away again. I'll save it for my report to General Edgewater at Materiel Command. But I did want to advise you that I will make it clear that you diverted that Black Stallion flight against all established Hawk directives about overflying hostile territory, and that you did so against my advice and without my authorization. Noted. Tehama glanced at McClanahan in disbelief. General, what's with you? He asked finally. You risked those men's lives for no reason. I don't get it. The reason you don't get it, Colonel, is the reason you're leaving here today. I don't understand it. I don't understand you, any of you, Tehama sputtered. Do the lives of these men mean so little to you? I don't think this is the time to discuss this. No, go ahead, General. I've got time, Tehama said. Explain it to me. It might help me make some sense of the twisted, mind-boggling bullshit atmosphere you've created in this place and in these people. He motioned around the room. What is all this? You have a battle staff area at Dreamland. What's up with that? We're a research base, for God's sake, except the planes are never around long enough to do any research on them because you or someone under you keeps on requisitioning them. Our budget is blown all to hell with your secret operations. Now, one of our most classified, highest priority, most expensive aircraft has been hit by a Russian laser, and with good reason, you authorized them to fly over hostile airspace. Do you want to get those men killed? Colonel, if you don't get it after being here for 3 years, you never will, Patrick said. You're dismissed. It was obvious that Tehama really wanted to tell Patrick off, but he snapped to attention, then turned on a heel and exited the room. Can you believe the balls on that guy mouthing off like that? Dave Luger asked.
There's only one reason he'd have the guts to do that. His new boss has more than 3 stars, Patrick said. Hal can find out who that is in no time. It'll be easier to just assume he's been reporting on our activities to our biggest opponents. SecDef and Senator Barbeau, among many others. Might not be enough to get him in legal trouble, Patrick said, but enough to fill in the details to any bureaucrat or politician who doesn't have the entire picture on what we do at Dreamland. He thought for a moment, then nodded to Dave. Have Hal find out anyway. My pleasure, sir, Dave said with a smile. The White House Press Room, Washington, D.C. A short time later. Good morning, White House Press Secretary Anthony Luers said curtly as he stood before the members of the White House Press Corps in the newly refurbished press briefing room. Unlike many of the recent White House press secretaries who came from the media or public relations, Luers, a tall, bald, broad-shouldered, mean-looking veteran combat officer, was a former Marine aircraft wing commander, and he ran the White House press offices as tightly as he did his combat air units. Although he wore a suit and not a uniform, he still looked every bit the hard-as-nails combat veteran he was. The President is scheduled to meet with the delegation from the Association of Southeast Asian Nations in the Oval Office to discuss oil and trade policy, and will then travel to Wilmington, Delaware to address the American Bar Association Convention luncheon. He'll return to the White House sometime this afternoon and meet with several state political delegations to discuss campaign travel schedules. He'll meet with the National Security Staff later in this afternoon for a detailed briefing on events in the Middle East. He remains in close contact with his National Security Staff at all times and receives constant updates. The President has been fully briefed on the incident in Qom, Iran, but most of the information the White House has received has been through unverified Middle East news sources, Luers went on brusquely. The President reiterates that his main desire is peace, stability, and democracy in the entire region, and indeed the entire world, and the United States stands ready to assist any group that stands for the very same things. He made a few brief remarks on several other matters, then closed his briefing folder and offered, "Questions." The questions came rapid fire, but Luers was accustomed to dealing with lots of panicked, babbling individuals, and he waded through the Q&A with a distracted, almost detached indifference. Most times he did not even look at the questioner, but shuffled his notes without expression or gestures. It was a lot like watching grass grow. "Is there a coup taking place in Iran, General?" one reporter blurted out. "Are we going to war?" "No one's going to war. We don't know the details yet. It could be Kurdish rebels, anti-clerical insurgents, or a Sunni Muslim retaliation against the Shiite-dominated theocratic regime. Does the President want to see the Ahmadiyya government or the clerical regime fall?" "I refer you to my earlier remarks," Luers said, almost spitting the words. Then, deciding he'd better tell them rather than leaving it up to their powers of recall, the President wants peace, stability, and democracy. The President doesn't agree with or endorse the Iranian way of picking candidates for office. Basically, the Ayatollah Shirazemi picks the candidate he wants, and the Council of Guardians rubber stamps their approval and pulls any other candidates off the ballot. The people have no say. That said, the fact remains that Ahmadiyya was put in power peacefully and constitutionally, as flawed as their electoral process is. As far as a military uprising, rebellion, or whatever might transpire in Iran, again, any such action usually doesn't contribute to peace, stability, and democracy, and so President Martindale views such violent actions as undesirable for the people of Iran, their neighbors, customers, and other interested persons and powers in the Middle East. The President believes that military coups take power away from the people by force of arms. "But if the clerical regime is deposed, even if by force of arms, and is replaced by a regime friendlier to the West?" "That's speculation. We don't have the facts." He left that reporter a dark scowl and glanced at another, then resumed taking notes, head down, not making eye contact with anyone. "You, question. There are reports that the United States sent a special operations team inside Iran to assist the rebellion. Comment, General? That report did not originate within this administration, so I can't comment on it. So you're denying it? I said I can't comment on it. General, no comment is not an answer, the reporter persisted. I understand if you don't want to confirm or deny it, but you must have some comment. Either you don't know or you refuse to say, but you can't just, excuse me, Mr. Richland of the Sun, correct? Lewis said, looking up from his notes and impaling the reporter with a deadly, asphalt-melting stare. Let me make myself crystal clear to you. I don't have the time or the inclination to comment on rumors, innuendo, guesses, or anything but the administration's official statements. If you want to fantasize, go back to writing about endangered snail darters and Alaskan caribou. He waited for the reporter to say something in return, but the reporter tried to appear busy writing notes and didn't return Lewis's glare, so he turned to the other side of the press briefing room. You, go. Would President Martindale ever send any military forces into Iran to assist any opposition or insurgent groups take over the clerical regime? Again, I cannot comment on every hypothetical situation thrown at me. However, I can say that in my conversations with the President, he has never indicated any willingness or desire to support any military opposition or insurgent groups in Iran. He has expressed his desire for peace, stability, and democracy in all nations of the world who oppress and repress their citizens, and he wants to do anything he can to help those nations fight off their oppressors and build a better society and government for their people. But it must be done pursuant to the inalienable rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness in the context of a peaceful, democratic framework established by the people, their representatives, and the rule of law. Next. General, the Russian embassy called several media outlets and complained that the United States was illegally flying manned space planes over their sovereign airspace without permission. Any truth to this complaint? We receive hundreds of complaints every day from the Russians, ranging from illegal fishing to playing music too loudly at our embassy parties, Lewis said, again without looking up and without any change or inflection in his voice. But unseen was the sweat prickling out around his collar. No matter how many trivial or just plain bogus complaints we get, the State Department fully investigates each and every one. But you're not denying an illegal overflight took place? Every complaint filed by any person or nation is investigated. When the investigation is over, we'll reveal the results. Until then, we keep quiet about it. Thanks to you good folks in the media, sometimes mere accusations carry the weight of outright guilt if over-publicized. Don't you agree? Is it the Air Force's new hypersonic bomber, General? Is the Pentagon overflying Russia with a new bomber? We don't comment on the movement of any military or government vehicles. Aircraft, spacecraft, and surface vessels of all kinds transit sovereign airspace all the time. The Russians send a dozen spy satellites a day over the United... This is the second such complaint by the Russians this month, the reporter insisted. They claim they have proof we are conducting illegal espionage and harassment missions over their country. I haven't seen their proof or any formal diplomatic protests. Until I do, it's speculation. Next. General, rumor has been circulating for months about... Wait one, folks, Lewis interrupted, maintaining his stiff posture and manner and trying like hell to avoid appearing too exasperated. I know I haven't been in this job very long, but you should have all realized by now that I won't answer questions based on speculation, rumor, hypothesis, or conjecture. Are there any questions I can answer on behalf of the President, Vice President, the Cabinet, or the executive branch of government regarding any of the topics that I've already briefed? He waited a couple heartbeats. Then, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I'll be happy to take emailed questions, and I'll be available in the press room at the usual hours. He quickly stepped off the dais as the television reporters moved to the front, ready to give on-air and taped-on-camera summaries. Lewis went to his office, answered a few phone calls, then went to the Oval Office, where the President was already meeting with the members of his national security staff. Vice President Herschel, Secretary of Defense Gardner, Secretary of State Carson, National Security Advisor Sparks, Joint Chiefs Chairman Glenbrook, and Director of Central Intelligence Gerald Vista. Chief of Staff Carl Menden looked up from his tablet PC computer as Lewis entered. "Thought you were going to lose it for a moment, Tony," he commented. "I never lose it, Mr. Menden," Lewis said sternly. "If the press corps wants to hear me say, 'I won't speculate' a dozen times during these briefings, fine with me. I tried to save them a little time, that's all." He turned to the President and added, "They definitely got a strong sniff of the spaceplane overflight, sir, and it won't take long before the Russians' claim is substantiated by tracking data from some other country. I need a cover, non-specific, but enough detail to keep their editors happy for a few days."
I suggest we tell the press it was an unarmed, classified military spacecraft, one of many that routinely transits Russian airspace in accordance with international aviation laws, and leave it at that. We need a ruling from the White House Counsel on exactly what the law says about spacecraft overflight, Carl Minden said. An official ruling is fine, but I can tell you what the Outer Space Treaty says. No one can regulate space travel or access to Earth orbit, National Security Advisor General Jonas Sparks said. That's been the case ever since Sputnik. Besides, we have dozens of Russian spy satellites overflying us every damned day. True, Secretary of State Mary Carson said. She turned to President Martindale and continued, But, sir, that only applies to spacecraft in Earth orbit. If General McClanahan's men flew the spaceplane through the atmosphere over Russia, that's a violation. Hell, Doc, we flew spy planes across each other's borders for decades, Sparks said. It was so commonplace it became a game. And we're on the path to returning to the Cold War mentality that existed back then, Carson retorted. Sir, if we continue to allow General McClanahan and his spaceplanes to just flit across the planet like that without advising anyone, sooner or later someone's going to mistake it for an intercontinental ballistic missile and fire a real missile. Overflying Russia with a satellite in a mostly fixed and predictable orbit is one thing. Having an armed spaceplane suddenly appear on a Russian radar screen out of nowhere could trigger a hostile response. A simple courtesy message on the hotline to Moscow, or even to the Russian embassy in Washington, would be sufficient. Frankly, Mary, I don't feel very courteous when it comes to the Russians, the president said. I mean, sir, that a simple advisory might prevent an international diplomatic row, a retaliatory overflight, or at worst, someone getting nervous and pushing the button to start another attack. Okay, Mary, I get the message, the president said. He turned to the Secretary of Defense. Joe, get together with Mary and draft up a directive for General McClanahan and anyone else using the space planes to notify the State Department to issue an advisory to the Russian Foreign Ministry in a timely manner. That should be sufficiently ambiguous to allow us some leeway in when to report. Yes, Mr. President. Gardner glanced at Carson's exasperated expression, but did not comment. He could always count on Mary Carson to bring up all the negatives about each and every situation crossing his desk, Martindale thought. Her comments always served to head off possible difficulties, even though he generally thought she pressed the panic button too often and too soon to suit him. It's not the Russians I'm concerned about right now, folks. It's the Iranians, the president said. Gerald, what do you have? Not much yet, sir. Director of Central Intelligence Gerald Vista responded. No one has heard from any of the clerics or most of the executive branch of the Iranian government for days. My office has been trying repeatedly to get a statement from the Iranian UN ambassador, but he's nowhere to be found, Secretary of State Carson added. And some of the NATO foreign ministries who still have diplomatic ties with Iran tell us the Iranian ambassadors and consuls have dropped out of sight. Sounds like they're lying low, the president observed. But is Bouchazi the reason? And if he's powerful enough to scare government officials as far away as New York City, does he have a chance of succeeding in engineering a military coup? He turned to Joint Chiefs Chairman Glenbrook. What about the Iranian army, General? The latest we have is the regular armed forces are still in their garrisons, sir, Glenbrook said. We don't know if they're just staying in defensive positions, awaiting orders, or defying orders and not going out to hunt down Bouchazi and his insurgents. A few specialized units have mobilized. We think those units will try an assault on the Khomeini Library in Qom within 48 hours. This has been a Pasdaran fight so far, Vista said. We haven't seen any regular army involved. Maybe the Pasdaran has been weakened to the point where they can't do the job. Is it possible that we haven't heard from the clerics or the president of Iran that were apparently in Qom because they're dead? Vice President Maureen Herschel asked. She turned to a video teleconference unit on the credenza beside her. General McClanahan? Unfortunately, General Briggs didn't ask that question when he met up with General Bouchazi at the Khomeini Library in Qom, ma'am, Patrick McClanahan said from the command center at Elliott Air Force Base in Nevada. Instead of a business suit and tie, he was wearing his trademark Dreamland black flight suit, a wireless earpiece stuck in his left ear, surrounded by his battle staff officers. He hadn't officially taken over the high-technology aerospace weapons center yet, but he was clearly the man in charge. Maureen couldn't help but smile. Patrick never looked comfortable wearing a business suit or attending meetings in the White House. He was back in his element, where he belonged. General Briggs's objective was to degrade the Pesdaran units surrounding the library and make contact with Bushazi if possible, all without compromising his men or the Black Stallion spaceplane. "Is Bushazi still in comm?" "It's unclear, ma'am," Patrick replied. "We should be getting a satellite image update soon. General Briggs estimated Bushazi's force inside the library at around 1,000 men, well equipped. Apparently, there was a large weapons cache inside the mosque and library. If they departed, it wouldn't take them long." "You actually think Hasarik Bushazi would slaughter a bunch of clerics and government officials inside one of the holiest sites in Iran?" the president asked incredulously. "Back when he was chief of staff and commander of the Pesdaran, I'd say never. 5,000 Americans on an aircraft carrier, yes. But a bunch of power-hungry Muslim clerics? Never," Maureen replied. "But the man was dumped, disgraced, nearly assassinated, and relegated to training half-crazy volunteer fighters. He went from leading the fight for the clerical regime to nothing, almost overnight. If anyone's got an axe to grind against the current regime, it's him." "Let's say he succeeds," the president asked. "Would he be worse than the clerical regime, or would he work with us to help stabilize the region, and perhaps even assist the West in stopping the current tide of radical fundamentalist Islamists operating around the world?" Maureen turned to the speakerphone and said, "The only two Americans who have spoken to him since his insurgency began are Generals Briggs and McClanahan. Patrick, what are your thoughts?" "He swore up, down, and sideways that he was going to take down the theocracy or die trying, ma'am," Patrick said. "My initial gut reaction is, I don't trust him. But everything he's done so far points to one thing. His objective is the destruction of the Pesdaran and elimination of the theocracy. I don't know if he wants to become the strong-armed dictator of Iran, but if he gets the support of the regular army, he could certainly take over." But what are the chances of that? He's a disgraced military chief of staff who was blamed for Iran's greatest military defeat in history, CIA Director Vista said. He tossed away a third of Iran's navy in just a few days, including the Middle East's first aircraft carrier. Not only that, but he was commander of the Pesdaran. He gave the orders that resulted in the executions of thousands of regular army soldiers, government officials, and ordinary citizens, usually on skimpy or no evidence whatsoever, on allegations they conspired against the clerical regime. The regular army would never follow him. "I disagree, Director Vista," Patrick radioed, "because he refused to be exiled. He was given a shit job that should have killed him, and he excelled in it. He purged the Basij, the paramilitary group of volunteers, of all the radicals and fundamentalists, and he turned it into a real fighting force. And he did it with pure leadership, convincing the dedicated men and women in the Basij to get rid of the maniacs. He turned the organization around without resorting to intimidation or violence. The grunts respect that. I think he has a very good reputation with the regular army. Combine all that with the regular army's hatred of the Pasdaran, and I think Bouchazi is lining himself up very nicely for a coup d'etat." "My information says otherwise," Vista insisted. "Bouchazi is an outsider. Besides, the regulars are too afraid of the Pasdaran to support a rebellion, especially one without any other support, besides a few thousand volunteers." "Okay, folks, I need some ideas," the president said, barely masking his impatience. "Let's assume Bouchazi survives Qom. What happens next? Gerald?" "Overall, I'd say his odds are terrible, sir," the CIA chief replied. "He needs the regular army. His little group of Basij fighters can't survive against the Pasdaran. The Pasdaran is like the U.S. Marine Corps, except much larger with respect to the regular army. While our Marine Corps is 1/10 the size of the army, the Pasdaran is 1/3 the size of their entire armed forces and just as well equipped. I would equate Bouchazi's Basij fighters with a well-trained Army National Guard infantry battalion." "I agree with the DCI, Mr. President," Secretary of State Carson said. "And even if Bouchazi does succeed in destroying or disrupting the Pasdaran with help from the regular army, using some sort of magical leadership ability, as General McLanahan describes, he'll have to contend with other forces as well. Every covert ops and insurgent force the Pasdaran has created over the years will return to Iran to try to topple the junta, or at least cause it a lot of trouble. Al-Quds in the Gulf region, Hezbollah in Lebanon, Hamas, Islamic Jihad, and the Popular Front to Liberate Palestine General Command in the Gaza Strip and West Bank, Ansar al-Islam in Iraq, and Hizb Islami in Afghanistan, just to name a few. All of those groups are controlled and funded by Iran through the Pasdaran, and they'd undoubtedly be brought back to assist in a wide-ranging insurgency against Bouchazi. We could even see pro-Iranian military or terror groups from Chechnya, Pakistan, or North Korea fighting against Bouchazi. Then, of course, there is the 1/3 of Iran's citizens, about 20 million adults, who actively support the theocracy and who might support an Islamist insurgency against a secular military regime. "Doesn't sound like a winner to me," the president said. "Anyone disagree with this analysis?" The room was quiet. Until, "I don't disagree with Dr. Carson's or Director Vista's analysis, sir," Patrick McLanahan said through the video conference link. "But if Bouchazi survives and is actively trying to stage a coup in Iran with the help of the regular army, we should do everything possible to support him." "Support him?" Carson asked incredulously. "If I remember correctly, he tried to kill you and your men several times. Now you want to risk your life to help him?" "We may never get another chance for years," Patrick said. "Iran doesn't hide the fact that it actively supports insurgent groups all around the world who try to topple secular or unfriendly governments in favor of a fundamentalist theocracy. We shouldn't be afraid to support any movement, even a military coup that tries to establish a democracy." The president shook his head with a sardonic smile. "As usual, a solid consensus about a course of action," he deadpanned. He slumped in his chair, rubbed his temples wearily, retrieved a bottle of water from a desk drawer, and took a deep sip. "I'd be just as happy to see the two factions tear each other apart," he said. He finally turned to General Sparks. "Jonas, I asked you to come up with a plan of action for dealing with Iran. Anything yet?" "No, sir," Sparks replied. "No real consensus from the intelligence and operations staffs. Bouchazi's insurgency is just complicating the issue worse and worse every day. We should just continue surveillance, monitor the situation carefully, and be sure to warn the Iranians that we won't tolerate any foreign offensive operations in the wake of this Bouchazi insurgency." The president nodded. "Holding pattern. Not exactly what I had in mind," he said. "Anyone else?" "Mr. President, in my staff's opinion, Bouchazi is not the issue. The Iranian Revolutionary Guards and their control of Iran's weapons of mass destruction and their delivery systems are," Patrick McClanahan said via the video conference link. "If the regular Iranian army keeps sitting on the sidelines, the Pasdaran will only turn up the heat even more. Eventually, the army will be completely marginalized, maybe even dismantled. Once the Pasdaran takes over, they'll tear the country apart. Then they'll start on any other neighboring countries they feel is a threat to the Islamist regime." "So what do you propose, Patrick?" "I'd like permission to launch a dedicated constellation of reconnaissance satellites over Iran to look for their missile sites," Patrick replied. "I'd like to forward deploy air battle force, air and ground teams to Afghanistan and Uzbekistan, ready to go into Iran covertly and destroy the most dangerous missile batteries. And I'd like permission to place 2 of our fleet of 3 Black Stallion space planes in orbit, armed with precision-guided weapons to react in case Iran launches any attacks that we can't reach. I've sent this proposal to Mr. Minden and General Sparks for their review." "You're recommending putting a major strike force over Iran in the middle of their internal crisis?" Secretary of State Carson asked incredulously. "How do you think the Iranians will interpret such an action?" "I don't intend for the Iranians to find out, Madam Secretary," Patrick said. "But if they do, they'll know we mean business." "More gunboat diplomacy," Carson said irritably, "makes my job all the more difficult. The air battle force will stay out of Iran unless they lash out against the United States or our allies in the region," Patrick said. "But once they move swiftly and silently, and even after they engage, they leave a very small footprint. If the Iranians never threaten our interests, if they confine their reaction to Bouchazi's insurgency to their own borders, we never go in. But if they do try to launch missiles or mobilize for large-scale operations, we can hit them in vital spots while our main forces start gearing up." "We don't need McClanahan's gizmos, sir," Secretary of Defense Gardner said. "We've got 1 carrier battle group in the Persian Gulf, 1 in the Arabian Sea, and another in the Western Pacific en route to the Indian Ocean. There are 25,000 NATO troops in Afghanistan, 1,000 U.S. troops in Uzbekistan, 50,000 in Iraq, and another 50,000 ashore and afloat spread between Turkey and Diego Garcia. The air battle force doesn't and never has integrated with the total force. They'll just get in the way. But the fact is, Joe, they can send a tremendous force out there in a real hurry," the president said. "Special Operations Command can send a small force out quickly. The Army can send a big force out slowly. McClanahan's guys can send a big punch anywhere fast." "We're getting ahead of ourselves here, ladies and gentlemen," Vice President Herschel said. "Looks to me like we're letting Bouchazi pull our strings now. He attacks, then we're forced to act when the Revolutionary Guards counterattack. Bouchazi's insurgency is an internal Iranian matter. We'd be provoking a serious and unpredictable Iranian response if anyone caught us sending covert military forces in or over Iran. Iran still commands a vital choke point in the Persian Gulf and is the most powerful Islamic military force in the entire region. Let's not get drawn into a fight we don't want by a disgruntled and disgraced Iranian general." "Mr. President, I'll be happy to look over McClanahan's plan and give the staff my thoughts," General Sparks said. "But right now, I'd advise against putting armed spacecraft in orbit, no matter how speedy or cool they are." "I agree," Carson interjected, "and double goes for sending McClanahan's stealth bombers anywhere near Iran. We don't want to be seen as ratcheting up the tension. If Iran does lash out, they could claim it was our actions that led them to retaliate." President Martindale glanced back and forth between the video conference screen and his advisors in the Oval Office. "I agree that our primary concern should be Iran's missiles and whether Masoud Ahmadad intends to use them," the president said after a short silence. "General McClanahan has a plan for dealing with them, so I want the plan vetted right away. Patrick, be prepared to brief the National Security Staff as soon as the schedule permits. General Sparks and Secretary Gardner will review it and have their comments ready as well." "Yes, sir." "Carl will find a slot in tomorrow afternoon's schedule. Be ready by then. Thanks, Patrick." He was about to motion for Minden to disconnect the video phone link, but Minden was taking a message from the White House office assistant. Minden's expression after he read the message got the president's full attention. "What now, Carl?" "Message from communications, sir," Minden replied. "The wire services are reporting that Russia intends to file a protest with the United Nations Security Council to halt illegal overflight of American spaceplanes over its territory." "Oh, shit." "Several members of Congress have called for press conferences within the hour, including Senator Barbeau. General Lewis was right on. The press had wind of this already." "General Lewis, draft up a response so we can brief the staff and get a statement out right away," the president ordered. "Yes, Mr. President. This is starting to smell like a big sewer leak right here in the White House, and I will personally kick his or her butt when I find out who it is." He turned to the videophone. "Okay, Patrick, out with it. Did your guys overfly Russia? Do the Russians have a legitimate beef?" "Our crew did overfly Russia, sir, but I don't think the Russians have a legitimate reason for a protest," Patrick replied. "Explain. And this better be good." "During its ascent, the spaceplane was lower than 100 kilometers, about 60 miles above ground when it entered Russian airspace. 100 kilometers is the altitude mentioned in the Outer Space Treaty as to where space, and therefore the treaty's provisions, begin. Russian military air defense operators broadcast a warning on the international emergency frequencies, which we received. When the spaceplane did not alter course, it was fired upon by Russian surface-to-air missiles. But the spaceplane was accelerating to suborbital velocity, approximately 9 times the speed of sound, and it outran the SAMs. So the crew did violate Russian airspace. Why?" "I gave the order to do so, sir," Patrick said. Both the president and the chief of staff nodded. They had already guessed that. The Black Stallion had 4 passengers on board, the 4 Air Battle Force tin men, and I wanted the spaceplane on the ground as soon as possible to prepare it for another mission. The original flight plan had the spaceplane flying in a southeasterly orbital course, which would have taken it away from hostile airspace, but would have meant keeping them aloft for an extra 3 hours or longer, and would have given the crew no military alternate landing airports. Based on those factors, I uploaded a suborbital flight plan to the crew that took them directly back to Dreamland, over Russia. Yes, sir. But at all times the spaceplane was accelerating and climbing. It was not descending and decelerating like a warhead or missile would have. The spaceplane was not armed with anything more than hand-carried infantry weapons. It had no weapons of mass destruction or any kind of ground attack weapons of any kind. "None of that makes a rat's ass of difference, General," Minden snapped. "The press is going to start a shitstorm over this, and Congress is going to jump in with both feet." "You've done it again, General McClanahan," Secretary of Defense Gardner said bitterly. "You're starting to look as bad as Oliver North during Iran-Contra, running your own covert ops agency right out of the White House basement." "I authorized the mission over Iran, Joe, with your blessing, reluctant as it was," the president reminded him. "I judged the mission to help Bouazizi a success, sir," Gardner said. "Unfortunately, General McClanahan's decision to send the spaceplane back over Russia will quite possibly erase all the good his crew did. This is going to kill the Black Stallion project for sure." He turned to the president and added, "I recommend we ground the Black Stallion project pending an investigation as to whether or not it was necessary to send it illegally over Russia without permission. It'll be necessary for you to remove McClanahan from his White House position, and definitely not consider him for commander of Hawk, pending the outcome of the investigation. We should also announce the suspension of all Black Stallion spaceplane flights. We can call it a safety review or policy review, whatever sounds appropriate, but they stay on the ground indefinitely." "That's the typical knee-jerk reaction to something like this, Joe. We don't need to indulge in it, too," Vice President Herschel said. "All the crew did was overfly Russia. They didn't attack, and they did nothing hostile. That's not going to be the way it's perceived." "We don't know how it's going to be perceived, Joe," Maureen argued. "All I'm saying is, we shouldn't hang General McClanahan, or the spaceplane crew out to dry until we know the facts." "I understand your feelings and admire your loyalty to McClanahan, Miss Vice President, but nothing, Mr. Secretary," she snapped. "My feelings for the general have nothing to do with this. That's enough, all of you," the president interjected. "Maureen, I've got no choice on this one. We know the press and the opponents of the Black Stallion spaceplane program are going to use this incident against this administration and against the project, and I don't want to give them any more ammunition to use against us." He thought for a moment, then, "I'm grounding the spaceplanes until the furor over the overflight blows over and the Senate concludes their midnight snipe hunt. Is that clear, General McClanahan?" Yes, sir. Patrick, you will report back here to your post in the White House, the president went on. I don't want you anywhere near Dreamland. You're still a special advisor to the president and covered by executive privilege. You let us take any comments on the spaceplane incident. And you don't step foot on a combat aircraft even if it's just flying you to Washington. You're flying a desk for a while right here in a suit and tie. Understood? Yes, sir. Dr. Carson, I'd like you to send a message to the Russian embassy apologizing for the overflight, promising them it won't happen again, assuring them the spacecraft was unarmed, not spying on Russia or any other country, and posed no threat of any kind to Russia, the president went on. You can even offer to pay for the missiles they shot at the spaceplane, the ones the spaceplane outran. We'll provide no other details. Tony will mention this communique to the press. Yes, Mr. President. Anyone have anything else for me? The president asked. Yes, sir, Patrick replied. I'm looking at overhead imagery of the Ruhollah Khomeini Library in Qom taken just moments ago, and it appears that the library has been destroyed. What? The Secretary of Defense exclaimed. Destroyed by whom? McClanahan, I swear if you had something to do with this, most likely it was done by General Bouchazi, Patrick said. He's making good on this promise to wipe out the theocracy. I never would have expected him to assassinate them, but I believe that's what he's done. I haven't heard McClanahan deny he had anything to do with it. Patrick? Let's hear it, the president said. If Patrick was stung by the accusation or the president's request, he didn't show it. We have no spaceplanes or weapons of any kind in orbit, sir, Patrick responded. What about the satellites that shot you that overhead imagery? Gardner asked. How many other satellites do you have in orbit? We have a constellation of 4 NERTSats in a circular orbit, initially providing surveillance and communications support for the Black Stallion mission, and now providing surveillance on northern and central Iran, Patrick replied. Those satellites will cease operations in about 6 days. We are in the process of launching another constellation of more persistent reconnaissance satellites in an elliptical orbit over eastern Russia, maintaining a longer-term watch over the Kvasnia ground-based anti-satellite laser site. We have no other spacecraft in orbit. Kvasnia? Why in hell would you watch Kvasnia? Vice President Herschel remarked. That place was destroyed decades ago. By you. We believe the Black Stallion spaceplane was hit by a high-powered laser from the vicinity of Kvasnia, Patrick said. What? You have proof of this, Patrick? No, ma'am. That's why we're going to launch the surveillance satellites as soon as possible. If the Russians want to complain about spaceplane overflights, maybe we should complain about our aircraft being shot at by their laser. I'd rather not, ma'am, Patrick said. I'd like time to get some photos and gather more intel first. Why? So you can plan and carry out another sneak attack on Russia? Secretary of Defense Gardner asked derisively. That's your style, isn't it, McClanahan? Keep all the intel you gather for yourself and lash out without getting permission? You follow the old saying, better to ask forgiveness than ask permission. Right, General? Enough, Joe, the president said. I was in the White House when the Russians first fired that thing, and it was the most terrifying weapon we've ever encountered, except for their nuclear missiles. We rely on spacecraft a lot more than we did 20 years ago. If it was Kvasnia, the Russians must shut it down immediately or we'll destroy it again. You sure you want to restrict the spaceplane fleet now, in light of this new development, Kevin? Maureen Herschel asked sotto voce. If we had to move against that laser, the spaceplanes might be the only weapon system, short of a sub-launched ballistic missile, that can take it. The spaceplanes stay restricted, the president said, loud enough for everyone in the room to hear. We'll deal with Kvasnia diplomatically. Got that, Patrick? Yes, sir. Jonas, I want to know everything about that laser site as soon as possible, the president said. General McClanahan, cancel your plans to insert that new satellite constellation to watch over Kvasnia. Let General Sparks coordinate intel work with the National Reconnaissance Office and the NSA. The Air Battle Force does have a habit of giving out information only after the fact. That's not our intention, sir, Patrick argued, in a more defensive tone of voice than he'd intended. We share all our information in a timely— General. Yes, Mr. President, we'll cancel our constellation setup immediately. Thank you. The president nodded to his chief of staff, who immediately hit the off button on the video phone device. I accept that you're bringing McClanahan back to the White House, sir, National Security Advisor Sparks commented after the video phone terminal had gone dark, but I will not take any more reports or requests of any kind from him unless I ask for them first. He can sit in the basement and twiddle his thumbs all day for all I care. I'll have plenty for him to do, the president said. That'll be important if we intend on protecting him under executive privilege, Chief of Staff Minden pointed out. He accepted a folder from an aide that had hurried into the Oval Office. The various legal advisors to whatever congressional committee who wants to subpoena him will surely find out if he's just taking up space in a basement office. If they believe we're just hiding him here, they'll pierce the executive privilege veil easily. He paused, then said, And here's the first subpoena. The Senate Armed Services Committee, naming all the usual players in the White House, including McClanahan. Requested by Senator Barbeau as ranking member, but signed off by the chairman. Hand it over to the counsel's office and winnow the list down. Yes, sir, Minden said. It might help if you spoke with Senator Barbeau yourself, Mr. President, Secretary of Defense Gardner suggested. Privately. The president glanced over at Minden, noticed the conspiratorial smile on his face, and scowled at both of them. Are you pimping for me now, Joe? We know exactly what the woman wants, what motivates her, and what tantalizes her, Minden said seriously, yet the smile remained. She's as hard to read as a Playboy centerfold. Stick to the issues, Carl. What she wants, other than ever-increasing doses of power and influence, is a strong, long-range attack force based on manned and unmanned bombers. Built and based in Louisiana, of course, Gardner said. The Pentagon wants a balanced, powerful, flexible, effective force composed of land-based bombers, sea-based attack aircraft, and ballistic missile submarines. Spaceplanes might be thrown into the mix, but they'll take at least 10 and perhaps 20 years to develop. If we put them on the back burner and rebudget the money, we can have a robust force of bombers and attack planes on the line in 5 years. Less than half the time it'll take to build McClanahan's gadgets. It's McClanahan's contention that the bombers and carrier-based aircraft represent outdated 20th century technology, Vice President Herschel said. The space planes represent the 21st century. They've proven they can do the job, even in this initial phase of operational testing. Employed properly, that may be so, Miss Vice President, Gardner said. But right now only one man knows how to use the damn things. You mean because that one man is Patrick McClanahan, you want to put the entire program on the back burner? I just don't trust the guy. That's all, Miss Vice President, Gardner said, spreading his arms resignedly. Any other general would have requested permission to fly those space planes over Russia, or at least notified us ahead of time. Not McClanahan, and it's not the first time he's sprung a surprise on the White House or Pentagon. He gets the job done. He's not the guru everyone thinks he is, Gardner argued. Not long ago, McClanahan was clamoring for more money for his robot bombers, hypersonic missiles, and fancy airborne lasers. That was before the American Holocaust, Joe. Exactly. Now we have no bombers in the inventory, except for a handful of those robot planes. That's the force that needs to be rebuilt again, not space planes. McClanahan is delusional. He has this inflated ego that makes him think he's got all the answers. This is not about the man, but the weapon system. Unfortunately, they seem to be one and the same right now, ma'am, General Sparks said. He turned to the president and added, I agree with SecDef, sir. If we place all our trust and funding into these space planes, we may not see a return on our investment for 20 years, if at all. But the alternative is bombers that take 12 hours and a half dozen support aircraft to reach a target? Or ships that can be sunk with one torpedo or cruise missile? The president asked. Is that the best the United States can do? We're not talking about propeller-driven bombers and wooden sailing ships, Gardner argued. We're talking about several wings of unmanned stealth bombers carrying long-range standoff weapons, modern aircraft carriers, and the latest carrier-based aircraft and weaponry, all assembled and deployed within 5 years. It may not be the latest and greatest technology, but it's years better than the enemy's. And we'd have it on the line sooner rather than later, and have the manpower, education, and infrastructure to support it all, Sparks added. I do believe that's a better choice than putting the bulk of the budget into unproven technology. And it would avoid a lot of political wrangling in Congress, Chief of Staff Minden interjected, which because of McClanahan we cannot afford to indulge in now. That's called appeasement, Carl, attempting to stop complaints or reduce difficulties by making concessions or abandoning desires or goals. Marine said. There's no reason to avoid confrontation in Congress or anywhere else. The president knows what he wants. It's up to us to support him. Hold on, the president said. This is not about forcing agreement or browbeating one another to get our own way. We all want the same thing, security for the United States of America. Even in her most outspoken partisan political scheming, I believe even firebrand operatives like Stacey Ann Barbeau want the exact same thing. Kevin Martindale affixed each of them with a direct, stern expression, then said, "This is the way it's going to work, folks. You will give me all your input, pro or con, whichever way you see it, without hesitation or personal attacks. I will take it all into consideration and come up with a decision. My expectation is that you will support whatever plan I come up with. If you can't support me, tender your resignation, and it'll be reluctantly but quickly accepted." He scanned the faces of his national security staff once again, then added, "There's no reason why this decision has to be a test of political will, but somehow it's become that. I'm sure it's because of the money. $200, $300 billion over the next 10 years is hard to ignore. I don't want to fight, and I don't think we need to fight over this, but I've been in the White House for 16 years and in Washington for twice that. I know political turf wars start over much less. If it's a battle they want, they'll get a good one. But I don't want any battles in the White House or in public between the people in this room or anyone else that reports to me, McClanahan included," the president went on. "My door is open to all of you any time. Tell me what you think. Tell me what you fear. I'll listen. Otherwise, you keep your traps shut unless it's something you've been briefed you can say. If you can't abide by that simple rule, I'll show you the door. Got it?" There was a murmur of, "Yes, Mr. President," all around the Oval Office. "Good. Now get the hell out so I can do something about this headache." Chapter 4 Office of the Director of the Supreme National Security Deputate, Tehran, Islamic Republic of Iran. The next morning. "This is an absolute abomination!" screamed the Ayatollah Hassan Motaz, director of the Supreme National Security Directorate, a conglomeration of military, civilian, and religious leaders who advised Iran's supreme leader on military matters. "That this should happen in the holiest of places in the Islamic Republic is nothing short of criminal bestiality. General Yassini should be arrested and charged with treason for his unauthorized meeting with Bouazizi and for criminal conspiracy in the attack on Qom," Colonel Zulkadr said. "I shall prosecute him personally. He and all his outgoing communications from the Defense Ministry will be monitored carefully in case he attempts to contact Bouazizi. He should be removed from office and placed in solitary confinement to prevent him from using his staff or privileges of office to act against us. I think that is a wise precaution, but we will need permission from the Supreme Leadership Council or the Faqih himself to authorize such a move against the Chief of Staff," Motaz said. "Although I do not believe Yassini would betray the government and the people like Bouazizi has done, their friendship muddles the equation greatly. If Yassini was in Qom actually meeting with Bouazizi when the library was destroyed, and he had the slightest hint of what was about to happen, it is most certainly a case of conspiracy to commit high treason, and he must be dealt with accordingly." "Yes, Excellency," Zulkadr responded. "What is your plan for dealing with Bouazizi and his murderous criminals, Colonel?" "Certainly not the wait and then give amnesty tactic, Excellency, as Yassini advocates," the Pasdaran commander said. "Bouazizi has many more men to feed, equip, and move, and so he will be desperate for resupply. Contrary to what Yassini believes, Bouazizi can't equip a battalion-sized force off the land or begging from civilians. He will certainly be targeting supply bases. He has no choice. That is how I propose to destroy him." He spread a map out on the conference table for the Ayatollah to examine. The Pasdaran supply warehouses at Iran were evacuated and abandoned because of the chemical gas attack Bouazizi staged, Zulkadr went on, but the gas has since dissipated. If it appears that we do not know this, and Bouazizi returns to loot the rest of the warehouses, we can surround him. Ayatollah Motaz looked at the map, but he wasn't thinking about the plan. He was thinking about whom to support in this conflict. It was a much more pressing issue for his own safety and future well-being than whatever Bouazizi had in mind. It was generally believed that the regular armed forces were more secular than the Pasdaran, and so were less likely to support the clerical regime. but so far the Pazdaran hadn't captured Bouchazi. In fact, the insurgency had steadily grown into a serious fighting force now, despite the Pazdaran's pursuit. Yassini's plan was to deal with Bouchazi logically and rationally, appealing to his soldiers' sense of honor and duty to his country and his men. Zulqadar simply wanted to lure him into a trap, and Bouchazi appeared to be well prepared to wiggle out of any trap, especially one set by Zulqadar. Which was most likely to succeed? Well, he thought, there really wasn't any choice to make. If Motaz even hinted at supporting the regular army over the Pazdaran, he would be immediately arrested, imprisoned, and probably executed. Bouchazi represented the regular army, and he had killed a great many politicians and leaders already. Anyone even remotely appearing as if they supported him was doomed. Like Yassini, if it was shown that he actually was in calm meeting with Bouchazi before the library was destroyed. "I will present your proposal to the entire Acting Security Council, Colonel," Motaz said, "but you should expect approval in very short order, so you should be prepared to act." "Yes, Excellency. All will be ready." "Very good," Motaz thought for a moment. Then, "One more thing." "Yes, Excellency." The cleric turned away from Zulqadar, as if distancing himself from his own words, then said, "You are sure that Yassini was in calm meeting with Bouchazi, without a shadow of doubt?" "I have many witnesses who will testify to it, Excellency, as well as testify about the intercepted radio transmissions picked up between them just before the library was destroyed." Zulqadar hoped all that was true. His actual information had come from gossip and rumors about Yassini possibly going to Qom to check out the situation at the Khomeini library and personally take charge of a rescue mission. Motaz nodded, still turned away from Zulqadar, then said, "Then his guilt is beyond doubt. Deal with it as you see fit. General Zulqadar." High Technology Aerospace Weapons Center, Elliott Air Force Base, Nevada. A short time later. "You told them we weren't in orbit yet when we flew over Russia, sir?" Captain Hunter Noble asked incredulously. He was meeting with Patrick McLanahan, Dave Luger, Ann Page, Hal Briggs, and Chris Wall in the Battle Staff briefing area at Elliott Air Force Base. "What did you expect the general to say, Boomer?" Dave asked. "Lie, of course," Hunter replied matter-of-factly. "The only guys that could have tracked us were the Russians, and nobody believes what they say anymore." "You need a little more experience talking with the President of the United States before you go around giving tips on lying to the National Security Staff, Boomer," Patrick suggested. "If I recall correctly, you had a tough time saying anything when we visited the Oval Office." "Touché. I'll be quiet now, sir." "Thank you." "So we're grounded now?" Ann Page asked. "I just got here. I love those little studs. Can't we do something? You're the special advisor to the president and a 3-star general. Pull some strings. Throw some weight around." Patrick was silent for a few moments, adopting his infamous 1,000-yard stare as his mind turned over possibilities. "Look out, everyone. The Rubik's Cube is in motion," Dave Luger commented. Patrick winked at Dave. "The spaceplanes are grounded. We can't launch any more NERTSATs, and the ones we have monitoring Iran will fall out of the sky in less than 6 days. He summarized. "What else do we have?" "Squat," Boomer said. "We're shut down." "Maybe not," Patrick said. "We still have one asset we can bring online to help us. We just need someone who can fly the thing over to where we need it." Ann Page noticed Patrick and Dave Luger looking at her. "What?" she asked. "I'm grounded, same as you guys. Get me permission to fly the stud again, and I'll take her anywhere you want." "I'm not thinking about the stud," Patrick said. "I'm thinking about bringing Armstrong Space Station online again." "Silver Tower?" Ann exclaimed. "You serious?" "It's the greatest surveillance platform in existence," Patrick said. "It can scan every square foot of the entire Middle East or Siberia in one pass, including underwater and underground. If we want to find out what's happening in Iran, or Kvasnia, if we have to go up against that thing again, that's what we need." "Sounds fine with me, Patrick. I love going up to that thing and turning it on," Ann said happily, so excited she could hardly keep her seat. "But the only way we have to get up there is with the shuttle, and it takes at least 2 months, more like 6, to get it ready for a mission." "We have access to Ares," Dave Luger said.
We've been involved in testing from the beginning, and we can put together a launch in no time."
"The new crew launch vehicle?" Anne remarked.
Ares was the next generation of low-cost, highly reliable, reusable heavy rocket launchers. Its first stage was a 5-segment solid rocket booster, similar to the shuttle's solid rocket boosters. Its second stage was a liquid-fueled booster, uprated and improved from the Saturn V's J2 engine.
"Cool. But what about Orion?"
Dave shook his head. "We never got to play with the crew exploration vehicle, only the booster," he said. Orion was the name of the new series of manned space vehicles destined to replace the shuttle transportation system. Resembling the Apollo spacecraft, Orion could carry as many as 6 astronauts and was designed to be configurable for any space mission, from low Earth orbit to a trip to Mars. But we do have a cargo stage that we used to test the Meteor weapon dispenser. Anne shook her head.
"Ares won't help if the cargo stage can't carry passengers," Anne said. "We need at least 2 persons aboard Silver Tower to bring it online again and operate the surveillance systems."
She paused, smiled, and said,
"And me to command it, of course. We need a shuttle mission. We hitch a ride on the next shuttle flight, get on board, restart the environmental systems, and reactivate the station's sensors and data links," Ann Page said. "When's the next flight?"
Dave queried the duty officer, the electronic virtual assistant at Dreamland, and got the answer moments later. 4 months, Dave Luger replied. "Too long. Whatever's going to happen in Iran will happen in 4 days.
"Well, let's put together an earlier one."
"Are we talking about the same National Aeronautical and Space Administration as I am?" Patrick asked. "NASA is so ultra-cautious that if we make a simple 5-pound payload change, they will either cancel the flight or slip it 6 months to study all the possible ramifications. If it was an Air Force program, like the Black Stallion, we might have a chance."
"What about the America spaceplane? Canceled years ago."
"The Stud can make it," Boomer said.
"No way," Ann said. "Last I knew, the Silver Tower was in a 200-mile-plus orbit. How high can you take the Stud? I didn't think it could go higher than 100 miles or so."
"It can do 200 easily. If it was a one-way mission," Boomer said matter-of-factly.
"A one-way mission?" Patrick asked.
"I haven't computed the exact fuel requirements, sir, but I'd guess the Stud would use just about all of its fuel to get up to 200 miles, Boomer said.
"Since I assume we'd be using the cargo bay for passengers, some supplies, and the docking system, there's no room for extra fuel for the return, even for a ballistic shuttle-like reentry. It would have to be refueled on the station to return. Which means if you can't reach the station or fail to dock, we'd be stranded in orbit until we were rescued," Boomer said. "But we'd just have to make sure we got it right the first time." "The passenger module is ready to go?"
"Sure. We can fit a docking adapter and airlock onto the passenger module. We can carry 2 passengers, plus the Stud's crew, and still transfer everyone to the station. We'd have to bring jet fuel and boom up on a shuttle or on the Ares booster with the cargo stage. Can that be done?"
"The station has a Soyuz and Agena-compatible cargo dock and a universal crew docking adapter, so we can dock and resupply at the same time," Ann said. The unmanned Russian Soyuz modules resupplied the Russian and International Space Stations, while the Agena modules resupplied the American Skylab station. "We refueled America on the station several times."
"We can use the cargo stage of Ares to bring jet fuel and boom to the station to refuel the XRA-9, Dave said. "It has plenty of room to carry that, and the stuff is stable enough to handle a launch. We would just need to be sure that Silver Tower has the gear necessary to service the Stud."
"You've got the exact same gear the America spaceplane used for servicing," Ann said. "It'll work. You get the Stud and the Ares cargo stage to Silver Tower, and we can fill her up."
"I've never docked the Black Stallion before," Boomer said. "I mean, I know I can do it. I can fly that thing anywhere you want, but—" "If he can't do it, the crew is stranded," Dave said.
"Can't you just park the spaceplane near the station and then just spacewalk from the spaceplane to the station?" Patrick asked. "You can, but a spacewalk is by far the most dangerous activity in all of spaceflight," Ann said. "It takes training and practice to get the movements just right. Push when you're not supposed to, miss a leap or a grasp, activate the wrong switch, and you could go flying off into Neverland in the blink of an eye, or fall to Earth and burn up like a meteorite. Get a tether or umbilical tangled, and you could be like Captain Ahab lassoed to Moby Dick for all eternity." The longer the distance between spacecraft, the greater the danger. 20 feet will seem like 20 miles up there. She looked at Hunter. I don't even think we can fit a shuttle-style EVA get-up in the Black Stallion. We'll have to use Gemini or Skylab-style spacesuit setups, pressure suits, and emergency oxygen bottles only with simple tethers. I don't even think the Black Stallion is set up for umbilicals, is it? We never intended to do spacewalks from the stud, Boomer said. Heck, we'll have to modify the safety squat switches to allow us to open the canopies with the landing gear retracted. But it can be done, Patrick asked. We can fly the Black Stallion to Armstrong Space Station, dock or climb out, and spacewalk over to the station? Sure, Anne said. There are a million things that can go wrong, but that's typical for any space mission. I don't see why we can't do it. Shuttle astronauts did tethered spacewalks quite a bit, Dave said. Even Gemini and Apollo astronauts did little spacewalks all the time. Every Skylab mission had several spacewalks to service the experiments they were running. But each spacewalk was preceded by months of training and years of design study and testing, Anne said. We're trying to put all this together in hours. We need some experienced crewmen to send up there. I volunteer. Got any ideas for another? Patrick smiled and nodded. Dave, get Kai Radin on the phone for me, he said. Dave smiled, nodded, then picked up the telephone. Radin? The shuttle pilot? Anne asked. Haven't seen him at the bar in quite a while. I'm sure he owes me a few rounds. Is he still with NASA? Was, Patrick said. He was reassigned to Los Angeles Air Force Base and put in charge of a program that just got canceled, and he came to me recently looking for a flying job. You may have heard of the program, Anne. Hermes. The European Space Agency spaceplane project? It was canceled years ago. Radin's not that old. The name was deliberately used to throw people off the track, Patrick said. Kai's been involved in another project using that name. You knew it as Skybolt. Skybolt? Anne Page exclaimed. That's my project. What in hell's going on, sir? Skybolt? The space-based laser? Boomer asked. It's still up there? Did you really believe the U.S. would spend $2 billion in 5 years to launch a massive space station into orbit and then just leave it up there, Anne? Dave Luger asked. When Radin was getting his Ph.D. in the Air Force Institute of Technology program, his dissertation was on the reactivation of Skybolt. I know, General. I was on his doctorate panel, Anne said. The guy's brilliant. But the proposal never went anywhere. I was in the Senate committee overseeing funding for military space programs, and I pushed several budget cycles for the money to reactivate it. It never happened. Skybolt went on life support funding under Hawk's Advanced Technology Research budget, Patrick explained. Officially, the money went toward refueling and servicing the Armstrong space station to keep it aloft and to use the station's systems as a risk reducer for the space-based radar and space-based infrared system programs. Unofficially, we funneled some money over to Skybolt. The money runs out at the end of this fiscal year. After that, there's enough money for a maximum of 3 shuttle flights over the following 12 months to strip whatever useful stuff we could off the station before it re-enters the atmosphere. They don't want to spend a few measly million a year to save a space station worth more than $3 billion? Anne asked. The characters in Congress can be real jerks sometimes. I should know. So Radin's been to Silver Tower? A few times. That's classified. That's good, Anne said. And he's an experienced shuttle jockey, so he can handle the docking chores. So, we got me and Radin to turn the station on. All we need is for young Hunter Noble to give us a ride up there.